Hey guys, welcome back to channel. So today we going to see what if Naruto went to parallel universe to kidnapped 5 Powers Rangers to have some fun. Let's start. Prologue Part 1. The missing fox with a heavy grunt. A hand appeared over a rocky edge, grabbing the material firmly as the hand's owner used all their might to pull themselves up and over the edge. All the while, carrying someone on their back, and rain falling down on them. Naruto panted, his face wet with both rain and sweat, as he summoned as much of his leftover strength to pull himself over the edge, while being very careful to not slip and fall the very long drop. One misstep, and the valley of the end will be his end. Tired, no chakra left, and having to carry the Tami's heavy damn body. Fuck me. No thanks, not interested. Damn it, Fox. How about a little chakra? He heard a scoff. Stop being such a baby, you're almost up anyway. Grumbling under his breath about lazy good-for-nothing bastard foxes, Naruto gave one last heave, and finally managed to pull himself over, finally getting over the edge and back to the forest's level. He fell on his back, uncaring if the unconscious Sasuke rolled off him a bit out. The fact he has to climb all the way up the sides of the valley while carrying the bastard's heavy body while the rainfall on him, almost tempted him to just throw the asshole back over the edge and let him go splat. It's his fault for getting him into this mess in the first place. Huh. And here I thought you never had a killer instinct in your puny body. Shut the fuck up, Kyuubi. I'm starting to like this new dark you, Kit. There's hope for you yet. Naruto ignored the beast as he laid on the soft, wet grass, eyes closed as he enjoyed the rain falling on his face. He decided to rest for a while before he had to carry, or drag, he could drag the bastard. By his foot. Or hair. Sasuke all the way back to Konoha. And since he was low on chakra, and Kyuubi was too much of an asshole to lend him some. Love you too, Kit. He'll have to walk all the way there, it would only take days to get back. Again, fuck me. Still not interested. Grumbling about missing the time when Kyuubi stayed silent, Naruto grunted as he pushed himself up to his feet, groaned as his wounds pulsed in pain, still healing. The most painful being the healing hole on the right side of his chest, with another hole leading to the back. A hole caused by Sasuke shoving an electricity-covered hand through his chest. He'll get him back for that someday. Kami, he was tired. Naruto didn't think he has ever been so tired before. Guess that's what happens when you run through Fire Country's massive forest for what feels like hours. Have some of your chakra drained by some guy with a mohawk, do more running in the forest. Evade some spider guy, more running, encounter a, admittedly cute, redhead with a mouth that would make a sailor blush, even more running, fight a guy who could use his bones as weapons, run after your runaway teammate, fight said teammate, have a Chidori go through your chest, use Kyuubi's chakra in some kind of cloak thing, and have to climb up a freaking 100-meter high rock wall. In the rain for Kami's sake. Yeah, guess anyone would be cranky after that. Kyuubi admitted with a nod. All of that sounded exhausting. Good thing he, as a Biju, never had to deal with physical exercise. I need comfort ramen. Naruto muttered, moving to grab his teammate to start dragging him back home. However, before he could grab Sasuke's foot, he heard leaves ruffling. Now, a normal person would ignore this, passing it off as the wind. However, a trained shinobi, even a genin, were taught otherwise. Raising his head, Naruto blinked as 3 Anbu appeared in front of him, and Sasuke. They're creepy. Yet at the same time, also kind of cool, animal masks staring at him. Naruto began, feeling awkward as the Anbu just stared at him, not saying anything. He raised a hand. Hey guys. Glad you came. Think you can give me and the Teme a lift back to the village? Kinda low on chakra. As the silence dragged on, Naruto frowned. The sixth sense he gained from years of pranking ninjas as a kid warning him that something was wrong. Kit. Duck. Eyes widening, Naruto didn't question Kyuubi and immediately dropped, ducking under a grab attempt as one of the Anbu appeared behind him. Low to the ground, Naruto's mind raced, but pushing all questions to the side for now, attempt a swiping kick at the Anbu's legs, only for said person to jump out of range. The other 2 Anbu charged at Naruto, reaching out to grab him. However, with the aid of past experience and short stature, Naruto managed to slither out of the way with the agility of a snake, grabbing Sasuke by the shirt as he jumped out of the way. Landing a good distance away, he put Sasuke down, narrowing his eyes at the Anbu. He had to hold back a hiss as his wounds pulsed again. He fought through it. Okay. What the hell? He demanded, only to get silence, making him growl in annoyance. If this is payback for pranking you guys years ago, I'm sorry, okay. In the seal, watching the events through the brat's eyes, Kyuubi narrowed his. Naruto. Something's not right here. Now Naruto knew something was up. Kyuubi never called him by his name. It was always Kit or Brat. Naruto Uzumaki. The presumably leading Anbu suddenly spoke, taking out a kunai. By the order of Danzo-sama, you are to be captured and taken to him to be the weapon you are meant to be. Naruto tensed. He didn't know who this Danzo guy was, but either way, he was in a bad situation. He wasn't fit for combat at the moment, not in his condition. Tired, low chakra, injured. If he had a chance in making it out of there in one piece, and not captured, he only had one chance. Think you can spare some chakra now, Fox? Since the situation calls for it. Feeling a rush of energy coursing through his body, Naruto smirked, and made the hand sign for his most favorite technique. Seeing this, the Anbu rushed to try and stop him. However, it was too late. Shadow clone technique. Covered in a thick layer of smoke, Naruto shot out of it, along with several clones, all leaping into the air over the Anbu. Taking out a few of his remaining kunai, he along with his clones chucked them at the Anbu. Of course, being trained elite shinobi, the root Anbu easily blocked the daggers with their own kunai. However, that is what Naruto counted on, as several of the thrown kunais poofed into smoke, revealing to be hanged clones, who attacked the masked men. Unfortunately, only one clone managed to land a lucky punch in, before it and the rest of the attacking clones were taken out with kunais to the neck. Meanwhile, Naruto and his other clones finally landed back on the ground. Shooting his arm out, Naruto commanded his clones to attack. As his clones attacked and distracted the Anbu, the original hung back. He needed to come up with a plan. Kyuubi's chakra charge has refilled his near-empty reserves a bit and had sped up his healing as the hole in his chest was nearly gone, but it still wasn't a perfect health, nor fill. He was mostly running on adrenaline, and he had no doubt that once it runs out, he was going to pass out from exhaustion, leaving him vulnerable to capture. Something both he and Kyuubi agreed they could not allow to happen. Whoever this Danzo guy was, he had to be bad news, so they couldn't allow themselves to fall into his hands. Any ideas, Fox? He mentally asked, watching as his clones began to fall one by one. As proud as he was at the fact that he had been able to outrun Anbu in his younger years after pranking a few, not even Naruto was foolish enough to go toe-to-toe with Anbu. As much as I hate to say it, you need to get us out of here, and fast. Kyuubi growled, angry at having to say that they, more so Naruto, had to run from a fight. As the strongest of his mighty siblings, Kyuubi was never one to run from a fight. Even against Hashirama, he fought to the end, even if said end got him sealed into Mito Uzumaki. However, for being prideful at being the strongest, Kyuubi was by no chance dumb. He knew his container was at his limits and stood no chance against these damn humans. Damn it! Naruto cursed, gritting his teeth as only 3 of his clones remained. Never before has he been thankful for his small size, made dodging around easier. I doubt I would get far, especially while carrying Sasuke. Kyuubi growled louder. Forget about the Uchiha, brat. Worry about us. Leave the meat bag and get us as far away from here as possible. How could the brat be worrying about the Uchiha, who pierced his chest mere moments ago? No way. Asshole or not, taking Sasuke back to the village is my mission, and I'm finishing it. He shot back, once more placing his hands in a cross seal. Another blanket of smoke covered him, this time bigger and wider than before, just as the root Anbu finished off the last of his clones. Turning to him, the lead man cursed under his breath as dozens of Narutos shot out of the smoke, leaping into the trees and heading off in different directions. With the root Anbu momentarily distracted, one Naruto grabbed Sasuke's body before leaving. Split up and follow them. The lead man ordered the other 2. Danzo-sama wants the Kyuubi Jinchuriki captured and brought to him at all cost. Hi. With that, the men vanished, leaving the empty cliffside with the only sound being heard was the fall of the rain. It was moments later that someone dropped down at the spot. Kakashi Hitaki narrowed his eyes as he looked around the small clearing, before looking down at the wrecked valley, frowning at all of the damage and craters. He turned to his small pug of a summon, Pakun. Nodding in understanding, the bandana-wearing small dog sniffed the ground. After a second, he looked at the man. Naruto and Sasuke were just here, but I also smell 3 more scents here. Naruto's scent splits off in different directions, meaning he used his shadow clones. The 3 unknown also split off, following the others. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Tsunade-sama hadn't sent any more shinobi out from Fire Country to return the members of Sasuke's retrieval team, leaving the job of getting back his 2 students to him. Meaning, these 3 might not be from Konoha. Sound? Or maybe the Akatsuki? He wondered. If he could, Paku would shrug. Could dogs shrug? At his words. No clue, and that's what worries me. Nodding in agreement, Kakashi created his own shadow clones, as well as summoning his other dogs. Alright. Partner up and split up. Follow the scents. One of them has to lead to Naruto and Sasuke. If you find these 3 unknowns, approach with caution. If you find Naruto and or Sasuke, report. He orders. His clones and dogs nodding, they separated. He looked at Pakun. Let's go. The pug nodding, the 2 moved off, following the remaining unpicked trail. Once again, moments later, another presence appeared in the clearing, this time from the ground. As if the ground was water, the figure rose out, their appearance being what looked like a humanoid with giant flytrap for a head. The flytrap opened up, revealing a humanoid chest and head, with a color theme divided down the middle, the left side white, and the right side black. It looks like Danzo has started acting up again. The dual-sided being, Zetsu, the Akatsuki spy, stated. Should we follow them? The white side asked. Yes, who knows, if we're lucky we might be able to snag the Kyuubi container. The black side responded. Are we not supposed to save him for last? White Zetsu asked, head tilted to the side. Black Zetsu shrugged. Never hurts to be prepared. With that, the dual sentient being sank back down into the ground, following after the blonde genin they knew to be the real one. With the real Naruto, he continued hopping through the trees, wondering whether he was being followed, as well if the clone carrying Sasuke managed to get to safety. Focus, brat. Kyuubi reminded him. I sense one of those masked attackers on your tail closing in. Sparing a glance over his shoulder, Naruto frowned as he caught a glimpse of the approaching Anbu. And to make things even worse, you're running low on fuel. Can't you give me more of your chakra? He asked, picking up the pace as he sped up. Using any more of my chakra after just using the chakra cloak for the first time could have dire consequences and may break your body apart, and while I normally wouldn't care whether you die or not, unfortunately the seal connects our souls. So if you die, I perish as well. So you keep reminding me. Naruto grumbled, before seeing an opening in the forest ahead of him. Well, we need to come up with a plan fast. He said as he leapt through the final trees, landing on the ground. He cursed when he saw that he landed at yet another cliffside. Only this one hovered right over the ocean, with the waves going crazy from the storm, crashing wildly against the rocks below. Not good. Behind you. Turning around, Naruto groaned as the root Anbu landed in front of him. It's over, Kyuubi host. You have nowhere to run. You will become Danzo-sama's weapon, as you were always meant to be. Like hell I will. Naruto stated, getting into a defensive stance. He's not going down without a fight. As you wish. The root Anbu said, unsheathing his sword. Kicking off the ground, he charged at the genin, holding his blade tightly. He will seek to merely knock the boy out, but should he have no choice, Naruto Uzumaki must be eliminated, as ordered by Danzo-sama. With speed the boy should not be able to keep up with, the root member appeared in his guard, sword raised up before he brought it down. Clang. Behind his mask, the man's eyes widened a fraction, breaking his emotionless expression, as his blade was stopped by a kunai blade. However, that was not the cause of his shock, as his eyes locked onto burning red furious ones of Naruto's, as red chakra began to seep out of his skin, covering his form in a cloak, a swaying tail behind him. You will only have a short time, brat. Better use it wisely and get rid of this nuisance. Naruto growled before releasing a roar that pushed the root man back. Steadying himself, the man tsked. This complicates things. Glaring fiercely at the man, hissing as he felt not only the powerful chakra give his body a burning sensation, worse on his lingering wounds, but he could also feel the corrupting energy begin to have an effect on his mind as seconds passed. Kyuubi's right. Need to end this fast. Pushing off the ground, leaving small craters under his feet, Naruto shot at the root Anbu, arms pulled back, kunai at his right grasp, and left hand fingers spread, sharp claws stretching out. Once in range, he crossed his arms in an X slash. Both blade and claws tore into and cut the tree into pieces, the root Anbu managing to jump out of the way at the last second. In the air, the man went through hand signs, lifting his mask up slightly to reveal his mouth. Fire release. Great fireball technique. As the large fireball dropped down at his position, Naruto quickly jumped out of the way, causing the fireball to crash down at his former spot, cracking the ground with its force. As he moved back, his chakra tail moved in front of him, deflecting the thrown shuriken like an automatic shield. From the smoke caused by the fireball's crash, the root Anbu shot at Naruto, hands moving in seals. Earth release. Earth dragon bullets. From the ground, a stone dragon's head rose up. Opening its mouth, chunks of dirt shot out at Naruto. Getting low on all fours, Naruto charged forward, zigzagging around the rocks as they crashed onto the ground, as he ran at his enemy. Unknown to the two, cracks began to appear on the cliffside, spreading out, slowly moving towards the top. With clone Naruto and unconscious Sasuke, Naruto grumbled about the fact he was the only carrying Sasuke's dead weight as he ran through the forest, heading in the direction he hoped was Konoha. Sure hope I'm going the right way, he muttered, maneuvering through the trees, sticking low to the ground to avoid detection in case those root Anbu jerks were behind him. You better be grateful for saving your life, Teme, he told the unconscious Uchiha. Hearing the sound of branches moving, Naruto tensed and quickly ducked behind a tree. Putting Sasuke down, he pressed his back against the tree, hoping it would hide them. The dragging silence seemed to last forever, making Naruto nervous. He glanced around, but didn't see anything. Glancing over his shoulder, he bit his lip. He slowly nudged his head from behind the tree. Eyes widening, he quickly dropped down, as a kunai sailed over his head. Yelping, he tripped, falling backwards. With a wince, he looked up, as one of the root Anbu dropped down in front of him. End of the line. Kyuubi host. You and the Uchiha will come with us and become weapons for Danzo-sama's use. Naruto glared at him, getting up. Like hell I will, he said, unknowingly repeating his creator. He got into a stance, taking out a kunai, his last remaining one. Very well, the man said, taking out his blade. For the glory of Danzo-sama, die for his true Konoha, he said, charging at Naruto, who tensed. Gah! Naruto blinked, his eyes widening, as Kakashi appeared in front of the Anbu, stopping him in his tracks with a fist digging into his stomach. Kakashi-sensei. Without looking away from the root member, Kakashi called out to his student. Naruto. Keep on going with Sasuke. I'll take care of this. As much as Naruto wanted to say otherwise, he knew an order when he heard one, and from the tone, was not to argue. So with no choice and a nod, he grabbed Sasuke, and leapt up to the trees, heading away. Kakashi stared at the root member as the man jumped away from him, landing back. I see Danzo still keeps his root going. Kakashi Hitaki. You will pay for betraying Danzo-sama and root, the man said, holding his sword tightly. Kakashi hummed as he took out a kunai, getting into a stance. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear that sounded like anger in your voice. And here I thought you root were supposed to be emotionless. The man didn't say anything, just charged at Kakashi. Back with original Naruto. Rasengan. From above, Naruto came down at the root Anbu while he was distracted facing multiple shadow clones. The former blue energy sphere took on a more violet shade, its size twice as normal as the Kyuubi's chakra increased its power. Seeing the incoming attack, the root Anbu member kicked a clone away, dispelling it into smoke, before grabbing another one and threw him straight at Naruto, causing him to get hit by the sphere instead. With his blade, the man took out the rest of the clones, before he had to jump out of the way as a large red chakra claw shot out of the airborne smoke towards him. The large claw tore at his former position, the nail-like appendages digging deep into the earth, as connected by a long arm, Naruto was pulled along, landing. Glaring at the Anbu, Naruto winced as he squinted one eye. His vision was slowly turning red, feeling the Kyuubi energy starting to affect his mind. He also started to grow very tired. Sooner or later, he won't be able to keep this up. Your time's almost up, boy. If you have a plan, I highly suggest you do it now. Naruto frowned, but nodded either way. Raising a hand up, he formed another chakra claw, before thrusting it down into the ground, the claw digging into in deep. Behind his mask, the Root Anbu member narrowed his eyes at the genin. He had underestimated the Kyuubi host. He had believed the boy had been driven to fatigue from his battle with the Uchiha, yet somehow the boy managed to still possess enough energy to continue fighting. He also did not expect the host to have such control over the beast's power to utilize so much chakra and state. It would seem we have underestimated the Jinchuriki's lack of control over his beast. I may not have any other choice. This boy could become a threat to Danzo-sama's plans. He must be eliminated, he decided. Just then, his instincts screamed at him. Eyes widening, he leapt into the air, just as, from the ground, a large chakra claw erupted out, its size twice his height, attempting to grab him. Seeing it heading his way, he went through hand seals for a fire jutsu. Breathing out a fireball, he sent it towards the claw to destroy it. However, it did not seem to work as the claw tore through the flames. Having no choice, he replaced himself with a nearby log. Appearing a safe distance away, he shot towards Naruto, seeking to end this battle. However, while on his way, to his shock, more chakra arms appeared from the ground, all trying to grab him, forcing him to move from side to side as he dodged them, continuing his run. Seeing the man coming his way, Naruto growled, even more when he saw a few of the chakra arms evaporate away, his control over them diminishing. Damn it! I'm losing time. Come on, grab him, he commanded as he watched the Anbu continue to dodge the claws. The ground constantly shook as the claws tore into the dirt, cracks spreading even more. Now's my chance, the Root Anbu thought as he managed to get within close distance, thrusting his sword forward in a stab. Brat! Kyuubi shouted. I got it, Naruto growled, quickly forming a vermilion Rasengan in hand. This is your end, Kyuubi host, the man stated. The name's Naruto Uzumaki, Uteme. Naruto shouted, thrusting his Rasengan forward. The deadly swirling mass of energy clashed with the sword's tip, both ends struggling with one another for a moment, before the blade broke in half. Continuing onward, the sphere crashed against the Root Anbu's chest, drilling into the man's chest armor. Waves of energy and wind blasted outward from the impact. The ground around them erupted and broke into large pieces. This is your end, Naruto shouted, pushing his arm. With a silent scream, the Root Anbu was sent flying backwards, crashing into the forest behind him. The cliff shook as it started to break, and still on top, Naruto's eyes started to close as the last of his energy left him. That's all I have, he muttered, his consciousness leaving him. Brat, don't you dare fall asleep, brat, Kyuubi shouted, but it was no use. At that moment, Kakashi and Pakun arrived at the scene. The Jonin's visible eye widened as he watched his student fall with the broken cliff pieces down into the ocean waters below. Naruto, he shouted, feeling helpless as his student disappeared into the water. With clone Kakashi falling to his knees, the Root Anbu coughed in pain, blood dripping from his mask. Kakashi put away his kunai, approaching the man. It's over. You, and whatever Danzo is planning, is over. The man's breath was rough, his hand covering a gash in his chest as blood seeped out. Weakly, he raised his head, glaring at the Cyclops Jonin through his mask. Danzo Sama shall prevail in the end. Konoha will be his. Kakashi narrowed his eye in a glare, standing over the man. Never. Danzo will get his punishment in time. I'll make sure of it. Not if you are in hell. The man then started going through hand signs. Recognizing them, Kakashi's eye widened. Quickly, he leapt back. For the glory of Danzo-sama. Boom. Landing a safe distance away, Kakashi frowned as he watched the inferno that was the Root Anbu's kamikaze explosion. I'll give Root this. Their loyalty to Danzo sure is something. Willing to explode for him, he muttered, sighing. He then got the memories of his fellow clone, who just witnessed the third Root do the same thing. The fact that Danzo tried to capture Naruto and Sasuke is troubling. I better go make sure they're safe, he said, leaping off. A few moments later, he spotted his blonde student resting against a tree, breathing heavily, Sasuke still unconscious near him. Dropping, Naruto jumped. Kakashi-sensei. Please tell me that's you, he said, taking caution in case it was the masked man taking his teacher's form. Kakashi held up his hands. It's me, Naruto. Eyeing the man for a moment, Naruto let out a breath and dropped his guard, leaning back against the tree. And that masked man? He asked. Taken care of. Now, we should get you and Sasuke back to the village too. Poof. Kakashi's eyes widened as Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke. Shit. That was a clone. Because Naruto's chakra was so heavy and divided evenly amongst his clone, even the Sharingan had trouble telling them apart. He only prayed his creator found the real one, with real Kakashi. Standing at the edge of where the cliff once was, Kakashi could only stare with a wide eye down at the raging waters below as they crashed against the landside. His memory replaying the event of his student falling into said waters, disappearing from his view. Naruto. Prologue Part 2. Rebirth of Evil Earth. Third planet from the Sun within the solar star system. 71% water, 29% land. Home to over 7.7 billion humans and 8.7 million species of animals. To alien life outside of the solar system, Earth is considered a low-level planet, weak compared to some of the planets holding higher technology or military power. In fact, more than a few sought to conquer Earth either to add to their list of universal conquest, or simply through a desire to show their strength and might. However, not all things are as they appear. For while Earth might only be at its starting phase in true cosmic travel and communication, with the right help, they can be a force to be reckoned with. As for any invaders that wished to attack and conquer Earth, try as they might, they were always foiled time and time again, thanks to the efforts of the planet's own squad of defenders, one not owned by high military, but under a different force entirely. Wielding incredible power, weapons, and armor, one group of humans, selected by a wise galactic wizard, became champions of truth and justice, defending their home planet from those who wished to do it harm. These brave humans, young in age but strong in heart and spirit, became the first of a long line of color-coded heroes of Earth. The Power Rangers. Time and time again, these brave humans fought and defeated alien monsters sent to attack Earth by the evil space witch, Rita Repulsa, and her minions of darkness. Whether small and many or single and massive, these Rangers fought with all their might, using the powers granted to them, mighty weapons, and even mightier machines, known as Zords. Machines, which through advanced technology, allow for each to combine together into one, creating a large robotic fighter, known as a Megazord. However, their greatest power was the bond they had with each other, their friendship, sticking together through each battle, and watching each other's backs. Under the wisdom of their mentor, Zordon of Elter, and their robotic assistant, Alpha 5, Jason, Zack, Billy, Trini, and Kimberly, soon joined by their former brainwashed enemy, friend soon after, Tommy Oliver, these teenagers with attitude managed to defeat Rita and save their planet. However, that was not to be the end to Earth's peril, as like moths to flames, evil continued to appear to attack the planet. Evil always has different faces to it. Lord Zedd. Rita Repulsa, who returned after her defeat. Rito Revolto, Rita's brother. Master Vile, Rita and Rito's father. King Mondo and his machine empire. Divatox, intergalactic pirate queen of evil and her pirate crew. Astronema, dark princess of space. Spectre and the united alliance of evil. More and more forces of evil appeared to attack Earth and its inhabitants, all with different goals, but with the same results each time. For just as new generations of evil appeared, so have new generations of light and justice. New generations of Power Rangers, be it new members of a team, or a new team altogether, always rose when they were needed. All following the brave actions of those who came before them, even unknowingly. What began with a single team, became a passage of power, a legacy of power. Mighty Morphin, Zeo, Turbo, In Space, Lost Galaxy, Lightspeed Rescue, Time Force, Wild Force, Ninja Storm, Dino Thunder, SPD, Mystic Force, Operation Overdrive, Jungle Fury, RPM, and Samurai. Be it on Earth, another planet, another time, a different reality, or heritage through a family, Power Rangers have appeared whenever the need to stop evil was required, which by sticking together, they managed to defeat the bad guy and save their planet. Even when their powers were lost, and comrades fell, a Ranger never gives up hope in making their planet a better and safer place. For once a Ranger, always a Ranger, and as long as Rangers rise and stand, evil will never win. However, sometimes, evil does not stay down for long. The sound of steps and talking clashed with the sounds of shovels digging and rocks breaking as a large group of men and women worked on digging into the ground in a desert terrain somewhere in South America. Well-educated archaeologists worked with strong and skilled workers in digging into the hard ground, seeking to find anything of value and historically preserved. One such archaeologist was one Andrew Hartfold, former mentor and creator of the Operation Overdrive Power Rangers, sought to find and retrieve the jewels of the Corona Aurora after he himself accidentally released the evil lava and ice monsters, Molter and Furious respectively, from their slumber when he had found the crown of the gods in one of his expeditions. Through a selection of hand-picked people with great skills, along with his, at the time, secret android son, Long Story, Mac Hartford, Will Aston, Dax Lowe, Ronnie Robinson, Rose Ortiz, along with their alien friend Tyzon, became the newest generation of Power Rangers. It has been almost 2 years since the defeat of Molter and Furious, and the Corona Aurora was restored and safely returned to Sentinel Knight. The Rangers have returned to their normal lives and Andrew and Mac, now human thanks to Sentinel Knight using the power of the crown, became a father and son duo, going on archaeology adventures together, finding and retrieving ancient artifacts. This latest one they were hired to help with, Andrew being asked for his top expertise in archaeology, second only to a few in the world. Watching his son dig with a smile on his face, Andrew grew his own. He was really happy for his son's new lease on life. Every second, Mac spent with a smile on his face, full of joy and relief at the fact he was now a real human. And Andrew couldn't be more happy for him. Andrew still held a bit of guilt that he never told his son, and he had to find out the hard way, but was glad Mac forgave him and the two patched things up. A hand on his shoulder knocked him out of his thoughts. "Your boy's a fine digger, Mr. Hartfold." Turning around, Andrew saw the man who fired him and the search party's lead. "Thank you, Mr. Neilrod." "One," Andrew said, nodding with a smile. He looked back at Mac. "Yeah, Mac is strong and agile. Not to mention reliable. A great ally and partner for scavenging temples." Mr. Neilrod chuckled, nodding. "No doubt. You must be really proud. Thinking about passing on the hat?" he asked, curious. Andrew chuckled. "Well, I'm not getting younger, so who knows?" Mr. Neilrod laughed, nodding. "While my wife and I never had kids of our own, I do know that the younger generation can surpass the old, and please, call me Fred," Fred said, patting Andrew's shoulder. He walked away, leaving Andrew who went to join his son. Walking by the worker, he nodded at them, smiling all the while. Entering his main tent, he moved to his desk, where a journal, books, and maps were spread out. Grabbing the map, he sat down on the folding bed, looking at the map which had red X's over it of places where they couldn't find anything. He didn't have any reason or urgence for this scavenger hunt. It was mostly out of curiosity than need. Curiosity of what secrets and items could be found hidden under the planet's surface. Though, if Fred could be honest, finding such artifacts on Earth seemed small compared to finding hidden secrets on other planets across the universe. However, this is my punishment for my crimes, and I'll follow through with it, he thought, a small frown on his face, before it was quickly replaced with a smile of relief. What crimes was he talking about? The complete destruction as well as the enslavement of countless planets. For Fred Neilrod wasn't always the man he was today. He once lived a dreadful past. Another life. Going by another name, a name that strikes fear in the hearts of countless life across the universe. The name of Lord Zedd. Even now, the mere mention of that name filled him with endless guilt. It was only thanks to the Power Rangers that he and his beloved wife Rita got a second chance at life, as a wave of light and goodness removed the evil and wickedness from them, turning them human. However, the minions under them, like Galdar and Rito, were sadly all turned to dust. He prayed to those two, for while his former life may have seen them as idiotic servants, they were always loyal and faithful. He only hoped they found peace in the afterlife. Folding the map, he grabbed his notebook, which contained all of his written thoughts, personal feelings he has written down, ever since he started his new life. Opening the book, Fred smiled widely when he saw a letter inside. At the front was a stylized RR. Rita. A few days after enjoying their new lives, he and Rita willingly turned themselves over to the Galactic Police Force, knowing they had to pay for their past crimes. Surprisingly, the Power Rangers, both the M and Space generations, who were invited to their trial, spoke up for them, stating that even if they should be punished for their past crimes, they should be spared extreme measures. That shocked him more than anything. Him? Spared possible execution? After all the worlds he destroyed? The lives he ruined? He knew more than anyone that such a thing should never be given to him. However, the Rangers stood strong, even going so far as to forgive him. Why? Why would they do such a thing? Such questions have plagued his mind for many years. In the end, he and Rita were given minimal punishments. Fred was to be confined to Earth and live like the race he sought to destroy for 100 years. Rita, on the other hand, was actually forced to serve under her own mother, Lady Fianna, too, perhaps the most powerful sorceress in the whole universe, and former wife to the galactic warlock, Master Vile. While normally not a bad thing, being forced to do chores such as cleaning a library the size of 2 planets, organizing said library's books, wash 5,000 cauldrons, wash and clean an entire forest of mythical creatures, and much more, seemed more like torture than anything else. Of course, Fianna did not do this to be cruel to her daughter, as no matter her past actions, she still loved Rita dearly. But still, being a mother, she had to punish her daughter. On the bright side, she also took Rita under her wing and taught her everything she knew. Last he heard, Rita has become more powerful than she had ever been, going by the name Mystic Mother, the strongest sorceress in the solar system, and still growing stronger. Opening the letter, Fred reads as Rita tells him about her recent adventures, and how she had helped a group of magic-wielding Power Rangers defeat Optimus, a master of dark magic and now former ruler of the underworld. Fred shook his head, as always a bit stunned at how there always seemed to be new Power Rangers popping up everywhere. Recalling how much trouble they used to give his former self, he almost pitied any bad guys that appeared. Almost continuing reading the letter, he smiled as Rita expressed how happy she was that she will be arriving on Earth soon to celebrate their 25th anniversary. At the mention of that special day, it made Fred pause, wondering what he could do to make it even more special. As he pondered, his mind flashed back to Mac, and Andrew's pride towards him. A child. Sadly, he could only count a few times he and Rita showed their absolute love for one another. Said times only happened after their change, considering how he looked like before. He honestly couldn't even remember if Lord Zedd even had a, being all no skin and muscle. Anyway, for their trials, the two could only be with one another for 1 day a year, and while a few times they spent together, they never really attempted for children, merely taking comfort in being together again. 3. Perhaps it's time we try and make a family, he thought, his smile growing at the thought of him and Rita having kids, truly starting a new life and forgetting their old ones. Mr. Neilrod. Breaking from his thoughts, Fred looked up at the entrance of the tent, where one of the workers stood. We found something. Walking out of the tent, Fred followed the man as he was led to where the presumed discovery was. Spotting a gathered group, he approached them. Andrew, who was with the group, was the first to spot him. Hey. What you guys find? Fred asked, getting close. Rubbing the back of his head, Andrew gave a shrug. Truthfully, no clue. It looks like crystals, but they could also be black amber. Cutting through the group, Fred got close, and inside the dug hole, saw black crystals sticking out of the wall. Fred frowned, staring at the crystals, feeling a bad vibe from them. However, for some reason, he felt a calling from them, as if the crystals drew him towards them. He didn't even realize that he had jumped into the hole, moving closer. Andrew saw this, and frowned in concern. Fred? He called, but didn't get a response. He shared a look with Mac, before he also hopped into the hole. Fred's eyes glazed over as he stood in front of the dark crystals, which even in the shadows of the hole, they gained a violet glint of light. Fred. Andrew placed a hand on Fred's shoulder, making the man jump, snapping out of his trance. Fred, you okay? He asked as the head archaeologist turned to him. Fred stuttered, rubbing the back of his head, glancing at the dark crystals. I'm fine. You sure? Fred looked at the crystals, feeling the pull towards them, getting stronger. However, the more part of him wanted to touch the crystals, the more he wanted to get away. The feeling he got from the crystals, it scared him. It filled him with a dreadful feeling, gripping his chest tightly. Mr. Hartford, an assistant called, getting the man's attention. The assistant held up a phone. Call for you. I'll be right there, Andrew called back. Turning to Fred, he asked. Are you sure you're all right, Fred? Yes, I. Taking a deep breath, Fred stepped away from the crystals. I should be fine now. No one touches these crystals. They don't feel right, he ordered, unease in his voice. As Andrew went to answer the call, Mac approached Fred. Everything all right, Mr. Neilrod? Just a bad feeling, young man, Fred said, continuing to state at the black crystals. Fred. Wincing, Fred gripped the side of his head. Mac saw this, and was worried. Mr. Neilrod? Fred didn't hear him, couldn't hear him, as the sudden voice blocked everything else out. A familiar voice. Fred. You cannot hold me back forever. Fred's eyes widened, realizing why the voice was so familiar. No, it can't be. Mr. Neilrod? Max asked, grabbing Fred's shoulder. It is time to stop playing around. The Chaos Crystal. It can turn you back to who you once were. No, never, I am no longer you. I will never be you again, Fred muttered angrily, trying to drown the voice of him out. Mr. Neilrod, what are you talking about? Mac tried to get Fred to snap out of it. Looking over his shoulder to where his dad was, he called out, Dad. I will no longer be held back. I've been buried long enough. I want out. With Mac distracted, he didn't see Fred's eyes glow red. Shaking Mac's hand off his shoulder, Fred shot at the dark crystal, arm held out. Mr. Neilrod, Mac shouted, as Fred's hand touched the dark crystal. Suddenly, a bright violet light blinded Mac and everyone around them. Within the light, Fred screamed. Somehow unfazed by the light, he watched in shock and horror, as the hand touching the crystal began to change. His skin turned rough and red, with silver metal covering his fingers and the back of his hand. Realizing what was happening, Fred started to panic. No. Stop. Someone. Help me. The change started traveling up his arm. Rita. Mac got out of the hole, shielding his eyes from the light, as his father ran towards him. Mac, he called, blocking the light from hitting his eyes. What's happening? I don't know, Mac responded. Mr. Neilrod. Suddenly, the light began to die down, getting the two's attention. As the light vanished, the two spotted a figure in the hole. Fred? Andrew called. Hee. A dark chuckle came from the figure, who turned around, revealing a monstrous appearance. The figure seemingly had no skin, only having cardiac muscles. Over it, he had silver metal that only covered his pelvis, surrounded his legs, had makeshift boots, had a ribcage like chest arm, and finally, had a metal face mask with a breather and a wide, red-lensed visor with a horn that ended with a Z. The top of his head had no covering, be it skin or hair, fully revealing a brain. Guess who's back? Lord Zedd has returned. Mac and Andrew tensed. Who is this guy? Where's Mr. Neilrod? Mac asked his dad, who stared at Zedd with wide eyes. It can't be, Andrew muttered. Zedd chuckled as he looked at his hands. Spreading his arms out, Zedd took a deep breath. It's so good to back. All the workers and archaeologists shouted in fear at Zedd's appearance, running away. The only ones left were Mac and Andrew. Who are you? Where's Mr. Neilrod? Mac demanded. Turning to the two, Zedd scoffed. That fool is no longer around. I'm in control of this body from now on. As for who I am, I'm Lord Zedd, your new ruler. Holding a hand out, lightning gathered in it, before in a flash, his old staff appeared, the Z-tip glowing with power. Now. Bo. Pointing the staff at the two, a blast of lightning shot out. Eyes widening, the father and son braced themselves as the blast struck around them. The force blasted them backwards. Landing on their backs, the two groaned as Zedd jumped out of the hole. I love a good comeback, and this time, no one will stop me. Getting up, Mac and Andrew stared at the being in front of them. Not good, Mac said. You said it. Andrew agreed. He looked at his son. Things could get rocky. Here. Reaching into his pocket, he took something out, handing it to Mac. Seeing what it was, Mac's eyes widened, seeing the overdrive tracker. He looked at his dad. I always keep one with me. Just in case. Take it. Narrowing his eyes in determination, Mac nodded. Grabbing it, he stepped up as Andrew backed away. Zedd stood there, watching curiously. It's morphin' time. Mac called out, holding the morpher up as it spun in his hand. Gripping it, he flipped the phone open, pressing the morph button. Overdrive, accelerate. Holding his arm out, he ran the tracker's wheel along it, spinning the wheel. Holding the tracker out, the phone projected a hologram screen appeared in front of him, holding the states of his ranger suit and gear. Holding his arms out, his ranger suit formed over him, helmet included. The lights in his helmet flashed on, as his morphing sequence finished. A Power Ranger? Zedd asked, a hint of surprise in his voice, before he chuckled darkly. This is a good day. You will be the first of many Rangers I will destroy. We'll see about that, Mac, the Red Overdrive Ranger, stated. He charged at Zedd, throwing a punch. Zedd batted the arm away easily, before slapping his hand against the Ranger's chest. The force behind it sent him flying. Whoa! Landing on his feet with a stagger, Mac quickly straightened up. I'm not done yet. Drive, Lance, he said, summoning his weapon. All right then, come on. I could use the workout, Zedd said, charging forward. Mac met his charge and clashed his lance against Zedd's. Holding the clash for a moment, Mac grunted as he found it hard to hold against Zedd, and instead felt himself being pushed back. Lifting his leg, he kicked Zedd in the chest, using it as a platform to leap off to land a bit away. Turning his lance to blade mode as a blade slid out from the tip, Mac twirled it around him, before leaping forward. Thrusting his lance, it clashed against Zedd in a shower of sparks. However, the attack did no damage, as Zedd grabbed the tip of the lance, before tossing it, and Mac away like nothing. Mac landed on his back roughly, but quickly got up and jumped away as Zedd landed where he laid. Try not to die too soon, Ranger. This guy's about as tough as Furious. The Red Ranger muttered. Drive Defender. Taking out his blaster, Mac fired at Zedd, who used his staff to deflect the blasts. Switching it to sword mode, Mac charged, attacking with both staff and sword. Zedd began deflecting the blows with great skill. Dodging a slash, Zedd slashed at Mac, hitting him across the chest. Gah! Mac cried, before a second slash was delivered, sending him back. Rolling, Mac stopped himself, holding his smoking chest. Is this really all you have, Ranger? Pathetic. Groaning, Mac stood up. I'm not done yet. Putting the Drive Defender away, he held his lance up, spinning it around as the blade began glowing. Hia! Stabbing the blade into the ground in front of him. A trail of explosions and power shot out towards Zedd. It hit him, hiding the monster from view in a shower of sparks and dust. Standing straight, Mac watched the dust cloud to see if he had won. Suddenly, a blast shot out of the smoke, hitting Mac. Gah! With an explosion, the Red Overdrive Ranger was blasted backwards. Crashing on the floor, his Ranger form vanished. He groaned in pain, too weak to get up. Ha ha ha. The smoke cleared, revealing a perfectly unharmed Zedd. Looks like I'm still as powerful as ever. Mac. Andrew called in worry, coming out of his hiding spot as he ran towards his son. Making it to his side, he looked at his son in concern. Hold still. You're hurt. Mac groaned. At least, now I know how real pain feels. Zedd chuckled as he approached the two, his staff glowing. Now, to finish you off, I'll hang you helmet on top of my throne room when I take over this planet, he said. Glaring at him, Andrew stood protectively in front of his son. I won't let you hurt my son, Zedd scoffed. Then you shall perish first, he said, holding his staff up. Before he could destroy the two, however, a flash of light appeared in front of the two humans, forcing Zedd to step back. Once the light vanished, a woman in a white robe stood in between him and the humans. Rita! Zedd shouted in surprise. Rita frowned as she started at the form that was her husband, before glaring. I knew I felt a great disturbance. So, you are back, Zedd. Where is my husband? She demanded. Zedd chuckled. I'm afraid dear old Freddy is gone, and never coming back. I don't believe that. I can still sense him, locked deep within you. I'll free him. I promise you that. Rita proclaimed. We'll see about that, Zedd said, shooting a blast at Rita. Holding her arms out, Rita made a shield that blocked the blast. Lowering it, she countered with her own blast. Holding his staff out, Zedd used it to block the blast. The blast pushed against him, as Zedd struggled to hold on. With an explosion, Zedd was sent back. Loosening her stance, Rita frowned at Zedd as Mac and Andrew stood up behind her. It's over, Zedd. I want my husband back, and I will make sure you are forever sealed away. Growling in anger, Zedd got to his feet, his visor glowing red in anger. Never, I will not be sealed into that pathetic form ever again, he declared, getting up. A violet glow surrounded him and his staff. Mark my words, this universe shall tremble before my power. I shall return. No, before Rita could stop Zedd, he vanished in a violet flash, leaving the three in the empty site. Rita frowned in great worry, not only for Zedd's return, but also the danger her husband could be in. Excuse me. Andrew called, getting her attention. She turned to him. Mind explaining what's going on? He asked. Rita sighed. I'm afraid an old evil has returned, perhaps the greatest this world has ever witnessed before, stronger than ever thanks to the Dark Crystal's power. Not only is this planet in danger, but if Zedd is not stopped soon, the whole universe. Chapter 1. Missing Earth, North America, San Angeles, Hartford Mansion. With the grace of a man of his status, the family butler and great friend of Andrew and the Overdrive Rangers, Spencer set down a cup of freshly brewed tea in front of the mystic sorceress, and former mistress of evil, Rita Repulsa. Accepting the drink, Rita smiled at the elderly man. Thank you. Spencer simply smiled at the woman, giving her a short bow. He still couldn't believe that sitting in his master friend's own home was truly the former Empress of Evil and the old notorious nemesis of Earth's first team of Power Rangers, the mighty Morphin Rangers. When he had first heard tales of the women's attacks, he was but a young man, just in his early working years under the Hartford family. He recalled tales of her various attacks on the small town of Angel Grove, of the countless monster attacks to occur practically every day of every week throughout almost 3 years, reaching the ears of many throughout the land of the U.S., the first of the hundreds of villainous attacks to come around the world throughout the decades. Seeing her now, calmly sipping her tea, Spencer found it hard to believe she was the very same person from the stories. Glancing at his older master as he and Mac sat on the couch in front of where Rita sat, he got a nod, signaling that he could go. Nodding back, Spencer turned and exited the living room. He had other duties to attend to, as well as needing to make sure Norg, their current Yeti resident, wasn't causing a mess where he was currently playing, trusting Mac to be able to protect himself and his father should the former villainess try anything. Setting her cup down, Rita raised her gaze up at the father and son. I'm sorry for bringing such trouble to you. I should have realized that having a happy, evil-free life. It would be too good to be true, she said, frowning sadly. Honestly, it was her fault for not realizing that evil such as Lord Zedd could not be so easily destroyed or sealed away. Somehow, someway, at some point in time, evil always returns. Just look at her, when she was still Rita Repulsa. Sure, it took more than 10,000 years, but eventually, she was freed from Zordon's infernal dumpster of a prison, thanks to the unfortunate curiosity of some astronauts. Still, for Freddy to actually find the fabled Dark Crystal, and on Earth of all places. This planet, I swear. It's fine, really, Andrew said, with Mac nodding in agreement. Rita smiled at them, thanking them. Still, I do have questions to ask, if you wouldn't mind. Like, was that really Lord Zedd? The father asked, a hint of worry in his tone. Sighing, Rita looked down at the cup, nodding. Yes, it was. As I have stated, Lord Zedd has in fact returned. Andrew frowned, leaning back as he let out a heavy, shuddering sigh. That's not good. While he had never seen Lord Zedd personally, he has heard the stories told of the being's ferocious power from those who have. Lord Zedd might be just as much, if not more of a threat than even Flurious and Molter. Mac looked at the two, confused. Sorry, but can someone please explain to me what's going on? Who's Lord Zedd? Rita frowned before sighing. I do not blame you for not knowing. No doubt many of your father's generation and further wish to forget such dark times when evil had first appeared on this planet. She said, looking at Andrew, who began recalling his young years when he was in high school and news about giant monster attacks first spread through televisions and radios, and how fear and panic quickly spread throughout the globe when the realization of stuff previously thought to be nothing by fiction in comics and shows, suddenly became a reality. He remembered feeling scared and horrified at the realization that such creatures actually existed in real life outside of weekend morning cartoons, and that there existed beings capable of wiping out all life on the planet if they chose to. Rita continued, still, I suppose you deserve to know the whole story in order to understand what is happening. To start, my name is Rita Repulsa, and Lord Zedd. Fred Neilrod, as you know him, is my husband. Zedd and I, long ago, used to be villains that have brought terror and destruction all over the universe. At the time, I served under Zedd for many decades to centuries in my father's empire for universal conquest. My father was a dark lord of darkness and evil, known as Master Vile. Being his daughter, you can see that refusal in joining wasn't an option. From a young age, I had a talent for the mystical and magic. A talent my father sought to have properly utilized. I was young, eager to show off, especially to my parents. I have done a lot of things I regret. I brought destruction to many planets and systems in his name. Countless innocents have lost their lives, far too many to put into numbers. Though, most suffered worse. I wish I could undo what I've done, but some things not even magic can fix. She paused, looking down sadly as memories flashed in her mind. Memories of times she deeply regretted in her time as the Empress of Evil. She could just hear the echoing cackle she would do with every victory achieved, uncaring of the death by her hand or order. Andrew and Mac frowned, looking at one another, before turning back to Rita, who took a deep breath to calm herself as she continued her story that must be told. For many galactic years, while my father went off to conquer the rest of the universe, Lord Zedd, who was his second in command at the time, ruled your galaxy in his place through fear. Few tried to oppose him. Fewer lived to tell about it. And with each failed rebellion crushed, Zedd's control grew stronger and stronger, with me rising in ranks. It wasn't until I was sent by Zedd to attack a certain planet that things change. Earth. In truth, known only to a few in existence, my attack on Earth years ago was but my second attempt. This surprised the two. Second? Mac asked, getting a shameful nod from the sorceress. Yes. Long before my former line of battles with the Power Rangers, I had attempted to attack Earth when the human race was still young and growing. Practically infants. I had everything ready. An army of soldiers and monsters at my command, my magic strong and ready, and troops positioned to attack. Everything was ready to attack and invade the planet for Lord Zedd and my Master Vile, when we encountered strong resistance. Unbeknownst to me, the Earth had someone protecting it. Who? Mac asked, deeply invested in the tale. Rita smiled in remembrance. The first Power Rangers team's wise mentor, Zordon of the planet Elter. Zordon was a wise and mighty wizard and a fierce warrior of justice, known far and wide throughout the cosmos. A living legend, you could say. At least, he was. Anyway, during the time of Master Vile's reign of conquest, while many worlds would give in to kneel over in fear and defeat before Vile and Zedd, Zordon was not one to bow before evil so easily. Throughout my time in helping Lord Zedd conquer numerous planets following Master Vile's departure to unknown regions of space, I have encountered Zordon and his forces many times. We have clashed so many times, we were practically waging a personal war against each other. Battles have surfaced on countless planets with losses and victories going to either side more times than I can remember. With every battle we've fought with each other, every duel we've faced, every blow, it formed a sort of rivalry between us. Your classic duels between good and evil, who will win? Who will fall? Both strong in magic and resources, even stronger determination. One could say our war was one of legend and myth, though I'd simply just call them like any other battle. It wasn't until I was sent to Earth that, at the time, I decided to change our game. I knew Zordon would follow me to Earth, and our battle would continue, all while the wizard would try and keep it contained so as to not endanger any innocent lives, as he has done in all our previous battles. I knew at the time Zordon, with his experience being greater than mine, would eventually find a way to achieve victory over me, and due to my arrogance and pride, I could not allow that to happen. So, I came up with a plan. I sent a message to Zordon, declaring my surrender. I told him that I wanted to meet to discuss a ceasefire, a truce, to form an alliance on the side of good, and how I would help him stop Zedd. Ever the kind-hearted man, Zordon believed my words to be genuine and agreed to meet. The time soon came, and I set my trap. Rita paused, an expression of deep guilt on her face. What was the trap? Andrew asked, curious, though having an idea given what he knew. Rita sighed. Zordon believed my words of surrender to be so genuine, he came to the meeting place alone. Wishing to present a stance of non-offense, unfortunately, his good heart was taken advantage of by my old self. Unguarded and unaware, he was not prepared for when my monsters appeared and held him captive. Using my magic, I banished Zordon out of our dimension, sending him into a place between time and space, where he would be trapped forever. In my prideful victory, I had believed to have defeated Zordon, removing him from ever stopping me or Lord Zedd and Master Vile again. However, I later learned that I was really the one who had underestimated Zordon. For while Zordon fell into my trap, I, in turn, fell into one of his own. Before he was completely sealed away, Zordon imprisoned me and my minions into a space dumpster of all things, before casting us out into the depths of space. She states with a small smirk of praise for the old wizard's own trickery. Mac raised a brow at her. You don't seem angry about being trapped, he pointed out questionably. Rita chuckled softly. Oh, trust me, I was angry, furious, really. Trapped in a dumpster of all things, with my bumbling, incompetent and foolish minions for more than 10,000 years. Every second was a nightmare for me as they did nothing but give me a never-ending headache. Thankfully, it's all in the past now and I'm a different person. Though sadly, that change didn't happen until long after I was released. It was by some miracle or another that the dumpster flew all the way back to Earth, crashing onto the moon, where 2 astronauts found it by accident, and driven by curiosity, I was set free. I was angry and bitter for what Zordon had pulled, that the instant I saw Earth, I planned on continuing my invasion. And I'm sure you know the rest. After 10,000 years I was free, and decided to conquer Earth, where I battled Zordon and his chosen group of warriors, the Power Rangers. The mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Mac muttered, a tone of awe in his tone. Even with his limited life experience, Mac knew very much of the forebears of power. The first group of Rangers to ever be known on Earth. Honestly, just the mention of them filled Mac with a sense of childlike wonder. Who wouldn't? Rita smiled, nodding in nostalgia. Yes, teenagers with attitude. Of course, at that time, I was the only one with an attitude. Over and over again, I would come up with some evil plot to defeat the Rangers and take over the planet, and each time, those same teenagers were able to put a stop to my schemes and vanquish monsters. It was both equally frustrating and impressive. There they were, 5 young humans, barely grown adults, with no experience in warfare, pulled into a long-fought conflict they had no prior knowledge of and suddenly given incredible power, and yet they were somehow able to take down and destroy ferocious beasts and monsters almost like nothing. Truly, your race is both amazing and terrifying, she said, shaking her head. Compared to a vast, endless universe of aliens and hidden threats, the human race can truly show how they can be just as dangerous when the time comes. Andrew nodded, smirking lightly. The exploits of the mighty Morphin Rangers were the stuff of legends throughout the years, being told as grand stories by those who were fortunate enough to witness their battles, passing the knowledge down to the next generation, and spreading even further through the internet. The same was done for the other Ranger teams that followed. Rita continued her story. After weeks of countless defeats, I had decided to unveil my own hidden weapon. To defeat the Rangers with someone of their own skill and power. My own Power Ranger. You had a Ranger? Mac exclaimed, surprised to hear that. Was there actually a thing as evil Rangers? Rita had a guilty, sad smile, not of my own creation. You see, the source of the Rangers' power came from a mixture of magic and technology. Golden coins, created by a masterful being by the name of Ninjor on a lone planet far off in the Rutabaga system. Using magic, he was able to control and manipulate the discovered Morphin grid, siphoning energy from it into the coins, creating a sort of link. The power coins. These coins not only held a connection to the Morphin grid, they were also embedded with the essence of Earth's mightiest creatures. The dinosaurs. Along with crafted morphers, made to siphon and channel the power of the grid, as you very well know. These tools empowered normal humans with untold power and strength. Before I was sealed, I had learned of the creation of the power coins Ninjor created for Zordon as a secret tool of light against Master Vile and Lord Zedd. I was unwilling to allow Zordon to gain such power to defeat those I served, even more against me, so I attacked Ninjor's temple in what would become known as the Desert of Despair, in your language. In my lust to obtain the power of the coins, I killed the guardian placed there while Ninjor slumbered while my henchmen handled the guards, granting me the chance to grab the coin. However, I soon learned that, for all of Ninjor's idiotic antics and theatrics, he was not as foolish as to not be mindful of the possibility of someone evil trying to take the coins while he was indisposed, and so he separated them all throughout the planet. Perhaps even off-world. As such, I was only able to get one kept in the temple. The dragon coin. Dragon, Mac muttered, thinking that was cool. Dinosaurs and dragons? Man, he felt kind of jealous. It sure beats vehicles. However, Mac and Andrew watched as Rita's expression fell, looking riddled with guilt and self-resentment, her hands clenched and shaking. I wish I could say that that was the end of it. However, the tale of my dark deeds does not end there, and instead, gets worse. Andrew frowned. What happened? Rita let out a heavy sigh, looking down at her reflection in her cup of tea. The power of the dragon coin could only be awoken by one who is pure of heart. Someone like me, who had done countless acts of evil and wickedness, could never have hoped to unleash such power. None of my minions could. No, I needed one pure of heart. Sadly, I knew of such a person. Who? Rita closed her eyes, holding back gathering tears as memories she wished to forever forget came to mind, her hands and cup shaking. My mother, she revealed, surprising the two humans. As I have said, my father, Master Vile, was a dark lord of darkness and evil. However, he wasn't always. He was once a good man, or at least, that's what I was told. My father was once human-like in appearance and kind of heart. Like Freddy, my father had a fascination with untold discoveries and artifacts of the past. In fact, he was once friends with Zordon. It was that friendship that led to him meeting my mother, a practitioner of magic. However, it was my father's fascination with unknown objects that would become his undoing. He came upon an artifact that allowed him and my mother to gaze into the future through visions. At the time, my mother was pregnant, and using the artifact, had a vision of her unborn child, me, growing up to become a powerful sorceress like her. However, while my mother saw a good and kind future, my father saw the opposite. He saw me as a dark witch and enforcer of evil. That wasn't all, however. That artifact was actually infused with the power of Dark Spectre. Dark Spectre? Mac asked, wondering who that was. Of course, with a name like that, they obviously weren't good news. Rita looked at him. Dark Spectre was a dark and malicious being long ago. Feared throughout the universe. Most called him the Grand Monarch of Evil. Others even believed him to be the very personification of evil and darkness itself. Before my father came to power, Dark Spectre pretty much ruled the universe. Maybe even the whole dimension itself, as practically nothing was outside of its reach. Though, unlike the common villains your planet knows of, Spectre ruled without the need for minions or soldiers. His very presence, essence, and power were enough to bring fear to all life. To the father and son, Dark Spectre definitely sounded like someone they didn't want to mess with. Thankfully, it sounded like he was no longer around, given Rita's usage of past tense. The object my father found somehow held a fraction of Dark Spectre's energy. It infected my father, twisting his mind and form with dark power. It possessed my father, turning him into a minion of Spectre, with the given order to find a way to bring the being into your universe. It deformed my father, turning him into Master Vile, and granted him the power to accomplish his assignment. Of course, Zordon and his allies tried to stop my father, but were too late to stop the ritual to bring forth Dark Spectre. Ritual? Andrew asked. Once more, Rita let out a heavy, sad sigh. In order to summon a being of ultimate evil. An act of ultimate evil had to be done. That act being The sacrifice of a child of pure goodness of his own blood, she said, making the two stare at her with wide, horrified eyes. Your father tried to sacrifice you? Mac practically shouted, horrified by such an act. Rita closed her eyes, clenching them shut to hold back her tears, covering her mouth to hold back a sob. She shook her head. Not me. My younger twin brother, Rito. There was a reason why her brother resembled a walking skeleton. While the story had been that while young, Rita used a fire-breathing dragon her father gifted her for her birthday to burn down the house she lived in with Rito, in revenge for not getting what she really wanted, a planet of her own, burning him alive and melting his skin off. The truth was that Rito was in no actual danger at the time. Thanks to her father using her brother as a sacrifice to summon Dark Spectre, as a side effect of such dark magic, it embedded Rito with semi-immortality. Her little prank was what led to Rito's skeletal appearance, but it wasn't the first time she had done such things to her brother, given his inability to die unless with greater force. Actually, she didn't even know if Rito could die, given the fact he survived the explosion of the Empower Rangers base. Side note, she wondered how he was doing. She'll have to give him a call when she can. Andrew shook his head, trying to come to terms with what he just heard, as well as trying to hold back his urge to vomit. To willingly murder a child? One's own child, no less. It was unthinkable. Anyway, he exclaimed, clearing his throat. You were talking about your mother? He asked, trying to move the conversation past such dark tellings. Wiping her eyes to clean off the gathering tears, Rita nodded, clearing her throat. Yes. In order to release and awaken the power of the Dragon Coin, I tricked my mother into appearing before me for the first time since I was young. You see, after my father's act and transformation, my mother grew fearful of him, and with Rito, who after the ritual had been made practically unkillable by dark magic, and I in arms, ran away, hiding from him as she found shelter on another planet. Fearful of what my Fath Master Vile would do should he learn of our whereabouts, with Zordon's aid, worked to shield the three of us from him. It worked. For a few years. Eventually, we were discovered, and Master Vile sent his creatures, the Tengu warriors, to capture us. In order to protect my brother and I, my mother hid us while she led the Tengu away. She faced them, but being tired from days of running, she was sadly overwhelmed and captured to be brought before Master Vile. While I am unsure of what has happened to her, I can only assume that Master Vile tried to gain the location of Rito and I, to no luck. I am well aware of how destructive Vile could be when angered, leading to my mother being killed. She said, much to the father and son's shock and anger, the heart of the evil such a being could commit. It just made their blood boil. Rita frowned. After reuniting with her mother after her trial, Rita tried to learn about what happened to her when she was taken to Master Vile, angry with herself at the fact that she never, even once, asked her father when she saw him years ago when he visited her former palace. In fact, at the time, she didn't care. It made her so angry with herself and how she acted. She really didn't deserve this second chance given to her. It also brought up the thought that she didn't even know if her father was destroyed by Zordon's energy wave, or was purified like her, Freddy and a few other former villains. Honestly, after all that's happened, she didn't care, and would actually prefer never seeing him again. Rito was one thing, as he at least acted like her brother, like family, and the two loved one another in their own way. Her father, on the other hand, was anything but possessed or not. He was no father. Master Vile was an absolute monster. She shook away those thoughts, focusing on the present. Better to just get this over with so she didn't have to keep thinking about her dark past. Anyway, as I said, I needed a pure heart of goodness to awaken the Dragon Coin. As such, I called upon my mother's spirit. I tricked her, lying about being fearful of Master Vile coming for me, and wanted to use the Dragon Coin to protect myself. I lied about Zordon being gone, leaving me defenseless. I used my mother's love for me for my own goals, something I'm not too proud of. My mother, after studying the coin, told me that only someone worthy could unlock its power. Sadly, the security measures placed on the coin made it so only someone who needed the coin could use it. Eventually, my mother came to learn that I was tricking her, but by then, it was too late, and I imprisoned her so she couldn't stop me. Of course, she tried to convince me otherwise, believing that I could be redeemed. However, at the time, My heart was already too corrupted with evil to turn away. I could not, would not, divert from my path, and if I could not use the dragon coin's power myself, I could at least make sure whoever was worthy would be placed under my allegiance and control. As such, here Rita paused, taking a deep, shuddering breath as sipped her tea to calm her wrenching heart. In the pursuit of power, I willingly sacrificed my mother, using her own life energy and power to jumpstart the power coin. While it was still unusable to me, the least I could do was ensure that when the time came, it was ready, she said, not looking at the shocked men. She gently placed the cup down on the glass table between them, not wanting to accidentally break the cup as her hands shook with surging emotions, guilt and self-hatred. She clenched her eyes shut, still able to hear the sound of her mother's screams of pain as she drained her of her energy to power the coin, all the while Rita Repulsa just laughed. The memory broke her heart into pieces. Even more, when she recalled coming to learn that even after what she had done, even after the pain she caused her mother, Fianna still loved her in the end, still believed she could be redeemed, as evidenced when she learned that the Green Ranger's dragon shield was in fact a manifestation of Fianna's love for her, hoping that whoever came to wield the dragon coin's power would use that power to protect Rita. Rita cried countless nights and days upon learning that, spending every second begging her mother for forgiveness, who had somehow been revived. Another mystery her mother would not give the answer to. Andrew and Mac sat there in silence, trying to comprehend the revealed history and actions of Rita Repulsa, trying to understand how to feel after all they've learned. I just, Mac tried to say, but couldn't form the words. Rita shook her head. My tale was not told for you to come to hate me or distrust me. Know that I wholly understand if you do. However, know that I fully regret every action I've done throughout my countless years as the mistress of evil. I regret the actions I have committed against the people of Earth. Against the Power Rangers. Against Tommy Oliver for controlling his mind and using him as my pawn as the Green Ranger. There is really nothing more I could say to make up for what I have done. Even though I have aided the Mystic Rangers against Optimus, that does not redeem me of everything I have done, and still have much to atone for. However, the least I can do, right now, is help save your planet from Lord Zedd's return, she said, determination in her eyes. Andrew gained a serious look. How is Lord Zedd back anyway? I thought he was purified by Zordon's energy wave when he sacrificed himself. Rita raised a brow at him. You seem to know quite a bit about that event, Mr. Hartford, she noted. Andrew gave her a slight smirk. You can thank my old college roommate. I believe he's someone you know. Tommy Oliver, he said, making Rita blink in surprise, before smiling slightly. Talk about grand coincidences, she muttered. Andrew nodded. He didn't come out and just tell me, of course. I came upon his old morpher by chance one day and spoke to him about it. As we were such good pals, he told me everything. It was hard to believe at first, but eventually, I came to trust his word, promising to keep his secret. Rita nodded. I'm glad to hear that Tommy is doing well, at least I hope. Very. Couldn't be happier with the family he made. Rita grew a soft smile hearing that. I'm glad. Rita muttered, happy to know that her former pawn and once enemy was doing well. She shook her head, refocusing. Anywho, I must explain Zedd's return. It is by terrible chance that my husband had come upon the fabled Dark Crystal, she says. Dark Crystal? Mac asked. Rita nodded. In truth, it was merely supposed to be a rumor. A myth. You see, it's been speculated that Zordon's wave of good energy, which has been spread all throughout your galaxy, has caused a strange effect in the universe's balance. How so? Andrew asked. You see, Zordon's attempt was meant to either completely destroy or purify all known and existing evil in the star system and beyond was done using his own life force and connection to the Morphin Grid, an endless source of positive energy. However, even with such a grand source of power, nothing is absolute. While it is true that Zordon's wave did destroy or purify all existing dark beings, at least in your galaxy, it was only on the beings of evil. Evil is a concept, if you will. Just as the concept of good cannot be entirely destroyed from every sentient being, neither can the concept of evil be destroyed completely. It can be blocked. It can be reshaped. It could be buried deep in your heart and mind, but never truly gone. Everyone is capable of good or evil. As such, while Zordon may have removed evil from your world, it was never truly eliminated, merely reformed. She told them, her expression serious and hard. Somehow, someway, all the presumed, destroyed, evil energy has reformed itself, containing itself, into a solid, crystallized shape. It became known as the Dark Crystal, the universe's evil. Said to hold all the evil energy Zordon's wave was thought to have eradicated. In truth, no one has ever seen it in form, merely being mentioned through dreams or visions. I myself had been fruitlessly trying to locate it when I first learned of its existence, if only to ensure that it was forever contained and out of reach before someone found it. She sighed, shoulders sagging. It must be some cruel and humorless joke of the universe for the crystal to be on Earth of all places this whole time and discovered by my husband. Andrew frowned, not liking what he was hearing. So, if this dark crystal truly does hold such an amount of evil. And Mr. Neilrod found it, Mac continued, also frowning. Rita nodded sadly. Whatever remnants of Lord Zedd lay deep inside Fred was awoken, empowered by the dark crystal, allowing for his resurrection and possession of my husband. And he will only grow stronger in time, until he regains his former power, and perhaps even more as time goes on. How? The dark crystal, according to stories and hypotheses, absorbs the darkness of other beings, passing that darkness to whoever holds the crystal, empowering them. I fear that if Lord Zedd is not stopped soon, the collective darkness could drown the light within Zedd that is my husband, until he ceases to exist. Rita told them worriedly. Mac frowned. That won't happen, he states, standing up. The Power Rangers will stop Lord Zedd and save Mr. Neilrod, he declared. Rita smiled at him, nodding in thanks. I thank you for your words, young Mac. You are indeed right, Freddy will be saved by Power Rangers. However, it won't be you Rangers, she said, making Mac blink at her, confused. What? What do you mean? Rita held a mysterious smile. There will be a team of Rangers to face Lord Zedd when the time comes. However, it will not be Earth's Rangers. Andrew blinked at her. Are you referring to Rangers from other worlds? He asked, recalling Tommy telling him about the Aquitar Rangers and Galaxy Rangers. At the time, it stunned Andrew at the fact that there were actually Power Rangers on other planets. Rita nodded, holding her smile. Yes. I have witnessed a vision of a new team of Rangers soon to be born. A special group. However, even with them being from a far-off planet, they will require your aid in their future battle against Lord Zedd. While surprised at the knowledge about a team of Rangers on another planet, Mac nodded, determined to help however he could. What do we need to do? Rita stood up. First, I must speak to all the Rangers, together. Lop, elemental nations. The sky over the village of Konoha was covered in clouds, blocking any rays of the sun, while its citizens, both average and shinobi, went about their day as usual, either calmly walking among the graveled ground of the streets, or leaping through the air from rooftop to rooftop. Meanwhile, within the top floor of the Hokage building, within her office, the 5th Hokage of Konoha, Senju Tsunade was going on with her usual paperwork, pausing every once in a while to let out a heavy, bored sigh or groan, or to glance between the office door and the drawer of her desk, where her hidden bottle of sake laid. It took every ounce of will she had to not take out the bottle to drink, not wanting to risk the chance of Shizune entering at that very moment and catching her. She was not willing to go through another of her students' scolding and lectures about the importance of work and setting a proper example as a leader. Her most endearing trait, as well as the most troublesome, she thought to herself with a small smile and slight head shake. Part of her thought Shizune needed to go and get herself a boyfriend, or girlfriend, she didn't judge, if only so she could finally have a moment of peaceful drinking. She was taken out of her thoughts when she heard a knock on her door. With a small sigh, fearing it was indeed her assistant to bring her more headaches, she gave permission to enter. The door opening was indeed Shizune, making Tsunade hold in a groan, dreading getting more papers to do. However, her attention was quickly straightened by the look on her apprentice's face. The shocked, dreadful, and sad expression made a shiver go down her spine, a tightening feeling forming in her stomach. Shizune? What is it? She demanded, immediately going serious and at attention. Lady. Tsunade. Kakashi has returned to the village. Shizune spoke, her voice low, barely hearable. Her shoulders shook softly, as if the woman was using all her willpower to not break down crying. The tightening feeling increased. And what is the problem? The Sannin asked, narrowing her eyes, her hands clenching into tight fists, recalling she sent Kakashi to aid Naruto and his fellow young shinobi in bringing back the runaway Uchiha brat. It shouldn't have been a problem, right? Then she recalled the sudden urge of dark chakra she sensed. It was faint, but she knew that chakra was everywhere. The chakra of a tailed beast. Not just any tailed beast either. The one that nearly wiped Konoha off the map entirely 15 years ago. Sure, at the time, she was far away from the village, off on her pity trip over losing her loved ones during the Second War, but even from afar, she had sensed that dreadful energy. The chakra of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. To sense that chakra, it could only mean that something had happened to Naruto. She had hoped that sending Kakashi to his location, with his Sharingan, would have ensured that the beast had been calmed and Naruto was safe. However, for Kakashi to return, and Shizune with such a dead expression on her face, Tsunade feared the worst. And she wasn't sure she could handle such a possibility, not after almost losing him the first time. Kakashi. Shizune struggled to say, but the words kept halting in her throat. Thankfully, someone arrived to help her, as the door opened again, and Kakashi stepped into the room. Stepping forward in front of the Hokage's desk, Kakashi saluted. However, to Tsunade, Kakashi's face looked more concealed than his regular mask provided. No emotion in his visible eye. Jonin Hitaki Kakashi reporting, Hokage-sama, he said, his tone monotone and blank. Tsunade's frown deepened even heavier as she nodded, report. Lowering his arm, moving both behind his back, Kakashi took a deep breath. Mission to retrieve the runaway genin, Uchiha Sasuke, was a success, Hokage. The Uchiha is currently detained and in a private medical room to have his injuries looked at under Enbu guard. From personal analysis, Uchiha has suffered minor cuts and wounds, a few broken bones and ribs, severe chakra exhaustion, and a non-threatening injury to the chest by, what I can only guess was, a depowered Rasengan. Aside from some skin shaving, it is non-life threatening. Some rest and healing should fix him up for interrogation upon your request. Narrowing her eyes at a hard glare, Tsunade nodded. If she had her way, she would have broken the brat's legs and arms before throwing him in Enbu Penitentiary for his stunt and putting the lives of several of her shinobi at risk. To try and desert the village like he did? And to Konoha's biggest enemy, no less? The brat should be lucky he was still alive. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Tsunade nodded at Kakashi. Very good. I'll deal with the brat later. I'm assuming Naruto's at the hospital, getting whatever injuries he got healed, all the while having a big smile on his face at accomplishing his mission? She asked rhetorically, smirking in amusement at her favorite knucklehead. However, her smile died when she saw Kakashi and Shizune both flinch at the mention of Naruto. What? She asked. Hokage-sama. Kakashi began. Behind him, Shizune covered her mouth as she began to cry. Narrowing her eyes, they then shot wide open, her blood going ice cold. No, Tsunade muttered. I'm sad to say. Kakashi continued. Tsunade slowly began shaking her head. Don't tell me. Not him, she begged. Kakashi lowered his head. Behind his back, he clenched his fists tightly, shaking. There were complications. Shooting up from her seat, Tsunade slammed her hands on top of her desk, cracking the wood. What happened, damn it? Letting out a shuddering breath, Kakashi reached into his vest before setting something on the desk. Looking down, Tsunade looked ready to burst a blood vessel or crack her teeth with how hard she clenched them, her whole body shaking like mad. I'm sad to say. Until further evidence to support his current status, Genin Uzumaki Naruto is MIA due to inside interference. Placed on the desk was a blank Anbu mask. It resembled a normal ANBU's mask perfectly. However, given the information provided, as well as figuring out what sort of complication would be with the mask, it gave Tsunade one solid answer. Danzo, she growled out, the name hissing from her clenched teeth like venom as she glared at the mask with the blazing hate of Amaterasu's scorn. Konoha Hospital. The sound of a heavy sigh rang through the space within the medical center, as the freshly promoted Chunin Shikamaru tiredly leaned back against the wall, sitting on a cushioned bench as he waited to hear about the status of his fellow rookies who were personally handpicked by him to take part in the mission to bring back Sasuke when he attempted to run off. So far, out of those who took part in the mission, on the team, or aided, only 3 of the 6 Konoha shinobi, counting Lee, as Shikamaru was told the idiotic taijutsu user had immediately ran off to help his team the second he was given the okay by the Hokage after his surgery, suffered critical injuries that had to be immediately brought back to the village by higher-ranked shinobi sent as backup. Shikamaru counted the reckless bull-headed genin lucky to not have gotten his body broken again thanks to the timely arrival of Gaara, as well his siblings who he was told helped save not only his butt, but Kiba's as well from the other sound shinobi. I swear. Lee can be just as much of a headache as Naruto, he thought, shaking his head. Something told him that at that moment, Lee was no doubt training once more like the troublesome training maniac he was. Oh man. Just thinking about him is giving me a headache. Hearing an amused chuckle, followed by the feeling of a hand patting his shoulder, Shikamaru groaned, moving his head just the slightest bit to look beside him, where his clearly amused father sat next to him. Take it from me. Now that you're a Chunin, you'll be having plenty more missions like this. Shika told his son, smirking lightly as he got a louder groan from his son. What a drag. Shikamaru moaned as he dropped his head. I should have rejected the promotion, but then I would have had to deal with Mom. There was no winning. So troublesome. Hearing a scoff, Shikamaru raised his head a bit, looking ahead of him, where a slightly bigger source of his recent headache sat cross-legged on the chair across from him. Grow a spine, you big baby. You act like every day's a chore for you, Tamari scolded, glaring at the Nara Chunin in annoyance. Shikamaru blinked blandly at her. With people like you, it might as well be, he muttered, wondering why the short-tempered blonde he knew. Correction, one of the short-tempered blondes he had the unfortunate luck of knowing, was still here. Unfortunately for him, Tamari heard him loud and very much clear. What the hell did you just say? The Sand Kunoichi shouted angrily, standing up, a fire of rage in her eyes as she placed her hand on her large fan resting beside her. Well, needless to say, she was signaling her desire to use it as a club to smash against his head. Hoping to prevent a battle, murder, from happening in the hospital, and save his son from an early death, Shikaku held his hands up to try and calm the situation. Now. Let's remember that we're in a hospital. This is no place to fight. Thankfully, the words helped remind Tamari of where she was, as she stopped her attempted warpath, taking a deep breath to calm her nerves and not cause any trouble to the already tense reformed treaty after her village betrayed Konoha and aided in Orochimaru's invasion barely a month ago. Managing to calm down, she nodded to the veteran in thanks, sitting back down, settling with just glaring at Shikamaru, murder in her eyes, but nothing else. For now, seeing this, of course, Shikamaru sighed, troublesome. Just then, the sound of approaching steps against the tiled floor reached the gathered group's ears. Turning their attention, the 3 saw the co-leading doctor who, along with Shizune, was in charge of overseeing the healing of Shikamaru's squad. At his appearance, Shikamaru surprisingly stood to his feet with more energy than he would usually display, a well-visible mask of worry and anticipation on his face. How are they? He questioned urgently. Looking at the worried fresh Chunin, the doctor took a moment to gaze at the similar expressions on Temari's and Shikaku's faces, though the clan head expertly held back most of his emotion, given past experiences in this situation, having faced both good and bad news concerning old allies and teammates. Turning his attention back on Shikamaru, the doctor allowed a small smile to grace his face. All 3 members of your squad that have been brought in have successfully made it through their operations thanks to the aid of their clans, and are now resting, he stated, getting a loud sigh of relief from the relieved Nara Chunin, as well as a silent one from Tamari, who was glad that the timely arrival of her and her brothers had prevented the possible deaths of the Inuzuka heir, the Lee kid, and the lazy Nara, as well as hearing that the other members were doing all right. However, noting something, Shikaku narrowed his eyes. Excuse me, Dr. San. You said 3 members of the squad. Has there been any reports on Genin Uzumaki-san? He asked, making Shikamaru realize that as well. He had thought Naruto made it back already, whether victorious in bringing back Sasuke, or empty-handed and injured. Even with the troublesome blonde's reported healing, Shikamaru would have at least thought Naruto would have been brought in for a checkup. The doctor shook his head. While the captured Uchiha was brought in for checkup and slight healing under security watch, we have yet to receive any word of the arrival of Uzumaki. Shikamaru raised a brow. How was that possible? If Naruto truly was able to bring back Sasuke, he should have also been taken to have a look over as per after mission protocol. So, where was he? He should have returned and been brought to the hospital, even if kicking and screaming. He narrowed his eyes. Something was wrong. Suddenly, everyone's attention shifted as an Anbu appeared beside them in a flicker, nodding to Shikaku. Narasama. You are to report to the council chamber for an emergency meeting. They reported, leaving as fast as they appeared, not allowing either Naras to respond. Glancing at one another, the father and son Naras shared a frown, both having a bad feeling in the pits of their stomachs. Council chambers. The floor practically shook at the heavy steps, practically stomps, of Tsunade as she made her way towards the chambers. She marched with a war-leading stance, her eyes sharp and seeking death and blood. Behind her, Shizune and Kakashi followed, the apprentice for once not attempting to calm her master's obvious anger. If anything, she held a similar display of anger in her puffy red eyes, a glare of steel shared among all three adults as they sought retribution and vengeance on the one who has no doubt orchestrated the attempted capture, and subsequently causing the disappearance, possibly even death, of Uzumaki Naruto. Reaching the double doors of the chamber, Tsunade did not hesitate, not even trying to rein in her fury, as she blasted the doors off their hinges with a punch, sending them flying across the large room to smash against the far wall, much to the shock of everyone inside. Tsunade. What is the meaning of this? One of the oh-so-holy elders, as well as one of the biggest pains in Tsunade's ass, Mitokado Homura, demanded. However, as the glare in Tsunade's eyes shot upon him, Homura found himself freezing, held in place by the intensity of those eyes. The sight of such an ice-cold glare made his mind flash back to a similar glare a much younger Tsunade would hold during the mournful days of the Second Shinobi War following the death of her younger brother, Nawaki. Dark times, where Tsunade's anger would be held by only a string, where the slightest wrong move would unleash an onslaught of furious chakra-infused punches at whosoever dared to anger her. Unwilling to be the unfortunate victim, especially with her legendary strength, Homura wisely sat back silently. Mercifully removing her gaze from the elderly man, Tsunade instead aimed it at the sole target of her fury. Danzo, you have some nerve. Sitting in his place on the far end of the long table with his fellow elders, Danzo remained calm as ever, undaunted by the cage's fury. What, may I ask, could have caused such reactions from you, Tsunade? Getting angrier by his calm words, and not in the mood for games, Tsunade marched up to the end of the table before her, slamming her hands so hard down on the surface that she broke a large piece off. The Senju princess unleashed her anger in a roar. Do not play games with me, Danzo. I know full well what you have tried to do. Do you have any idea what you've done? Hokage-sama, the calm, almost stoic voice of Hyuga Hiyashi, clan head of the Hyuga clan, was heard. If you'd allow me to say, please calm yourself, and explain what you are accusing Danzo of to better allow the rest of us to understand? Gritting her teeth, but miraculously managing to ease some of her anger back a bit as she took a deep, sharp breath, still glaring death at Danzo, Tsunade nodded. I'm accusing Danzo of treason, she exclaimed, to the shock of the council as they stared at her, before looking towards Danzo, some of the clan heads raising an eyebrow, while others narrowed their eyes suspiciously at the silent crippled elder. There is no accusation here. It is by the word of Jonin Hitaki Kakashi, that Genin Uzumaki Naruto has been attacked following his successful prevention of Uchiha Sasuke's desertion and heading towards Nukanen Orochimaru, by beings masquerading as Konoha Enbu, wearing well-documented blank masks. Masks worn by the supposed disassembled root forces, formerly led and managed by Danzo. Your actions are not only an illegal disruption of a Konoha shinobi assigned mission, assigned by ME no less, but a treacherous play in capturing Konoha's Jinchuriki for your own obvious goals. Such an attempt would very well allow me to call on your immediate arrest and death. However, to make matters worse, your actions have led to the possible death of Naruto. She shouted at the top of her lungs, gripping the broken table tightly, cracking it, as the chamber fell into silence, the heads sitting with wide eyes for a few, while others frowned heavily, as all eyes moved towards the silent elder. Danzo sat on his chair quietly, calmly holding his cane as his lone visible eye stayed squinted on the panting Tsunade, holding strong against her glare with his stoic stare. After a while, he fully closed his unbandaged eye. It is true. I ordered the still-functioning root to capture Uzumaki, he revealed, much to everyone's shock. Then I'll kill you, you fucking traitorous bastard, Tsunade shouted, wanting oh so very much to leap at the man and tear him apart. However, before she could try, Danzo continued speaking. However, my actions are, and will forever, be for the greater good of Konoha. They have never been acts of treason, no matter what you might believe, Tsunade. He stated, opening his lone eye. It is true, I have not disbanded Root, even on the order of the previous Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, during his first reign as Hokage following the end of the Third War. Being deemed, no longer necessary, as were his words. However, even then, it has never truly been fully inactive, merely in stasis. The objective of Root following its creation during the Second War, was and is to provide the necessary shinobi force capable of completing the missions and tasks the average Konoha shinobi have become too weak-willed to do. To intercept, infiltrate, and if necessary, sabotage the village's enemy forces to prevent any possible attack and possible destruction, such as what has occurred from the surprise invasion from the traitorous Orochimaru and our supposed allies, Suna. That attack, as well as the night of the Kyuubi no Kitsune's sudden attack, is the very reason why I saw fit to force my own hand and reactivate my root program to try and safeguard our weakened home. As I may remind everyone, Konoha was still weakened following the aftermath of the Third War. The Kyuubi's attack only served to further weaken us. As I said, my hands were forced. Secondly, Sarutobi, who has grown tired and distracted following his forced reinstatement as Hokage, was blind to not notice the high tension in our alliance with Suna, as their lord sent more missions to us instead of his own village, greatly damaging their investments. Forgive me for speaking ill of the deceased, but Sarutobi was a fool to trust Suna so easily and to believe they would not act on their anger. While he followed the foolish belief that peace could be achieved with friendship, I, on the other hand, saw the reality for the truth it was. However, when I brought my thoughts and concerns to Sarutobi, he ignored them. His old age has made him ignorant of the truths happening around him. He was too late to realize them, and paid for his mistakes. He said, making Tsunade shake in rising anger. Yes, I ordered Root to capture Uzumaki Naruto, but not for my own wishes, as much as it's hard to believe Tsunade, but the village's. We all know, very well, of the boy's personality. He is childish. Quick to anger. Reckless. A ticking time bomb we cannot afford to have. Unlike many here, I have read the mission reports provided by John and Hitaki. He ignored the glare from the narrowed-eyed Kakashi. More than once, the boy had summoned forth the beast's power during his missions under bouts of anger, in the very presence of his teammates and squad no less. How could we possibly trust that the boy would not lose himself to the beast's influence? He was still untrained. A loose cannon. Should he have fallen prey to the Kyuubi, he would very well cause the destruction of Konoha and her people. At worst, right in the center of the village. No, that is something I could not allow. As such, I saw fit to do what Sarutobi and you yourself were too blind to do. Under my watch, Uzumaki would have learned to cast off his emotions as a true shinobi should. He would have learned to properly utilize the Kyuubi's power and use it for the sake of the village, not his own. Do you honestly expect me to believe that? Tsunade shouted. We all know what you would have done with Naruto. You would have made him into a mindless, obedient drone. A weapon. Your weapon to use to become Hokage. You hold such little faith in my loyalty, Tsunade. Whether it is you who is on that seat or I, we both do what we can for the village. The difference between us, however, is what we are willing to do for Konoha's survival against the other villages. Danzo stated, his tone firm as he narrowed his eye at the slug princess. You mean turning children into emotionless tools? Sucking the very will and soul out of them until they become your ultimate shinobi? I would never allow you to do that to Naruto. Tsunade exclaimed, pounding the table, cracking it more. Danzo grunted. Your feelings for the boy blind you, Tsunade. Whether or not you care for him is irrelevant to the reality of the world. Whether the victory has been gained or not, we are always at war, and so we must always be prepared for invasions and attacks. Whether they come from outside the village walls, or from within. The boy held the strongest of the Biju. His current growth was a waste. As the two argued back and forth, the rest of the council watched and listened silently, their thoughts shifting by the words from either side. As much as they didn't want to say it, some of them had to agree with Danzo. Konoha has gone through several wars, and even in the so-called time of peace, they would be idiotic to settle their arms and weapons. They already paid for it already with the losses of their beloved Hokages, the fourth with the Kyuubi attack, and the third with the Suna Sound invasion. While it might look like it, the village was in a pretty bad state. Even with the few alliances they gained, they would be unable to survive should Kumo or Iwa, still agitated and tense after the wars and attacks of the past, decide to team up against them. Not to mention that the two villages still held 2 Jinchuriki each. Should such invasions were to happen, even worse with their beasts. The clan heads doubted in Konoha's survival, even with the aid of Suna, who was also weakened from the invasion on top of its years of mission loss, and Taki, a minor village with less manpower compared to a major one. However, there were also those in the council that disagreed with Danzo's method. While it can be argued that Uzumaki Naruto's performance as a shinobi could be labeled as unorthodox, it can't be denied that his unconventionality helped save their home during Orochimaru's invasion when he went up against the one-tailed sand demon. He was even the one who convinced Tsunade to return and take on the Hokage mantle. The clan heads also thought about his friendship with their children, and while it was never stated outright by then, the parents felt that Naruto seemed to unintentionally inspire them to get stronger, to be better. After all, if the dead last of the academy could get so strong in such a short amount of time after graduating, what did that say about them? Even Hiyashi would admit that the boy aided his clan in more ways than one, albeit unknowingly. Especially his oldest daughter and nephew. Neji, following his match with Naruto in the Chunin exams, and the reveal of the truth concerning his father, has greatly turned in attitude, losing his cold outlook on life, now displaying a much warmer and open side with a burning fire in his eyes. As for Hinata, well, there was no secret of the girl's affection and awe for the boy, and while shy in personality that sometimes had Hiyashi at conflicting feelings, he knew that in the girl's heart, she too held a fierce fire and desire to get stronger, like Naruto. Seeing everyone debating amongst themselves, Danzo closed his one eye, humming to himself. Was my action one of rushed consequence? Admittedly, yes. I had believed the boy to be too tired to resist. However, do not think that the end goal was for my own benefit. As I stated, all that I do is for the prosperity of the village I love. I had known that if my decision was brought before you, Tsunade, with your biased negativity towards me and my methods, you would do all in your power to fight against it. Wasted time we could not have. As such, I was forced to make my own actions to ensure the end route I saw best, he said, getting everyone's attention as they looked at him. Tsunade, Kakashi, and the clan heads all narrowed their eyes at the route leader. Danzo, Tsunade hissed, glaring at the silent man with the fury of Kyuubi itself. What did you do? Opening his eye, Danzo looked straight at Tsunade. I have personally traveled to the capital of the Land of Fire, and met with the Fire Daimyo in regard to Konoha's security and military. In the end, he agreed with me on all accounts. Given his disappearance, Uzumaki Naruto is to be labeled as a missing ninja with an on-site capture order, and to be brought back to the village, where he would begin his re-education and training to better serve his role as Konoha's Jinchuriki. The room fell silent. All eyes on the bandaged man, wide in shock, none more so than his fellow elders, Homura and Kaharu. You did what? Kaharu shouted. Her compatriot could only plop back into his chair, his face in utter disbelief. The whole half of the long table shattered under Tsunade's furious punch. Lop Earth, North America, San Angeles, Hartford Mansion. So, how are you going to contact the other rangers? Mac asked as he and his father stood with Rita out in the mansion's garden. He was a bit confused, as the former sorceress of evil stated that she needed to speak with all of the rangers, both on and off-world. Looking at him, Rita held a small amused smirk. How else? She said, holding out her hand. In a small flash of light, her staff appeared in her grasp. With magic, of course. Mac just nodded dumbly. Of course. As well as something I was given to aid in contacting all past rangers. Rita said, holding out her other hand. With a swirl of light and magic, a large orb appeared on top of her hand. It was about the size of a basketball, glowing with a mystical shine. Clear white in color with a shifting mix of rainbow colors as well. Whatever it was, it made Mac shiver. However, it wasn't an ominous feeling he was having. It was comforting. Familiar even. It almost felt like he knew what this feeling was, but couldn't put his finger on it. Mac, Andrew called out, noting something. Your morpher. Blinking, Mac took out his morpher from his back pocket, raising a brow when he saw it was glowing a red glow. What the? Allow me to explain, Rita said, getting the father-son duo's attention. This, she held up the orb, is a special crystallized piece of the morphin grid, she revealed, to their surprise. The morphin grid? Crystal? Andrew questioned, dumbfounded. Rita nodded. Yes. With it, I can set up a link to all who hold a connection to the grid, all known Power Rangers on Earth and out, whether they still have their powers or not. But if they no longer have their powers to become Rangers, how could they still be connected to the grid? Andrew asked, knowing from Tommy that some of the past Rangers lost their powers in their final battles against their villains. Rita smiled softly at the man. They only lost the connection between their morphers and the grid. The grid has always remained connected to their hearts and souls. It is as they say. Once a Ranger, always a Ranger. Wow, Mac muttered, surprised by that. To think a Ranger's connection to the morphin grid was so strong. Looking at the morphin orb, as she dubbed it, Rita nodded. It's time to call on the Rangers, she said, turning about, holding the orb high up. As he watched, Mac couldn't help but ask, so, how exactly are we doing this? Are you going to, like, summon them here? Or hear their voices? Before Rita could answer, the orb began to glow brightly, its shine blinding the humans as they were forced to cover their eyes. Unbeknownst to Mac, his morpher also began to glow brightly. Lop Reefside, the sound of wheels crunching over grass and gravel was heard as a black Jeep pulled up to a lone house on the side of a forest. The door opened and a dark-haired man stepped out, phone against his ear. Yeah, I heard of the mixed martial arts being held here in a few months. I was told Connor was thinking of entering, wanting to make sure his skills in fighting are still good. Me? Nah man, I'm not as young and limber as I once was, haha. I mean, I still go to the gym and dojo when I can. Never know when trouble comes around. Really? Well, it'd be awesome to see you and the others again. Let me know when you guys come to pick you up. Awesome. Hey, gotta go. Just got home. Alright, talk to y'all later, Jason. See ya. Ending the call with his old teammate, rival, Tommy Oliver reached into the back of the Jeep, pulling out his duffel bag. Holding it over his shoulder, he headed to his house. Seeing a discarded bicycle laid out on the front lawn, Tommy shook his head fondly with an eye roll. That kid. He muttered, knowing his sometimes forgetful son was the culprit. Grabbing the bike and placing it beside the front steps, Tommy headed in. JJ. You gotta stop leaving your things in front of the house. Oh, sorry Dad, it's all right. Just don't forget next time, bud, he replied back. Placing his bag down against the wall, he headed to the kitchen to get a drink. Once there, he smiled as he saw the back of his lovely wife, humming a tune as she cooked dinner. I'm back. Looking over her shoulder, her long brown hair shifting smoothly in the air, his wife smiled at him. Welcome back. How was the workout? She asked. Stepping up, Tommy wrapped his arms around her waist, hugging her as he pecked her on the cheek. Exhausting, Kim. Kimberly Hard Oliver hummed, leaning her head away as her nose cringed. I can see and smell, she commented, making Tommy chuckle. Ah, she slapped his hand away before he could grab a piece of meat on the cutting board. I'll call when dinner is ready. Go wash up. Giving a joking pout, Tommy nodded. Yes ma'am. He grumbled, with another peck. He headed towards their room, leaving his chuckling wife. As he gathered his clothes and headed to the bathroom to shower, Tommy paused from his place in front of the cabinet beside his bed. Hesitating for a moment, he closed the top drawer, before opening the bottom one, staring into it as he gazed at the contents held within. Most of the objects in the drawer were unimportant. However, the one that held his attention stood out more than the rest. There, where it's always been at the corner, was a small metal safe box, dark gray in color, with a three-dimensional lightning bolt design engraved on the top. A fond smile grew on his face as he placed his clothes to the side. Reaching into the drawer, Tommy pulled out the box. Sitting down on the edge of his bed, Tommy rubbed his hand over the box top, his fingers tracing the lightning bolt. His smile grew, memories playing in his head. His urge compelling him, Tommy put in the code into the case's digital padlock, unlocking the box. Opening the lid, he gazed at the items inside. Items of his past. All of his old, deactivated, and pretty much destroyed morphers from his many years of being a Power Ranger, one of Earth's many secret protectors. The Power Morpher with the Dragon Power Coin, Tiger Power Coin, and Falcon Ninja Coin at one corner. From his time as the Mighty Morphin Green Ranger and later the Mighty Morphin White Ranger. Honestly, the items looked very beaten, looking incredibly roughed up and ready to break or turn to dust. The Morpher looked like it imploded on itself, a large crack running through its front, while the Tiger and Falcon coins were all broken in half, the power they once held in them, gone forever. The Dragon Coin, on the other hand, looked to still be stable, if a bit aged, having been formerly given to his clone, or doppelganger more like, Tom Oliver, who after managing to make amends with the original, decided to stay back in the past in old colonial Angel Grove, watching over it for any trouble as a secret Power Ranger. Imagine his surprise, when one day he received an old-looking letter, being told it was given specific instructions to be given to him exactly on a specific day, in a specific year, on a specific location. Talk about being in a Back to the Future movie. The letter turned out to be from Tom, who expressed his hope that Tommy lived a good life and found happiness, explaining how Tom had also lived his life protecting the people of the past, even managing to start a family. Tommy, of course, tried to not think about it too much, or the implications of this being my own grandfather situation. Anyway, with the letter, Tommy found the Dragon Power Coin, with Tom expressing that he felt it would only be right that it was returned to him. Shaking his thoughts away for now, Tommy looked at the Zeonizer with the red Zeo sub-crystal beside it. From his time as Zeo Ranger V5, red. While the Morpher itself looked to be intact, just deactivated, with the crystal having lost its once luminous glow, now looking dull and lifeless. Finally, the Brachio Morpher and the Black Dino Gem. From his last official time as a Ranger, the Black Dino Ranger. By comparison to the other Morphers, the Brachio Morpher and Dino Gem still remained intact, with the Black Dino Gem still holding some power within it. Just as he had the power of the gem within himself. The power of invisibility. However, his Morpher had its connection to the Morphin Grid severed after the final battle with Mesogog. Although his old friend Haley offered many times to try and re-establish the link. He always rejected it. He was officially retired from Ranger duty, especially when he had his family to think about. However, he knew deep within, should trouble ever come knocking, he would always be ready to take up arms again. And he'd be proud to stand with the new generation of Rangers along with the former students he fought alongside as the Dino Thunder Power Rangers. Not to mention all the past Rangers. Looking back into the box, the only one that was not there was the Turbo Morpher and key from when he was the Red Turbo Ranger, as he had given the power to TJ Johnson, who himself, while having lost his Ranger powers, had a robotic duplicate who shared the power, as strange as it sounded. But compared to everything he faced, it wasn't the craziest. He couldn't help but chuckle a bit while thinking back on the life he lived. All the twists and turns. Meeting the girl who'd eventually become his wife. All the friends he made. All the incredible things he bore witness to. Becoming a leader. Even becoming a teacher himself. For both high school students and for a new generation of Power Rangers. It's been quite the ride. Tommy thinks to himself. He looks back into the drawer and sees Kim's box containing her own Morpher and coins. He smiled, knowing Kimberly shared his nostalgia about their Ranger pasts. However, together, they had both agreed that the past ought to stay in the past, and that it was better to look toward the future. Especially after the birth of their son. Speaking of which, he heard his son talking with his mother in the dining room, making him nod his head. He didn't regret his decision. His time as a Power Ranger was long over, and he had full faith in the new Rangers, and any more than came, to keep the planet, and the people in it, safe from any threats. With a smile, he's about to close the box, but froze when he sees his Ranger gear beginning to suddenly glow their respective colors, making him blink in surprise and confusion. "What the?" he asks out loud, exclamation mark. Suddenly, everything turned white. Lop meanwhile, far far away from Earth on an unknown planet, in an unknown galaxy, within what appeared to be a city in ruins, was a barely standing castle. Within its dark interior, a dark vortex opened up, an unseen wind blowing away dust and sand across the stone floor as Lord Zedd stepped through it. Scanning the area, Zedd growled in irritation, his mask lens glowing. "You're gone for a few decades and everything falls to dust." He grunted, annoyed. Sweeping his head away in anger, Zedd stomped through the darkness of the chamber, the metallic clanging of his staff hitting the ground echoing out. Approaching a large stone throne in the center, Zedd sat down with a huff. "HMPH, I suppose the state of my fortress is inconsequential." He lifts his hand and feels the center of his chest, a violet light glowing as he feels the dark crystal pulsing within him, its power coursing through him. "All that matters now is regaining my full strength and more, and at last finishing what I began so long ago." "Please, stop this." Growling, Zedd stood up, his eye lens glowing red. "Silence. Your mere existence is a mockery to all I have accomplished in the past, centuries of conquest and victory, to lose it all to defeat by humans. If not for that fool Rita's incompetence and her accursed love potion that twisted my mind, I would have destroyed those damn rangers and conquered Earth easily. It's all her fault." "Don't you dare talk about my wife like that," Zedd scoffed. "And just what do you plan on doing about it, Freddy? Soon, your lingering existence shall be extinguished by the dark crystal. No more shall I hear your insufferable voice. Just hearing it gives me a headache. So, human, to think, you or me. Trust me, I wish I wasn't. The things I've done, we truly were a monster." Lord Zedd began to chuckle darkly. "Yes, we were, and I shall be again." Stepping away from his throne, Zedd moved towards an opening at the side, stepping into a balcony, and gazing down at the ruins of his once glorious and fearsome empire. Gripping the stone rail, cracking it, Zedd began to cackle, the glow of the dark crystal shining on his chest. Dark violet energy began to surround his form, the glow of his lens turning purple, as the dark crystal began empowering him. "Soon, my power shall rise anew, and the galaxy, the cosmos, the whole universe will fear the name Lord Zedd once more," he shouted out into the emptiness of the planet. "No, no. Rita will stop you. Her and the Power Rangers," Fred shouted from within Lord Zedd, defiant against his old self. As the glow dimmed down as he gained control over his short outburst, Lord Zedd gained a hidden smirk under his mask. "We shall see." While admittedly, Lord Zedd knew his chances against the new and much more powerful Rita were not good, given his weakened state, Lord Zedd was confident in his victory in the end. All he had to do was plan his moves carefully. Turning around, he stepped back into his castle. "I must regain my power quickly, preferably before Rita locates me. Energy. I need to gather more dark energy. If the legends of the Dark Crystal are true, its power to absorb dark energy will empower me more than I could ever have imagined." The knowledge of the Dark Crystal was few and limited, its existence formerly having been only in myth. He will need to test it. Stopping in the center of the room, Lord Zedd leaned his head upward, staring at the ceiling above. Staring into the cosmos beyond, and at the nearby planets. Once more, Zedd's lens glowed an ominous violet. "Ha ha ha, I am quite hungry, let's go out and find a snack." Lop back on Earth, unknown location. When Tommy opened his eyes, having closed them when that blinding light appeared, he looked around in confusion. No longer in his bedroom, Tommy found himself in an unknown location, the surroundings having no objects or anything solid, and instead, it was all a constant swirling, shifting mess of colors. It was quite nauseating, really. Tommy, eyes widening, the Ranger veteran spun around, finding his wife behind him, looking just as surprised at their surroundings as him. "Kimberly. Where are we?" Kim asked, looking around, tense and concerned, the latter being for the possible whereabouts of their son, given she was just speaking with him when the flash of light happened. If her husband and her were teleported away, it meant JJ was home, alone, and no doubt worried sick. Looking around with narrowed eyes, Tommy kept his guard up. "I don't know. Just stick close, and be ready for anything." "Tommy. Kimberly." Suddenly, the two adults went wide-eyed, hearing a familiar voice. Turning around, the two were shocked to see some familiar faces heading their way. "No way. Jason. Zach," Tommy called. Kimberly had a large smile grow on her face. "Trini, Billy." As the rest of the original Mighty Morphin Ranger reached the two, they all shared hugs and handshakes with each other. Guess our reunion came sooner than planned. Zack jokes, getting chuckles and laughs. Billy smiled, nudging his glasses. Talk about unexpected forces. Tommy looked at his old rival. Any idea what's going on? He asked the first Red Ranger, getting a headshake. Your guess is as good as mine. I was discussing the trip with my wife 1 minute, the next, I'm here. Trini nodded. Same for Zack and I, Billy hummed in thought. Given our past connection, odds are this could be something Ranger related. What for, I'm unsure yet. Whatever the case, be ready for anything. Jason said, immediately switching to leader mode. The group nodded. Dr. O, once again, Tommy's eyes widened, hearing a familiar voice. Turning his head, a wide smile spread on his lips, as the man saw 4 other adults heading towards the group. Connor. Ethan. Kira. Trent. I can't believe it, you're here, too? Approaching the first team of Dino-themed Rangers, 4 adults in color-centric attire smiled at their old teacher and mentor. Tommy and Kimberly smiled as they met their approach, the woman greeting what she thought of as the spiritual successors of her old team, having met her husband's students at their high school graduation. At the time, she shared a laugh with Tommy at the Dino Thunder Ranger fitting the whole teenagers with attitude shtick. With a wide smile at reuniting with his students, Tommy turned to his old friends. Guys, let me introduce you to my former students, Connor McKnight. Connor, formerly the Dino Thunder Red Ranger, smiled at them, holding a hand up in greeting. Hey. Ethan James. Ethan, Dino Thunder Blue Ranger, nodded with a smile. Sup, he said, getting some chuckles. Kira Ford Mercer. Hi. Kira, Dino Thunder Yellow Ranger, said, nodding. Trini and Zack smiled at her, having listened to her music. And finally, Trent Mercer. Hello. Trent, Dino Thunder White Ranger, greets. They're my old students I told you about. Realizing what Tommy meant, Jason smiled at the younger team. Nice to meet you, he said, shaking Connor's hand. Connor returned the smile. Likewise. Ethan stared at Jason for a moment, before gasping, getting everyone's attention. Ethan pointed at Jason. What a minute, I remember now. You're Jason Lee Scott. The first Red Ranger, he stated, making his friends go wide-eyed as they also connected the dots. Jason smiled at them, chuckling. Yeah, I was. I was also the Zeo Gold Ranger, he said, not really bragging, but enjoying remembering his past. No way. Kira muttered, looking at the other MMPR members. You guys are the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Trini smiled at her. That's right, and you guys were the Dino Thunder Rangers. Nice to meet you guys. You guys are legends, Trent said, making Billy chuckle, rubbing the back of his head. Not really legends, I'd say, he said, humbled. Jason nodded at Connor. Tommy told us all about you guys. You guys did great work for your hometown. Connor smiled, feeling proud hearing that from the first ever Red Ranger. Thanks. It means a lot coming from you. Mind if we joined this party? Hearing a voice, followed by the sounds of many steps approaching, the group was shocked to see a large number of people approaching. Seeing where the voice came from, Tommy was the first to speak after the surprise. TJ Johnson, the second Red Turbo Ranger and later Blue Space Ranger, smiled along with some familiar faces, as more and more past Power Rangers exchanged introductions, with the feeling of amazement being felt at the knowledge of how many Rangers there were in one location. This feeling was especially felt by those who hadn't had the chance to meet other Rangers before. I can't believe what I'm seeing. A tall black man with short dark hair in a blue shirt muttered in awe as he looked at the large gathering happening around him. Beside him, a woman of Asian features wearing a pink shirt nodded in equal awe. This is just incredible. To think there were so many Rangers. A woman with long blonde hair had a wide excited smile. This is amazing. She practically squealed in excitement. She turned to a tall man, who stared at the older Rangers with an equally surprised, but controlled expression. Did you know there were other Rangers on Earth, Jaden? The old leader of the Samurai Rangers looked at her, nodding softly. I knew of the existence of other Rangers from the news, but never had the honor of meeting any of them before, besides Scott as we all remember. His best friend shared Emily's large smile. This is fantastico. Antonio cheered, spreading his arms out in excitement, nearly hitting Mike. Dude, watch it. the Green Samurai Ranger told him, dodging an arm swipe. Emily looked at her friends. "Let's go introduce ourselves," she said, and before anyone could say a word, she grabbed Mike's arm and proceeded to drag him towards the other Rangers. Hey. Don't pull so hard." Nodding in agreement, Mia looked at the guys. "Well, let's go," she said, walking towards the nearest Ranger she saw, Kevin following right behind. About to follow them, Antonio paused, seeing Jaden staying at his spot. "Jaden, you coming?" Jaden held a hand up. "I'll be right there, you go on ahead," he said, making the Gold Ranger nod, leaving his friend alone. Or so he thought. Turning his head, Jaden smiled as someone approached him. "Hey sis," he said, greeting his big sister. The true heir of the Shiba clan smiled happily at her little brother. "Hey, Jay," she said, embracing him happily. After so many years of being apart from her brother to focus on her training to master their family's simple power to take down Master Xandred, Lauren enjoyed any and all time she had with Jaden to make up for the lost time. As past Rangers enjoyed their reunions and new meetings with fellow heroes, one Ranger shared the same feeling of awe. "I've never seen so many Rangers before," Mac muttered, looking at all the Power Rangers in their civilian forms, though he found it easy to figure out their Ranger colors by the given hint in either their attire or some other hint. It seemed that even when outside of Ranger duty, a Ranger always felt the need to represent their color in some form or another. When Rita said she needed to talk to all the past Rangers together, this was not what I was expecting, he thought, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. He wished his father came with him, seeing that it was apparently Rangers only. Honestly, a Ranger reunion party was the last thing he expected. "Oh my God. Guys. I found him." A familiar voice got his attention. Turning, the former android smiled when he spotted his old team heading his way. "Guys. It's been a long time," he said, catching the happy rose as the former Pink Overdrive Ranger practically leapt at him. He returned her embrace, chuckling as the smaller woman tried to squeeze the air out of his new lungs. "Oh, it's so good to see you again," Rose said, finally pulling back as she smiled at the man. "How have you been? How's your dad and Spencer?" "They're great. They miss you all," Mac said, sharing a fist bump with Will. "Will, how's the security business?" The former jewel thief chuckled, shrugging. "A lot of museums seriously need to update their security," he joked, getting a laugh from the former Rangers. Nodding, Mac turned to Ronnie. "Hey, saw your latest race. Great victory." The top racer smirked, shrugging. "It was easy, not as exciting as driving a Zord, I tell ya." "I bet," he said, before turning to the Blue Ranger of the group. "Dax, how's the directing business going?" The former stunt actor turned aspiring director grinned widely. "It's going awesome. I even helped with some top hit movies. Oh. You guys gotta keep an eye out for Zombies of the Lagoon too, trust me, you'll love it." Rolling her eyes at the excitable man, Ronnie turned to Rose. "How about you? How's the teaching gig?" Rose shrugged. "Not bad. Classes go, and students change, but hey, after you saved the world, it's a nice peaceful thing to do," she commented, getting nods of agreement. Mac then turned to the team's only alien ranger. "Tyzon. How are things?" he said, shaking hands with the Mercurian Ranger, who smiled at his friends. "Never better. Corona and I managed to find a wondrous location to build a home near the ocean. You guys should come to visit sometime." The others nodded, agreeing. All were happy to see one another, to discuss their lives after defeating Flurious and the peace they each enjoyed. Hearing their tales, it made Mac happy for his team, for their happiness. However, it also reminded him of the new threat to that peace, making him frown. Looking around at all the Rangers around him, he wondered what would be the reaction to Lord Zedd's return. Especially given Rita's warning to be told. "I really wish this big get-together was under better circumstances," he thought to himself, knowing that pretty soon Rita would make her appearance and tell everyone of, quite possibly, the greatest threat to Earth to come yet. As if knowing that the time for happy talk was over, ever the first to step up, Jason spoke up loud enough to be heard by everyone. "Not that I don't appreciate and enjoy meeting so many Rangers, but does anyone know the reason for why we are all here together?" "I can answer that, dear Jason." In a flash of light, Rita showed herself, much to the surprise of several Ranger teams, none more so than the mighty Morphin and Mystic Rangers. "Rita, Jason asked. Mystic Mother, Nick Russell, the Red Mystic Ranger, called, surprised along with his fellow Rangers and parents as the sorcerers all stared at the most powerful sorceress ever. Rita smiled at the large gathering. Hello Rangers, it's a pleasure to see some familiar faces, and to see some new ones. However, I'm afraid this meeting is not one with good fortune. A great threat has revealed itself. However, this time, Earth is not the only planet in danger, but perhaps the whole universe. Narrowing his eyes, Tommy stepped up to stand beside Jason. What's the threat this time? We've all seen just about everything. From aliens to mutants, to robots, to dinosaurs, to wizards. Whatever the threat is, powers or not, we are still Rangers, and we won't let this evil threaten everything we love. He stated strongly, getting nods of agreement from all the other Rangers, all with the same look of determination on their faces. Even if most have lost their Ranger powers, they weren't just going to stand by as their home was threatened. Seeing such strong determination in the gathered people, Rita smiled proudly. This planet. Always so surprising, these humans. She thought before her frown returned. While I must commend you for your bravery, I'm afraid it's not as simple as you might believe. What do you mean? While she wasn't sure who exactly asked that among the Rangers, Rita knew everyone was curious. Closing her eyes, she let out a heavy sigh. An old enemy has risen from the grave, Rangers. A threat not seen for many years, she said ominously, opening her eyes to stare at the former Rangers with a grave look. Lord Zedd has returned. Chapter 2. Gathering. Lop Elemental Nations. Konoha, Leaf Hospital. The sound of aggressive eating rang through the hospital room as Choji went wild through bentos and bentos of food, thanks to his concerned mother who had requested his teammate Ino bring them to him. Such a delivery wouldn't be so hard for the kunoichi, if they weren't by the wagon full. She literally had to carry her own weight with how heavy the large boxes were. There were enough to feed several teams. She was only glad she had some of the Akamichi clansmen help her carry them. Said girl could only watch on, an expression of disgust on her face, as she watched the bedridden, former big boy stuff his face. She would have thought that after years of being friends with the Akamichi, not to mention the months spent being on the same team as him, it would have made her more tolerable to the big-boned teen's eating habits. She was wrong. And Sakura called her a pig. Still, if this is what it takes to get Choji back to how he used to be, I'll endure it. Once a rather round young teen, Choji was currently looking more like a mummy with how skinny he was. While the thought of Choji being thin would have been something Ino would have liked to see, being to the point of the ribs being visible was something out of her worst nightmare. Talk about a health emergency. Damn it, Choji, slow down, would you? You just got out of surgery? She scolded, concerned for her friend's health outweighing her disgust. She really didn't know the specifics of Choji's injuries, but according to her father and Choza, whoever Choji faced while rescuing Sasuke forced the genin to use some sacred Akamichi clan technique that left his body in a pretty bad state. Enough that he needed to have his clan's elders oversee his healing and surgery. And seeing the aftermath of said technique, she could now see why it was an emergency-only thing. Beside her, sitting on a chair, Shikamaru sighed, shaking his head. It wasn't surgery, Ino. The Akamichi sacred pills turned Shoji's fat into chakra, empowering him temporarily. Unfortunately, the side effect left his body severely drained. Even worse considering it's the first time Choji ever used those pills. Said the Chunin, looking at his best friend with barely hidden worry, his clenched fists hidden under his crossed arms, trembling. What he didn't say was that the drawbacks of the pills drained not only Choji's chakra severely, but also the biomass in his digestive system to extremely dangerous levels. For an Akamichi, to be completely depleted of their stomach contents, as well as the biomass within their muscles, left them inches away from death. It was incredibly fortunate that the Anbu showed up to retrieve Choji when they did. From what he was told, the doctors had to pump Choji's stomach with enough smashed food materials to keep him alive long enough for his chakra to recharge back up. Honestly, Choji eating himself into a balloon was more for his benefit to regain whatever strength his body needed. Pausing his snacking, Choji looked up from the bento, nodding at Ino. Swallowing, he smiled at the young mind walker. Yeah, Ino. I'm fine. Nothing like my Ka-san's food to help me return to 100%. He cheered, returning to eating, making the blonde sigh, shaking her head. Good grief. Oi, Choji. How about sharing some of that? I'm starving. That food smells a lot better than this disgusting hospital food. Along with Choji, Kiba also shared the room. Laying on the bed placed next to the Akamichi, Kiba was also recovering. While not as messed up from the mission as his friend, Kiba had to have his body healed and checked over by not only his clan but also by a Hyuga, considering the report of his enemy's ability to somehow merge and control his body like a puppet. Such a strange ability was dangerous, and considering he was one of Orochimaru's minions, Tsunade didn't want there to be any leftover surprises inside his body that could allow for it to be controlled by anyone other than him, or worse, unknowingly controlled by the enemy Sannin. Right now, with his body bandaged up, with an equally bandaged and resting Akamaru on a pillow bed beside his bed, Kiba was glaring annoyingly at the Akamichi, a growl sounding from his stomach signifying his hunger. His brow twitched as he watched Choji go through box after box of food like a man possessed. Seriously dude, share. Swallowing, Choji turned to Kiba, giving an almost teasing smirk. Sorry, Kiba. No can do. I need all the strength I can get. You could at least spare a rice ball, you bastard. Munch. 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 Asterisk rolling her eyes, Ino looked at the last occupant of the room, lying in the last bed near the door. Either through his strict surgery or exhausted state, Neji was somehow slumbering through all the noise. How the hell can he sleep through all this? She muttered, raising a brow at the sleeping Hyuga. That food smells pretty good. I'm feeling pretty hungry myself. I'll need to remember to visit an Akamichi restaurant once I'm discharged. Neji thought to himself, playing possum as he tried to block out the chatter happening and instead concentrate on his recovery. Shikamaru groaned lightly, shaking his head, so troublesome. Growling at the stubborn Akamichi, Kiba huffed, crossing his arm. Fine. Keep your stinking food. I'll just wait till I'm out of here to go to the barbecue joint for some grub, he stated, a large grin spreading across his face. It's only right to celebrate us completing our mission in dragging that bastard Sasuke's ass back here. Ino glared at him. Don't you dare call Sasuke-kun a bastard, you mutt. She shouted at him, getting a glare aimed back from him. Why the hell not? It's his fault the three of us are in the state we're in. He's the one who tried to desert his village to go run off toward that snake, Orochimaru. He's a traitor. He was probably just being compelled by that snake, or he was captured. Sasuke-kun would never willingly run from his home. PFT. Yeah right, ever since the Chunin exam, Sasuke's been acting weirder and more brooding than usual. He practically reeked of dark intentions. Guy knew what he was doing. Joke's on him though, all he got in the end was getting his ass kicked by Naruto of all people. Huh. Wish I was there to see that, Kiba exclaimed, laughing. As Ino was growling like a beast, looking seconds away from jumping at the dog user to unleash her full fury, Choji paused in his eating, looking up at Shikamaru, brow raised. Speaking of which, how is Naruto? I'm assuming he at least had some injuries in stopping Sasuke. Shikamaru frowned, thinking. Actually, I wasn't told anything about him. All I was told was that Sasuke was successfully brought back. They didn't tell me how Naruto was, or where he is. Finally breaking her death glare at Kiba, Ino huffed, crossing her arms. Knowing that idiot, he somehow escaped the hospital to go drown his face in his disgusting ramen. She said, gagging at the thought of eating such greasy food. Shikamaru hummed, pondering. His mind also went to that call his father got about a council meeting. He wondered if it was about the retrieval mission. Suddenly, everyone's attention went to the door as it opened. Stepping in, Team 10's sensei, Sarutobi Asuma, was seen as the bearded man smiled at his three students. Behind him, the forms of Team 8 and Team Guy with their senseis followed after him. Choji, how are you feeling? Asuma asked his student, getting a smile from the boy. Great, now that I'm eating. Rolling his eyes good-heartedly, Asuma turned to Shikamaru. Approaching him, he placed his hand on the Chunin's shoulder, smiling proudly at him. Great job on your first true mission as a Chunin, Shikamaru. And a successful one at that. Looking away, Shikamaru sighed, though had evidence of a faint smile. It was nothing but troublesome. Asuma chuckled, patting the teen's shoulder. Well, get ready for more like those. He teased, getting a groan from the Nara. Great. Meanwhile, Team 8 and Team 9 approached their bedridden members. Hinata frowned worriedly as she looked at both her teammate and cousin. Kiba-kun. Neji Nisama. How are you two feeling? Canceling his attempts for rest, Neji sat up with a small groan. Healed or not, sore muscles needed time to heal properly. Letting out a breath, Neji smiled welcomingly at the heiress, nodded in greeting. I am well, Hinata-sama, he said, appreciating the girl's kindness, while also fighting down the feeling of guilt, recalling his past treatment against her in his misplaced anger. I still have much to atone for. It is thanks to Naruto and Uncle that I now know that my anger was wrong. No matter what, I will make up for my treatment of you, Lady Hinata. He mentally swore as the female Hyuga smiled at him, glad. Kiba huffed, crossing his arms. Speak for yourself, Neji. I'm starving, mainly because someone wouldn't share their food, he states, shooting a glare at Shoji, who either ignored it or didn't notice, having returned to finishing off the last few of the bentos he had. Looking at Kiba, Hinata smiled, holding up a bag she had with her. I thought you two would be hungry, so I got you some food, she said timidly, reaching into the bag, pulling out 2 bentos. Seeing them, Kiba cheered, thanking the girl. Awesome. Thanks so much, Hinata. You're a lifesaver. Equally grateful, Neji bowed as much as he could. I am honored, Hinata-sama, he said, making the girl blush in embarrassment at being bowed to, waving him off. Behind her, Kurenai smiled at her adorable student's kindness. Just then, Lee popped up beside Neji's bed, making more than a few of them yelp in surprise as the junior green beast gave his teammate a wide, glinting smile and thumbs up. Neji-kun. Congratulations on succeeding in defeating your sound nin opponent. Your flames of youth burn as bright as the sun. He shouted happily, until Tenten smacked him upside the head with a twitching brow. Stop screaming, would ya? We're in the hospital, for Kami's sake, she scolded, glaring at the sheepish taijutsu user as he apologized. The bun-haired girl's glare then increased in intensity down on him. And you're not off the hook yet, mister. You're still in trouble for immediately running off to back the boys up so soon after your surgery. You're lucky you didn't break your bones again. Getting up, Lee rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry, Tenten, he said, getting a scoff from the weapon mistress, knowing her teammate well enough that it wouldn't be the last time he does reckless things. Thankfully, before she could call him out on it, Guy stopped her, placing a hand on her shoulder. Now, Ten-kun. Let us be grateful that everyone in the team made it back safely. He told her, smiling. Crossing her arms, Tenten looked away, huffing. Chuckling, Guy turned to the Hyuga of his team, his expression turning serious. Neji-kun. No matter your recovery, I want you to take the next few days to rest up. Same with Lee-kun. You both have gotten your first true taste of the dangers of life and death, true shinobi battles, and for that you are just a bit wiser. Learn from your battles, and think about how you can improve yourselves to get stronger. What you have faced is a true first-hand experience in Chunin class missions. While you might not have gotten promoted, I hope this shows you what you will experience once you do. He stated firmly, with Kurenai and Asuma nodding in agreement at their students, looking just as serious as Guy. As Guy said, Shikamaru. Learn from your actions. Review your mistakes so you can train to improve them. You're a Chunin now. No more lazing about. It's time to get serious, he told his student, making him frown, but nodded. He knew very well that the mission could have just as easily turned bad. Very bad. It was only a miracle that no lives were lost amongst the team. His hands clenched, the worst-case scenario making a shiver go down his spine. So troublesome, but he's right. I was lucky. Next time might not be so. I'll need to speak with Tusan. I need to get stronger. I have to get stronger. Kiba groaned as he accepted the bento box Hinata offered to him. If Chunin missions are like that one, I'd hate to go on a Jonin mission. He grumbled, opening the box to eat. Neji hummed, eating. It was truly a different experience compared to the average C-rank missions we used to take. So this was how upper-rank missions are. Fascinating. The difference in confrontational situations against true enemy shinobi compared to mere bandits and the occasional low-rank missing ninja has no comparison. I'll have to up my training. Picking up her bag, Hinata frowned as she looked at the remaining bento inside it. She looked around, not seeing the person she wanted to give the bento to. Is Naruto-kun in another room? She wondered. She had been hoping to see him and know of his state of health. She wasn't the only one to notice the orange-loving Genin's absence. Where is Naruto-san? I had thought he would also be present. If not for recovery, at the very least to check up on his comrades. Shino questioned, nudging his shades. Ino frowned, also noting the lack of someone else. Forehead's not here either. Sheesh. I know you guys aren't her teammates, but she could have at least checked up on ya. She commented, crossing her arms at her friend's rudeness. The Jonins frowned, recalling that they had not seen much of Kakashi either. Lop unknown location meanwhile, miles away, a young girl stood along the riverbank of a quietly flowing river coursing through a forest. The girl hummed a little tone as she skipped happily down the grassy path, a short fishing rod in her grasp. Behind her, a few feet away, a man and a woman followed after her, walking side by side. The man, muscular with a shaggy beard and short dark brown hair, carrying a large straw basket on his back, with the woman, long brown hair swaying in the breeze, holding a picnic basket in her gentle grasp. Walking shoulder to shoulder, the couple smiled as they carefully watched after their happy daughter. Miyubi, don't run too far ahead of us, dear, the mother called out. Looking over her shoulder, the young girl with shoulder-length dark brown hair with bow-tied pigtails smiled. Hi, she sang before proceeding to continue skipping on, making her mother sigh, while the father gave a chuckle. Now, Amaki. She's not in any danger. As long as she stays in sight, and doesn't get too close to the riverside cliff, she'll be fine. Her husband said, making the woman shake her head. As a mother, I have a right to worry, Kenshi. Not when she takes after you so much. She said teasingly, making her husband sweat drop, chuckling sheepishly, getting what she meant. As her parents conversed, Miyubi continued on her way, eventually reaching her family's usual fishing spot, a bank opening into the river, with a sand-gravel beach for people to be able to stand closer to the river to catch fish. It also helps those who like to stand on gravelly riverbeds to practice catching fish by hand. Taking her sandals off, the girl carefully stepped into the wet gravel, keeping an eye out for any sharp stones. Her parents wouldn't be happy if she accidentally cut herself. Giggling at the feeling of the cool water between her tootsies, Miyubi took a few steps closer to the passing river as she waited for her parents to get there. Unfortunately, she wasn't old enough to try and catch fish by herself, as they feared her being accidentally pulled into the water, again. So, she settled for watching the fish swim past with a big smile on her face. Behind her, she could hear her parents getting closer as she watched a rather large-looking fish go by. Ooh! That one looks like a good one to catch, she commented, looking over her shoulder. To-san, hurry. I'm coming, Miyu-chan, Kenshi said jokingly as he helped his wife set up for the picnic. Pouting at her father for taking his time, Miyubi turned back to the river. Just then, something caught her eye, something shiny as light reflected off it and struck her vision, forcing her to squint from the glare. Using a hand to try and block off the glare, Miyubi tried to peer through her fingers at what was causing the light to hit her eyes. Blinking, the glare hitting her eyes dimmed enough for her to see. She spotted something floating down the river, heading towards her. As it got closer, she bent down, holding her hand out as the object got closer. Once it was within reach, she picked it up from the water and took a look at it. Huh? She muttered, staring at the object. She recognized it as a headband usually worn by the shinobi that would sometimes pass through her small village. Who would throw away a headband? She muttered curiously, staring at the swirl-like design on the metal plate. Did you say something, Miyu-chan? Kenshi asked, approaching her. Looking over her shoulder, he blinked. What's that you've got there? He asked, gently taking it from her grasp. A headband? Where did you get this? He asked his daughter. Miyubi pointed to the river. I saw it coming down from the river. He raised a brow. Really? Did a shinobi lose it? He muttered, staring down the river in the direction the headband came from. Miyubi also looked up at the river, also wondering. Blinking, Miyubi squinted her eyes. Did she see something? The young girl tilted her head, seeing what looked like a dark shadow sailing their way. To-san, I think something's coming, she said, getting her father's attention, as he looked at her, then back at the river. Soon, he too noticed something in the water. As he squinted his eyes, he didn't notice Miyubi take a few steps closer to the mysterious object. Soon, the object floated closer, enough to give the two a better visual. What the object turned out to be made the girl let out a sharp, startled cry. There, floating along the river, was a body. Whoever they were, they had their back facing out of the water, with the rest being sunk in, with only what looked like a torn orange attire being seen. "To-san!" she cried, frightened, quickly running behind her father, with the stunned man standing frozen, unsure of what to do. He's lived long enough to know that this was no doubt the possible corpse of a shinobi, having seen more than his fair share of them throughout his years. He only wished his daughter didn't see her first while she was so young. Still, as the body was about to pass him, he debated on what to do. On one hand, he could simply allow it to go on while he took his family either home or to find another spot to catch fish. On the other hand, he could do the righteous thing, and at the very least give the poor soul a proper burial. Whoever this shinobi was, they at least deserved that much, right? Feeling the firm grip of his daughter's hand on the back of his pants, Kenshi made his choice. With a grip on the body, Kenshi pulled it out of the water, feeling stunned and horrified to learn that the shinobi was just a young teen. It also made him feel both saddened and disgusted, for someone so young to die so soon. Kami, poor kid. Lifting the teen up into his arms, Kenshi carried him towards his stunned wife, who quickly pulled Miyubi to her side, allowing Kenshi the space to place the boy down on the picnic blanket, stepping back to get a good look at him, as the family gathered around the mysterious shinobi. As Kenshi thought, it was a boy, looking to be in his early to mid-teens. He had wild, messy blonde hair, the brightest hue Kenshi's ever seen really. He had strange markings on his cheeks, looking like the whiskers of a cat. His clothes were tattered, really nothing but torn rags, looking like he went through a hurricane, along with cuts and bruises showing on his skin through the holes on his shirt. His skin tone seems to have yet turned pale, making the parents figure that he had no doubt just recently gone through some kind of big fight. "By the Kami," Amaki muttered, giving the poor child a small prayer, sharing her husband's sadness that someone so young lost their life. Miyubi frowned, looking at her parents then back at the teen. While she didn't fully understand what was happening, being only at the age of 8, she had a feeling that the teen wasn't feeling good. As Kenshi spoke with Amaki on what they'll do to give the shinobi a proper burial, Miyubi slowly approached the teen. Kneeling down at his side, she looked closer at him. Her attention drew to the marking on his cheeks, her young mind desiring to touch them out of curiosity. Slowly, she lifted her hand up, moving it towards his face. Slowly and ever so carefully, her fingers inched closer and closer outside her parents' field of awareness. She bit her lower lip as her fingertip crawled close, bit by bit. Soon, they were about to reach their prize. When? Cough. Cough. Ah. Ah. With a series of startled shouts, the family of 3 all fell backward, tripping over their feet and legs, as the previously thought to be dead shinobi suddenly began coughing violently, rolling to their side, vomiting gallons of water from his lungs. Cough. Cough. Asterisk continuing to cough as air refilled his lungs, the blonde groaned, rolling to his back, groggy eyes opening halfway, staring up at the blue sky. Said eyes rolling to the side, he looked at the shocked family as they stared wide-eyed at him. "Sorry if I scared you. I've been having a shitty day, Dadbeo," the shinobi said, groaning, before his eyes rolled to the back of his head, falling back to unconsciousness, leaving the stunned family. Lop unknown location with the Rangers, Lord Zedd is back? How is that possible? We thought Zordon's energy wave eliminated all evil in the galaxy. Jason exclaimed, joining the other cries of disbelief, shocked to hear that the Rangers' old enemy had truly returned from the proverbial grave. Listening to all the mutters and cries of shock, confusion, and disbelief, mostly from the mighty Morphin, Zeo and Space Rangers and all those who took part in the United Alliance of Evil's universal conquest, Rita could only sigh before she held up a hand to try and calm everyone. Thankfully, after a minute, everyone began to simmer down, allowing her the chance to speak. "I can understand your confusion and surprise, Rangers. Trust me when I say that I went through the same feelings as well. Freddy and I both thought that our past lives had been long behind us. Sadly, it would seem that fate had other opinions." Excuse me? Yeah, hi. A voice called out, making everyone turn their heads to stare at a man with short shaggy dark brown hair wearing a yellow shirt and black pants with his index finger held up into the air. "Hey, Question. Who's this Zedd guy? he asked, having a confused expression, before he winced as a woman with long pale blonde hair beside him punched him on the shoulder. Don't be an idiot, Dustin. Remember, Lord Zedd was an alien conqueror that fought against the first team of Power Rangers a long time ago. How can you forget, when it was all over the news back then? She scolded the pouting man, while another man with them, dark-tanned skin with short dark hair, chuckled softly at his friend's expense. Sheesh, Tori, sorry, I forgot, Dustin muttered as he rubbed his shoulder to smooth the pain, while the former Blue Wind Ranger simply rolled her eyes at him. Smiling a bit in amusement at the team, Rita then focused back on the task at hand, turning to the whole gathering. The reason for Lord Zedd's resurrection has to do with my husband accidentally coming upon a certain crystal, she explained before she turned towards Mac, nodding to him. Mac, can you explain to everyone what has happened? Blinking in surprise at being put on the spot, Mac looked around as all the Rangers turned in his direction. Sure. Well, Clearing his throat for a moment, Mac nodded, holding up his hand. Hey, name's Mac Hartford, Red Overdrive Ranger. Well, I was with Mr. Neilrod during an archaeological dig when some workers came upon some strange crystal buried in the earth. We were investigating it when Mr. Neilrod went closer after the ground under him on the fine's edge gave way, bringing him closer to it. There was this bright flash of light, and the next thing I knew, Lord Zedd was there. I tried to stop him when he started attacking, and at first, I seemed to hold the advantage, only for him to start kicking me around. Honestly, I thought he was going to kill me, when Rita, here, appeared, scaring him off. Hearing the tale, Tommy hummed, turning to Rita. What is this crystal? How could it bring Zedd back? Rita frowned, turning to him. What Freddy found is known in legends as the Dark Crystal. Legends have it that the Dark Crystal was created from the gathering and crystallization of all the darkness and negative energies from the whole universe. Sorcerers and masters of magic believe that it served as the antithesis of the very energy wave Zordon unleashed all those years ago, the collection of all the evil he was thought to have destroyed, all gathered into a single crystal. If that's true, then Zordon's sacrifice was for nothing. A man muttered angrily, clenching a tight fist so hard it shook. A woman beside him placed a hand on his shoulder, Andros. It is my theory that the dark power of the crystal affected Freddy, taking hold of whatever remnant of Lord Zedd was still within him, empowering it enough that it overtook and possessed Freddy, swapping his being for Lord Zedd. A woman with shoulder-length blonde hair standing beside Andros frowned. It brought back the darkness buried deep in his heart. She muttered, lifting a hand to grasp her pink and purple mix-colored shirt over her heart, an uncomfortable feeling crawling down her spine, long since buried memories resurfacing. Jason frowned, not liking the news as he crossed his arms. So Lord Zedd is really back. Rita nodded. Yes, but he is still weakened at the moment. Though for how long, I'm not sure. If the stories of the Dark Crystal are to be believed, Lord Zedd will eventually regain his former strength, and more, as he absorbs even more darkness from living beings and planets, empowering himself. We'll stop him before that happens, Cole Evans, Red Wild Force Ranger, said with his team nodding in agreement, along with all the other Rangers. That's right, Connor said, looking at everyone. I know some of us might not be able to morph anymore, but powers or not, we're still Rangers, and we won't let anyone destroy our planet. As more and more Ranger teams agreed, Rita smiled at everyone. Tommy stepped forward, getting her attention. We stopped Zedd before, we'll do it again. We'll take him down, and save Fred. He told her, making grateful tears gather in the sorceress's eyes. Closing them, she took a deep breath to gather herself. Once she did, she looked at everyone. I thank you all for your offer to stop Zedd. However, I'm afraid that Zedd's target might be more than just this planet. Knowing him as I do, he will seek to conquer the whole universe as he did so long ago. Only this time, his power will become too great for just one team of Rangers to handle if not stopped in time. It'll take all of you at once to beat him. Adam Park, former Second in Black, Zeo Green, and Green Turbo Ranger, frowned. How? Many of us lost our ability to become Power Rangers. Rita smiled, shaking her head. While it might be true that you can no longer morph, the power gifted to you to become Rangers has never truly left you. That power has always been deep within you this whole time. And that power is what the universe needs to stop Zedd. But how? Kimberly asked. By passing that power to the ones chosen to stop Zedd's evil, Rita said, surprising everyone. Tommy raised a brow at her. What do you mean? Before I learned of Zedd's return, I had a vision. Within that vision, came a glimpse of the future, and a single sentence echoed through my mind. Rita said, closing her eyes in remembrance. When people shed tears when the universe falls into the hands of the heartless, saviors chosen by the shining stars, chosen by the will of the cosmos, heroes of justice and bravery, will appear to save the universe. She then opened her eyes, looking at the listening gathering. These words were spoken to me by beings of mighty power and wisdom. Rita speaks the truth. At the sudden, booming voice, everyone tensed. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, temporarily blinding everyone. After a moment of regaining their sights back, they opened their eyes, only to widen them as they stared at 3 new occupants at the location. They were rangers, but different. Standing right in the middle of the large group, what appeared to be 3 Power Rangers stood before them. However, their bodies seemed to be made up of constantly shifting, crackling energy, with the same thing being said about their appearances. These Rangers depicted the colors of red, blue, and yellow respectively, yet their forms constantly shifted between the different incarnations of the Rangers throughout the years. Mighty Morphin. To Dino Thunder, to Samurai, to Zeo, to Wild Force. So on and so forth, these beings shifted between Ranger forms of their respective colors. Who are you? Tommy asked, staring in awe at these beings. The mysterious red being stared at Tommy, their form taking that of the Mighty Morphin Red Ranger. We are, the Emissaries 3. Are you gods? Cole asked in wonder and awe, feeling the wave of energy emitting from the 3. No. The blue emissary, in the form of the Blue Samurai Ranger, spoke. We are not gods. We simply follow and obey the will of the Morphin Grid, tasked with keeping the grid balanced and controlled. The yellow emissary said, in the form of the yellow Zeo Ranger. And most of all, uncorrupted. The red emissary said, now the red Dino Ranger. The Morphin Grid is the endless stream of life and light throughout the universe and beyond. It stretches across space and time. The power it holds is endless, as long as life and freedom remain throughout existence. Lord Zedd threatens that balance, and therefore threatens the grid. His return is a paradox not meant to occur. What do you mean? Jason asked. The red emissary, Red Lightspeed Ranger, turned to him. The existence of the Dark Crystal was never meant to be on Earth. This error in foresight had escaped our notice, and as such threatened the time stream and all life in existence. As such, the grid has seen fit to go against its own placed rules, and changed history to ensure that the stability and balance of the universe are upheld. The blue emissary, Blue Jungle Fury Ranger, said. Together, the 3 beings held up their hands. The environment around began to warp and shift, taking everyone by surprise. Shifting from a mass of colors, the area became that of deep space, shining stars clattering the darkness around them. Silently, everyone watched as the stars began to glow brighter and brighter, before lines began spreading from them, connecting to each other, and forming images. Those are the constellations, Billy pointed out, as everyone stared at the star images in awe. Just then, the constellations began to glow with color, from red, to blue, to pink, green, orange, and so on. Suddenly, the glows blinded everyone as they shielded their eyes. Groaning from the light, Tommy tried to gaze through it, blinking when he faintly saw figures standing within the light, their appearances shadowed. Breaking from the flow of time, a never-before-seen team of Power Rangers has been chosen to protect the universe and all life throughout the stars from the approaching darkness never before met. Residing on a far-off planet, these chosen warriors will meet various challenges and turmoil that will put their hearts to the test on whether they have what it takes to become heroes. Soon, the light vanished, and everyone found themselves back in their previous space. Tommy looked at the emissaries. What can we do to help? Chapter 3. Shadow of the Leaves Lopped Konoha, Hokage Tower. Behind her desk, Tsunade sat. However, she was not currently at work on paperwork or anything. In fact, said papers were currently splattered all around the floor, having been angrily pushed off by the irritated Cage shortly after returning from that accursed council meeting. Just thinking about the events of the meeting, and all that she had heard of what that bastard Danzo had done made Tsunade grit her teeth in fury. Oh, how much she wanted to murder the Warhawk right then and there. Unfortunately, said bastard had immunity from his position as elder, preventing her from unleashing her righteous fury. And to top it off, she had to hear a plethora of excuses coming out of the mouths of both Mitokado and Utatane on how they had no knowledge of their fellow elders' actions. She had half a mind to call their bullshit. But she knew how sneaky that fossil could be. Even go so far as going right over his fellow council members' heads. Honestly, between Danzo and Orochimaru, Tsunade didn't know which one was the true snake in the grass. Good Kami. How could everything turn out so wrong, so fast? She muttered to herself through her hands covering her face. Hearing the sound of something being placed on her desk, Tsunade groaned. Shizune, if it's more papers, I'm throwing you out of the window, she threatened, slowly lifting her head up. To her surprise, it wasn't more paperwork. Instead, a tall bottle of sake stood before her. Her eyes rolling up, she stared at the dark-haired woman who gave her a soft smile, her eyes holding great sadness and understanding. Silently, the Sannin returned her sad smile, accepting the drink as her apprentice placed 2 cups on the desk. For a couple of minutes the two women shared a silent drink, both lamenting about the unfortunate situation their favorite knucklehead was put in. If he was still alive, that is. And honestly, given his current placement as a missing ninja to be captured and dragged back for Danzo's corruption. They were unsure if they wished he truly was dead just to be free from this nightmare. What are we going to do, Tsunade-sama? The medic finally asked after a moment of silence. Placing her cup down with a hard thud, Tsunade sighed heavily, looking at her apprentice with tired eyes. Her eyes gently moved to behind Shizune, staring at the hanging portraits of the past Hokages. Lingering on the portrait of Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage. Naruto's father, she wondered how Minato and Kushina would have taken the news of their own son being labeled as a missing ninja to be turned into Danzo's pet. Oh, who am I kidding? Kushina would not hesitate to try and rip Danzo in half. Minato would likely let her without a fight. She thought, closing her eyes, idly praying to her deceased predecessors and clansmen, both Senju and Uzumaki, to give her strength. Honestly, I don't know, Shizune. Naruto's label as a nuke is approved by the daimyo himself, along with him being to be turned to Danzo upon his capture. It'll be hard to set up an argument against him. It could very well mark me on the act of treason. All we can do is hope that if Naruto is alive, he runs. Shizune frowned. There has to be something we can do. Gritting her teeth, Tsunade angrily scratched her head. Damn it. I don't know. Damn that Danzo. When the hell did he talk to the daimyo? How have I not heard of it beforehand? Maybe Jiraiya-sama can do something. Isn't Naruto his apprentice? Isn't there some rule about forced action against a high-ranking shinobi's apprentice? Shizune said, begging. Tsunade clicked her teeth. Against the order of the Lord himself, laws can only bend so much. Still, you might be right. There has to be something we can use to thwart Danzo's plans. I'll send an immediate message to that pervert to return to the village right now. I'll also call for Shikaku. We'll need that Nara brain of his to think up plans to keep Naruto safe. Shizune nodded in agreement before a thought came to her. Should we also inform Naruto's friends? Maybe they can also help? Tsunade frowned, crossing her arms as she sat back in her chair. Perhaps, although I'll have to speak with the clan heads. Given that the kids are all heirs, something like this, going against the daimyo, it's on tense grounds. We could all be labeled with charges of high treason, she said, before letting out a heavy sigh. First the Uchiha brat tries to run off to Orochimaru, forcing me to send off a team of fresh Chunin and a bunch of genin, and now Naruto's on the metaphorical chopping block while he's missing. Things are really hitting rock bottom, aren't they? Frowning, Shizune stood up from her chair, moving around the desk to place a comforting hand on her teacher's shoulder. I'm sure things will get better, Tsunade-sama, she said, though her tone didn't hold much belief in her own words, having a feeling things were going to get possibly worse before they got better. Tsunade's frown deepened, looking up at the Hokage pictures. I hope so, Shizune. I really do. Just then, a knock came from the door. Tsunade frowned, not in the mood for visitors, and was about to tell whoever it was to go away when the door opened and the clan heads entered. Tsunade and Shizune watched as Sume, Hiyashi, Shibi, Shikaku, Choza, and Inoichi gathered before her. Can I help you? The blonde woman asked, raising a brow. Shikaku stepped forward, sighing. Hokage-sama, we need to talk. Konoha Hospital. Sasuke's room silence filled the room with the air being so tense it could make the windows shake. The only sounds that could be heard were the occasional passing steps outside the room and the ticking of the clock on the wall. Only 2 occupants were in the room, though neither currently looked at the other, one unsure of what to say, while the other just wanted to be alone. Haruno Sakura frowned, staring at her hands placed on her lap, fingers interlocked in a tight grip. She bit the bottom of her lip, taking a short glance at the silent Uchiha sitting on the bed before her. For a moment, she opened her mouth to speak but quickly shut it, looking away. What could she say, when the last time the two spoke to each other was on the night the Uchiha first attempted to abandon the village, leaving everything and everyone he knew behind? Leaving his team behind. Leaving her behind, and he did so without a second thought, right after he knocked her out. But now, he's back. Brought back by their other teammate, the so-called dead last, and loser of their graduation class. The one everyone thought to have no skill whatsoever. The one everyone underestimated. Now they knew better. For it was that so-called dead last who managed to bring back their runaway golden boy, as was stated by Kakashi. That reported victory left an impact on the two, making them think hard about it. To Sakura, it meant that he kept his promise to her. He did what she was too weak to do, and stopped Sasuke before it was too late. He did what he said he'd do and brought Sasuke back to her. It made her smile. Maybe I'll finally treat him to a date when I see him as a thank you, just this once. To Sasuke, however, it meant that once again, he was beaten in power by someone who was supposed to be weaker than him. No, since their mission in Wave, Sasuke knew Naruto wasn't weak. Not after managing to defeat that false hunter Nin when he couldn't. Sasuke wasn't blind to Naruto's strength. He wouldn't have labeled Naruto as his true rival otherwise. No, Naruto was anything but weak. It was only the difference in their strengths that truly angered the Uchiha. The measurement between them. One he had once thought to be about equal, now he saw that the gaps may just be bigger than he thought. Just thinking about it infuriated Sasuke, making him clench his fists tightly. Naruto. How could you possibly understand? You never experienced losing your own family, having them taken from you by your own kin. Don't pretend to understand. I may not understand what it's like to grow up with a family, to lose them like you have. But you're part of Team 7, and it's like a family to me, damn it. That's why. I'm not letting you just run off to that snake. I'll bring you home. Even if I have to break every bone in your body to do it. Even with the power given to me, Naruto still managed to beat me, to stop me. Why? How is he always getting stronger than me? Sasuke. If you wish to kill me, get angry. Use that anger to get stronger. Strong enough to gain eyes like mine. Itachi said, his Sharingan eyes morphing into a new shape. Itachi, Naruto. Why do they keep getting so far ahead of me? What am I doing wrong? Sasuke mentally raged. His quaking hands clenched so hard he drew blood as his nails cut into his palms. Sasuke. Sakura, just be quiet, you're annoying. Her mouth snapping close with a flinch, Sakura kept her eyes down. The coldness in his voice made her eyes sting with gathering tears. Glaring at the bedsheets, Sasuke thought about what he should do now. What could he do? He highly doubted he would be able to try and escape again, no doubt currently being on constant watch. His chance to gain power from Orochimaru was lost. All because of that idiot. Why did he have to meddle? Why can't he understand that this is something I have to do? So you're just running towards Orochimaru? Don't be such a moron, Teme. He doesn't care about helping you. You want to get stronger, train in the village like you're supposed to do. You have a whole team that can help you. Stop being so blind and trust in the people around you. You idiot, this village isn't enough. I need true power to take on someone like Itachi, and only Orochimaru can get me to his level. Why? Sakura bit her lip hard enough to draw blood, her shoulders shaking. Why would you leave? What about Team 7? What about me? Sasuke stayed silent, merely raising his eyes to glare at the wall ahead of him, not giving his pink-haired teammate a single glance. Sasuke. Don't you understand what you were doing? Were you really willing to abandon everything? You wouldn't understand. Then explain it to me. Sakura shouted, her head snapping up to look at the Avenger, tears streaming down her face. Help me understand. Gritting his teeth, feeling his anger reaching its peak, Sasuke shot his gaze towards her, his Sharingan forcibly activated by his emotions with what limited chakra he had left in his injured body. How could you possibly understand, Sakura? He roared, making the girl jump, stunned by the fury in his red eyes. How could someone like you, who goes on every day all happy and carefree, possibly understand what I've endured? What I've lost? You could never understand people like me and Naruto. Who had been forced to live life with a hole in our hearts. A constant ache that can never be soothed. For Kami's sake, Sakura. Grow up. Stop living a fantasy and start being the fucking ninja you're supposed to be. Sakura sat there, silent, her eyes wide and overflowing with unending tears. She stared at Sasuke, who kept his fierce glare on her with the intensity of the sun, gritting his teeth hard enough to crack them. Stop being such an annoyance, and grow up. You will never understand me, Sakura, he hissed out. Without another word, Sakura shot out of her chair, causing it to fall back, turned around, and proceeded to run out of the room, her tears falling to the floor behind her. All the while, Sasuke looked after her, uncaring. Uncaring of how his words affected her. Uncaring if he broke her heart. Uncaring about anything. Not when his goal of getting stronger than Itachi had been ripped from his grasp. As he turned to return to glare at the wall, the sound of the door opening once more reached his ears. Yet he did not look towards it. He idly blinked, uncaring for Kakashi's presence beside him. The one-eyed Jonin stared at his student with a hard look. We need to talk, Sasuke. Lop Hokage Tower. Naruto's missing. Ino shouted, staring at the Hokage with wide eyes. Currently, her team and herself, along with teams Kurenai and Guy, were gathered before Tsunade with Shizune beside her, as well as the clan heads, all of them packed into the spacious room. The only ones not accounted for were Team Kakashi, who were excused for the moment with the Uchiha being technically under arrest in his hospital room. What the hell happened? Didn't Naruto bring back Sasuke? So how the hell could he be missing? Kiba demanded, before wincing as he held his sides, still having bandages wrapped around his form under his clothes. All the rookies had been unexpectedly called to the Hokage's office, and while he had given his own belief that those who were part of the mission to bring back Sasuke were going to get praised for their success, maybe a reward, he was not expecting what they were just told. Tsunade narrowed her eyes in a heavy glare, making the genin shiver. Thankfully, her glare was not aimed at them, but at the mental image of a certain warhawk. There was a complication in the climax of your mission. While Naruto may have successfully beaten the Uchiha when he tried to resist capture, he was unexpectedly attacked in his weakened state. Thankfully, he managed to avoid capture. However, pausing, she took a deep breath to control her anger, her hands clenching. Reports from Kakashi, who had arrived on the scene, stated that the cliff Naruto was on when he faced his would-be capturers broke, sending him falling into the ocean below before Kakashi could get to him. Hinata stood shaking, eyes widened, horrified. So. Naruto could be Dadia. Kurenai quickly held the young teen by the shoulders when she staggered on her feet. Hinata, the woman said sadly. Tsunade frowned at the grief-struck young woman. We don't really know. I for one know Naruto's faced worse, but given his reported no doubt weakened state at the time after going through multiple battles back-to-back, we just don't know. All we can do is hope he's alright, and that he winds up somewhere safe, she stated, her hands shaking at the mere thought of the worst possibility. She narrowed her eyes. However, I'm afraid things for Naruto are currently worse than I'd like. Asuma narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Taking a deep breath, Tsunade proceeded to give the occupants a paraphrased summary of the council meeting. Needless to say, no one was happy. A missing ninja? Ino and Choji both exclaimed, shocked. Neji narrowed his eyes in a glare. Why would the council agree to label Naruto-san such a thing when he was unrightfully attacked? It was not by his choice that he deserted the mission. That's right. This is complete bullshit, Kiba roared furiously. Simmer down there, pup. The council didn't agree to shit. Sume states with a harsh glare at her son, though she shared his anger at the situation Danzo put them in. Shikamaru looked toward his father. What happened? The elder Nara crossed his arms with a sigh. One of the elder councilmen, Shimura Danzo, apparently had a meeting with the Fire Lord without anyone knowing. Whatever they spoke about, the daimyo gave Danzo special permission to have Naruto trained under him. Unfortunately, Danzo's training methods aren't your normal routines. They're the type that will leave its victims nothing but soulless husks. Shibi nodded, knowing well enough of Danzo's root training and its aftereffects, given how he had been forced to give his adopted son, Torun, to the man years ago. While he hadn't seen Torun since, the connection between their insects had given him enough of an understanding of what Torun was going through. Not a day went by that he didn't regret his decision. Ino frowned, having a cold feeling in her gut. Why would this Danzo guy want Naruto? She asked, wondering why the man would need to get permission from the daimyo for Naruto of all people. The adults all shared a frown, unsure of what to say. Seeing this, however, Neji narrowed his eyes. He thought about Naruto, recalling all he knew about him, few as it was really. Something then clicked. Does it have anything to do with Naruto's strange chakra? He asked, making all those who knew of the Kyuubi tense, while the others looked confused. Naruto-kun's chakra. What about it? Lee asked. Neji frowned, keeping his eyes on the Hokage and clan heads. During our match in the Chunin exams, after I blocked all of Naruto's chakra points, I saw with my Byakugan a strange red chakra surrounding Naruto, popping his points free. I've never seen chakra like that before. It was powerful and dark. Thinking about it further, I vaguely recall having seen as if there was something in his chakra. It almost looked like a creature. The clan heads all looked at each other, frowning. Tsunade had a heavy expression on her face. Closing her eyes, she sighed. I have no choice. If I'm to ensure Naruto's kept safe and out of Danzo's grip, I need these kids to know the truth. Hopefully, they're smart enough to not hate Naruto. Kami, I hope so. All right. Listen up, she stated, a firm look in her eyes and a serious expression on her face as she leaned forward, linking her hands together. What you're all about to hear is extremely sensitive information. No one, absolutely no one, outside this room can know. Is that understood? All of the rookies were silent, standing at attention, almost nervous about what kind of information they were about to be given, but they nodded all the same. Staring at them hard for a moment longer, Tsunade nodded. Then I'll tell you all the whole truth. But I'd suggest you all stay close to the wall, because it's not going to be a pleasant story. And so for the next hour, Tsunade told the rookies the truth about the events of the Kyuubi's attack, about the 9 tails being sealed within Naruto by the 4th, explaining what a Jinchuriki is, as well as what that means for every village in the elemental nations. She spoke of Danzo and his limited personality and backstory, helping paint a better picture of the situation they were facing. She explained her theories about what Danzo might seek to accomplish through Naruto under his thumb. Most of all, she revealed the dark history Naruto lived through growing up as told to her by Jiraiya. During one of their drinking nights, she also spoke about the amazing accomplishments he faced when she and Jiraiya battled Orochimaru and Kabuto. Making sure the young ones fully understood that, no matter what Naruto held, he was not the Kyuubi, but the lovable, amazingly annoying genin they all knew. Needless to say, the young genin, plus one Chunin, were given a wide and shocking awakening about their idiotic blonde friend, learning more about him than they ever had before. For a moment no one spoke after Tsunade finished talking. Hinata backed up to the wall in disbelief, using it to keep herself standing, while the others stood still with eyes wide and unblinking. One thing was for sure, they were never going to see Uzumaki Naruto the same way again. An hour later, Tsunade sighed heavily as she tried to focus on the paperwork placed on her desk. After revealing the truth of Naruto's status as the container of the thought-to-be-dead Kyuubi, Tsunade, not quite so subtly, threatened the young shinobi to not think of Naruto as something he wasn't, before allowing everyone to leave, saying she would call them back when she was ready and had a clearer mind to come up with a course of action. However, with said mind a jumbled mess of fears, sadness, worry, and anger over the lack of knowledge of Naruto's current location, or his state of health, it was hard for her to do so. For the 100th time that day, she cursed Danzo and his shadowy actions. If it would not put her in a bad position with the daimyo and threaten her position as Hokage, something she needed to hold if she wanted to try and keep Naruto safe, she would have murdered that walking corpse when she had the chance. With her grip on the pen shaking, she did not care when it snapped in half. With a groan, She uncaringly tossed it onto the top of the desk, leaning back in her chair. How could everything have gone so wrong? She wondered. She questioned how Danzo had even managed to visit the Fire Daimyo without anyone even knowing. How could the Daimyo even agree to put Naruto under Danzo's so-called training? It didn't help matters when it's been made apparent that he did all of this behind the backs of his fellow elders. After his announcement was made, both Homura and Kaharu profusely informed her that they knew nothing of it. She was skeptical to believe them, knowing neither elders were particularly fond of her placement as Cage and occasional dismissal of their so-called advice. However, as reluctant as she was to admit it, she believed their word. It seems that Danzo tended to go behind even their backs at times. If Tsunade were to give her personal opinion, she believed Danzo to be even more of a snake than even Orochimaru himself. With Orochimaru, she at least had some idea on his methods and actions from their many decades together back when they were a team. With Danzo, she had nothing. That crippled man was a high definition of shinobi, always lingering in the shadows, planning, scheming. Even her Anbu had trouble catching onto any evidence of his scheme. Which begged the question, why reveal his so-called disbanded route so suddenly? His excuse for reinstating that group to Tsunade was absolute bull. Danzo always had a plan for his actions, always, so what was his end goal, besides having Naruto as a weapon? Narrowing her eyes, Tsunade swore that she would find out Danzo's plan, one way or another. Just then, the sound of sliding reached her ears. Instantly knowing what the source was, Tsunade turned her head to her side behind her, and lo and behold, her Gamma Sennin teammate was spotted climbing into her office like the idiot that he was. Now, normally her teammate's antics would always annoy but secretly amuse her. However, right now she was in no mood for games. Oblivious about the blonde Cage's inner peril, or of the passing events, Jiraiya casually climbed into the Hokage office through the window, giving her his goofy smile. "Hey, Haim. How are things? You haven't started getting wrinkles from the job, have ya?" he asked, not seeing her eye twitch as her anger grew hotter. Ignorant of that, Jiraiya scratched the back of his head with a laugh. "Sorry I haven't been around lately, had to check on my spy network. Also had to figure out a training plan for Naruto for when I take him on a multi-year training trip. Speaking of the brat, how is he? Still annoying the crap out of ya? Man, each day that kid reminds me more and more of Kushi." "Shut it." Instantly, Jiraiya snapped his mouth shut, freezing as he heard the ice-cold tone in Tsunade's voice. He was very familiar with an angry Tsunade. An annoyed Tsunade. A drunk, sad, infuriated Tsunade. But this was different. Looking at the woman, Jiraiya noticed the emotions in her eyes, the raging storm within them. A sight he had only seen 2 times before from her in his life. As fast as a blink, Jiraiya turned stone-cold serious. "What happened?" "Lop Konoha Hospital, Sasuke's room. We need to talk, Sasuke." Sasuke said nothing, not even sparing his former teacher a glance. He had nothing to say. He had no regrets about trying to leave the village and go to Orochimaru. If that snake could really grant him the necessary power to kill Itachi and make him pay for the complete murder of their whole clan, he would take it. Not to say he didn't wish his confrontation with Naruto didn't go differently. The memory of what transpired made his right hand twitch. The very hand that had pierced a Chidori right through his chest. If he was to be honest, to be truthful about his intentions, he didn't intend to kill Naruto. Beat Naruto until he could no longer try and stop him, yes, but not kill. Severing their bond? Out of absolute necessity, yes. If he was to truly accept the power given to him through the curse mark, to grow stronger to kill his brother, he needed to ensure that nothing held him back. To sever his connection to the village, to Team 7, to Naruto. To ensure that there would be no mental obstacles in his road to accomplishing his life goal. All options he would do and accept, short of fully eliminating his teammate. There would be no desired gain from it. Doing so would be following Itachi's advice. Gaining power through the murder of his closest friend. No. Not like that. He would not follow Itachi's path. Instead, he would find his own way in unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan. Unfortunately, doing so was easier said than done thanks to that knucklehead. That idiot. Why couldn't he have just let me go? Why did he have to be too stupid? Sasuke mentally raged, wanting nothing more than to find the idiot and choke the stupidity out of his brain. Impossible as such a task would be. As the Uchiha was in his thoughts, Kakashi silently stared at him, his lone eye narrowed as he also thought about what he should do. Sasuke's attempted desertion has made Kakashi come to realize the mistakes he had been making. Mistakes with Sasuke. Mistakes with Team 7. Mistakes with himself. He had been foolish to not only think that a scolding would have been all that was required to get the Uchiha to let go of his anger and jealousy, but also to leave him alone, where apparently he had soon gotten a visit by Orochimaru's forces. He should have known better. He should have been more cautious. His failure to keep an eye on Sasuke has allowed him to be persuaded into leaving the village. His failure had even extended to the following day when he had left for a given mission, foolishly trusting Sasuke not to make any rash decisions or get into trouble. He was such an idiot, and as such, paid dearly for it. Now, he may have lost not only one of his students but also the son of his sensei and older sister figure. He could just see the disappointed expressions Minato and Kushina had aimed down upon him from the paradise lands up above, along with similar expressions on his deceased teammates and father, all further pushing him down the ocean of guilt he sank in. Why can I only seem to get those important to me killed? Am I truly that cursed? He thought, closing his eyes to take a moment to breathe deeply to calm his nerves. He'll spend his day in front of the memorial stone, drowning in his negativity, later. Right now, he had to discipline his troublesome student. Back when I first decided to pass you 3, I gave you all a piece of advice. A mantra. A passage to hopefully live by. At the time, I had hoped you would all take those words to heart. To always remember them, burn them into your minds for the rest of your days. To let it guide you all down your paths towards becoming an exceptional shinobi to the village. Do you recall the words, Sasuke? He asked his student. So, he wants to be stubborn. All right. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Those words are not something I've simply decided to make up, Sasuke. They were in fact words passed on to me by a dear friend. Someone who, like how you saw Naruto, I saw as someone not worth my time. An obstacle distracting me daily with his antics, an annoyance. A loser. I was wrong to think that, only I was too late to realize it, when that friend decided to save me from being crushed, sacrificing his own life in the process. Because of my lack of focus, I lost someone dear to me, a valued ally and friend. The only thing I have left of him is his memory, and the eye he chose to grant me. He stated, finally getting a reaction out of Sasuke, as the team glanced his way out of the corner of his eye, making Kakashi give a short nod. That friend. His name was Uchiha Obito, one of your clansmen long ago. You want to know the ironic part? Even since that day, I constantly blamed myself for his death. I still do. I had always hoped to find some way to make up for my failure, to pay him back for his sacrifice. When the Uchiha massacre happened, and you were the only survivor, I had believed that if I could train the last Uchiha in Konoha, to be the teacher to you that Obito could have been had he lived, perhaps that would have made up for his death. As such, I focused my attention on you, training you as best I could. Maybe that was a mistake, he muttered at the end, his mind flashing back to the Chunin exam, and how he had unintentionally rejected Naruto's hopeful request for training, now realizing that he could have worded it another way, as while Naruto did eventually get training under Jiraiya, his actions as Naruto's teacher were less than grand. In my foolishness, I had imprinted Obito's legacy on you, making excuses to compare you with him. When in reality, you are more like me, just as Naruto was. Is more like Obito than I was too blind to see. Those words got a glare from Sasuke, who finally turned his head to stare straight at Kakashi. We have nothing in common, Kakashi, he hissed. Kakashi faced his glare, sighing. I beg to differ. Like you, I have lost several loved ones young. Losing them from events I was unable to prevent. Events I was too weak to stop. I've lost so many people. It's a miracle I can still function. I've lost my father, who took his own life after facing endless scorn for failing an important mission to save his own teammates, if you'll believe it. He even faced ridicule for his actions by the very teammates he saved, before being unable to handle the pressure and committing seppuku as a way to atone himself. He said, giving a hollow chuckle, recalling back to when he first discovered his father's body in their home, becoming a large part of his future trauma that shaped him into who he was today. A broken man. Then came the Third Shinobi War, where I've grown to view my teammates, who I've seen as nothing but obstacles in my duties, as true friends I could cherish. However, life is unforgiving, Sasuke. It is cruel and wicked. I've lost both my teammates, one because of my failure, the other by my own hands. He said, surprising Sasuke, who stared at the Jonin, whose shoulders sagged with revealed guilt, displaying an image not as the strong shinobi what known 1,000 jutsu, but a man who was weighed down by the sea of loss and weight of the whole world on his back. Closing his uncovered eye, Kakashi shook his head. Before I even reach adulthood, I've lost so many precious people. So many loved ones. It had become unbearable to handle. No sane human could. More than once I'd toyed with taking my own life, anything to make the pain go away. However, before I even could go through the act, I was saved. By my sensei, and someone I grew to see as an older sister. He said, smiling slightly at the memory of Minato and Kushina. In the darkest night, they have become my shining star, illuminating me. They saved me. They were there through all of my losses, comforting me with affection and words. When I had no one left, they became my last family. My anchor in life. Sasuke frowned, his mind through memories of his childhood, of the people of his clan he saw every morning. Of every dinner he shared with his family, tense as they were at times, but still enjoyable. He remembered the love-filled smile his mother would give him every morning. The subtle and few, but still proud-filling nods his father would give him when he managed to accomplish his training. Times Itachi would poke him on the head every time Sasuke would ask him for training or to take him with him when the older Uchiha had to leave on a mission. He then recalled when all those happy times would come crashing down when the night of the massacre happened. Recalling the feeling of shock, horror, and panic when he first came upon the endless corpses of his clan on the compound street. How the feeling only grew when he ran home, only to discover the bodies of his parents on the floor, Itachi right behind them, holding a bloody sword. The feelings of anger, rage, and betrayal he felt when Itachi told him that it was him who killed their clan, and why he did it. To test himself. Itachi killed their clan, their family, for power and to test himself. What I have is not a dream, because I will make it a reality. I'm going to restore my clan, and kill a certain someone. Recalling his own words the day Team 7 introduced themselves, Sasuke clenched his hands into tight fists. That's right. He was going to avenge his clan. Avenge everyone Itachi took from him. To make Itachi pay for what he has done. It was no dream, it was a life goal. Seeing the storm of emotions and thoughts his student was going through, Kakashi shook his head, wondering if it was too late to save him from the darkness. Sadly, Kakashi continued, getting Sasuke's attention. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi let out a heavy sigh. My life of loss didn't end. Because years later, the Kyuubi no Kitsune suddenly appeared, and attacked the village. He said, seeing that he had Sasuke's full attention, no doubt wondering where he was going with this. I won't bore you with knowledge you no doubt already learned in the academy. However, what you might not know, are of the many deaths and losses that occurred on that night. I don't think I've ever told you kids before, of my teacher. His name was Namikaze Minato. You know him better by his title, the Yondaime Hokage. He said, shocking Sasuke, whose eyes widened a bit. Kakashi nodded. That's right, and you very well know what has happened in the climax of his battle with the Kyuubi. The Yondaime gave his very life to defeat the beast. However, what many don't know is that another brave person also gave their life to stop the Kyuubi, a brave and incredible kunoichi. The one I had looked up to as a big sister. As such, on that night, I lost the last people precious to me. On that night, I truly became alone in this world. He finished, shoulder slumping, hands clenching. Sasuke sat there, silent, only looking at the masked man, understanding in his eyes. For all of their time together, Sasuke had never really known much of the Jonin apart from his name and legend. At that moment, he possibly knew more about him than possible many, if not every person in the village. He also could see what Kakashi meant about the two of them being more alike than he thought. Both have suffered great losses, enough that it destroyed their childish view of the world, at such young ages. Turning his gaze back to his lap, Sasuke stared at his hands, thinking over everything. Everything he just learned about Kakashi. Everything the man had gone through that had shaped him to who he was that day. A lone thought floated through his head, is that my future? It doesn't have to be. Kakashi spoke, getting a surprised look from Sasuke, wondering if his thoughts were too obvious. I may have said that we are very similar, Sasuke. But just because we have both experienced many losses, it doesn't mean you have to follow my example. It is not a pleasant road to travel down, Sasuke. It's one of the big reasons why I admittedly focused so much on you, training you more than I should. To prevent you from becoming like me. Sasuke. When I first met you, Naruto, and Sakura, I didn't think much of you three in the beginning. All I saw were a couple of children not ready for the lifestyle of being a shinobi. Honestly, at the time, I truly wanted to fail you three, if only to protect you from the horrors this life brings. However, when I saw the three of you willing to face consequences by feeding each other, I felt something. A chance of a new beginning that my old team wasn't given. Thinking about it, it honestly scares me how similar you three were to my old teammates and I, the prodigy, the smart happy girl, and the hyperactive knucklehead. I thought that this was perhaps my saving grace after all the loss I've endured. My second chance. Sasuke. Team 7 wasn't a burden to you. It was your strength. Your anchor from the darkness. You know that. Glancing away, Sasuke said nothing. However, the clenching of the sheets showed his battling emotions. Frowning, Kakashi shook his head. Every shinobi suffers through loss, Sasuke. What matters most is if you have the strength to decide. Will you find a source of light to lift you up from the darkness? Or will you allow yourself to drown in its waves? Think about it, cause you aren't going anywhere. With that said, Kakashi turned, making his way to the door. With a hand on the handle, the man paused. Just know this, Sasuke. You are not alone. No matter your actions, Sakura and I are still willing to be here for you when you're ready to allow your mask to drop. You forgot about the idiot. Normally, Kakashi would have chuckled at Sasuke's attitude towards his obvious rival. However, with the truth known, Kakashi didn't. Your actions have caused more than intended consequences, Sasuke. Because of threats in the shadows, Naruto is currently missing, possibly dead for all we know. With his piece said, the man walked out of the room, leaving behind a wide-eyed Sasuke processing the given information. Wait, what? Missing? What are you talking about? What happened? Kakashi, answer me. What happened to Naruto? Kakashi. Lop unknown location. Cabin. From her kneeling position beside the set mattress in the spare bedroom, Miyubi watched as her mother placed a freshly dampened cloth onto the whiskered boy's forehead. He hadn't regained consciousness since he coughed up all that water from his lungs. After her father brought him home to check his wounds, in which he proceeded to take off the boy's soaked jacket, pants and sandals while her mother got a fire started, the young girl watched silently as her parents checked the older boy over. Amazingly enough, the stranger didn't have that many injuries to clean. Apart from signs of a starting fever. No doubt from being in the cold water for who knows how long, the boy with the strange whiskers was in perfect health. However, they were unsure when he would wake up. According to her mother, the teen seemed heavily exhausted and needed a lot of rest. As her mother stood to check up on the teen's wet clothes, Miyubi stayed kneeling beside him, staring at him with curiosity and wonder. Where did he come from? Was he a shinobi? He had to be. He had a metal headband. And only ninjas had those. Was he in a fight? Was he strong? Did he fight strong bad guys? Was that why he looked hurt? Why did he have whiskers? Was he part cat? They were cute. She wanted to touch them. Could she? It was all right. Right? Just one quick poke. Her mama wouldn't know. It'll be really? Miyubi, don't stand over the young man. I need a fresh towel to replace the compress. So can you go get me one? Amaki asks her daughter while hanging the last of the boy's soaked clothes. Eep. Jumping back, her hand previously reaching forward, the embarrassed girl quickly stood up, her face dusting red. Hi. Mama. Moving quickly, she went and got a clean towel for the woman, still a bit red in the cheeks from being caught. Smiling a bit teasingly at her daughter, she nudged her head. Come help me take these clothes outside to dry. Following her mother, Miyubi paused at the doorway, glancing back at the slumbering teen. I wonder who he is, and where he came from, she thought, before running towards her mother. Unseen by her, under the blanket placed over the teen, a strange red glow emitted from his clenched right hand. Chapter 4. Darkness descending lopped Naruto's mindscape. With an annoyed look on his face, Naruto let out a huff, his arms crossed. Standing in an all-too-familiar chamber, reminiscent of a sewer or a boiler room. Not that he had ever been to one, only seen pictures from books. Naruto stood in the main setting where the cage-keeping Kyuubi looked up was. Currently, he stood with his back facing the cage, facing away from the most dangerous creature in all of the elemental nations. Why? So he didn't have to see that annoying smug look on the fox's face. I told you it would have been better to kill the Uchiha and be done with it, brat. Kyuubi stated, resting his head on his front paws, hands, dull and bored eyes staring at his container. Shut it. But no, you just had to be an idiot, like always, and be stubborn. Now look at what's happened. You got attacked and thrown off a damn cliff. You're lucky you're not shark food. I don't want to hear it, fox. I wasn't about to let Sasuke run off to that asshole snake. Who knows what Orochimaru would have done to him. All the more reason why you should have killed the red-eyed brat. A short-fused Uchiha is bad enough. Him with that grass serpent is a whole bomb that could break the world. Looking over his shoulder to glare at the Kyuubi, Naruto huffed. So what? I was just supposed to give up on Sasuke? Let him run off and abandon his home? A good Uchiha is a dead Uchiha. Well, fuck you. Sasuke is my friend. My best friend. I wasn't about to abandon him like he was nothing. I wouldn't have given up trying to save him even if he had managed to escape. Growling in annoyance, Kyuubi glared at the teen. This little man crush you have is really testing my patience with you, boy. The fuck did you just say? I don't have a crush on Sasuke. Say that again, and I'll kick your ass, Baka Kitsune. I'd like to see you try, you buffoon, asshole fox. Idiot ramen addict. You leave my precious ramen out of this. Everything went silent for a moment, the two glaring at one another, huffing. I still say you should have killed him. He already tried to kill you once. Who's to say he won't try again? Kyuubi stated, trying to get the fool to see reason. He didn't get it, didn't understand. But Kyuubi did. It sensed the darkness that lay in the Uchiha brat's heart. A darkness it had seen once before. It growled, thinking about him. Madara, that Uchiha brat is too similar to him. One monster is bad enough. The brat felt like a splitting image of him. Not just him either, there's also. Huffing, Naruto turned back around, sitting down, uncaring about the pool of water on the floor. Whatever, Baka Fox. Sasuke's my friend, and there's nothing you can say to make me say otherwise. Kyuubi growled, but didn't say anything, knowing nothing would get the idiot to change his mind. Why was he cursed with hard-headed prisons? Silent for a moment, Naruto shifted his thoughts elsewhere, focusing on the strange people who attacked him. By the order of Danzo-sama, you are to be captured and taken to him to be the weapon you are meant to be. Frowning, Naruto turned his head at Kyuubi. Hey, who's this Danzo guy that fake Anbu were spouting about? Opening a previously closed eye, having intended to at least take a nap only to be interrupted, Kyuubi glared at Naruto. How the hell am I supposed to know? It's the first time I've heard of him, same as you. Naruto frowned, having hoped for an answer. Come on. You have to know something, aren't you supposed to be all-knowing or some crap? You lived for a long time, Datbeo? Feeling his annoyance rising, Kyuubi growled. That doesn't mean I know everything or everyone, you idiot. I have never seen or met anyone named Danzo. Gritting his teeth, Naruto shot up to his feet. Then why the hell were those Anbu guys attacking us? Were they from Konoha? Or did they work for that Akatsuki group Ero Sennin told me about? What did that guy mean by being a weapon? Just what the hell is going on? Be quiet, you annoying bug. Kyuubi roared, having had enough of the brat's senseless whining. The force of the roar generated a mighty tunnel of air, hitting Naruto and sending him flying back, barreling backward through the air until he slammed against the far wall. Hitting the ground, Naruto winced, rubbing his head as he sat up. Ouch. Stop whining so much, and learn to figure out your problems yourself. Stop being so dependent on others for answers or power, and learn to survive on your own. Kyuubi scolded, growling at his pathetic container. Glaring back at the Biju, Naruto stood up. Well, excuse me for being confused about this shit. Not like I was expecting fellow Konoha shinobi to attack me out of nowhere after I just got done beating my idiot teammate and nearly dying a few times. Then being forced into another fight and falling into the freaking ocean and waking up Kami knows where. Excuse me, but I had a fucking long day, Datbeo. Oh cry me a fucking river, you brat? You think you had a long day? I have a long century? You cannot possibly comprehend all that I've endured? To be forcibly imprisoned and forced under someone's control over and over again. To be treated like some pet. Your anguish is nothing compared to my own, Kyuubi shot back. Gritting his teeth, Naruto refused to kneel over. Well, maybe you deserve it, after all the pain and destruction you've caused around the world. After all the deaths you've caused to my home. After all the pain I went through after becoming your prison. Why should I feel sorry for a beast said to be anger and destruction incarnate? Why should I ever feel sorry for a monster like you? Its eyes widening, Kyuubi felt something snap. R-A-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. With a roar that could have brought all of the land of fire to ruin, Kyuubi slammed hard against the gates of his cage with the force of a meteor. However, and unfortunately for the fox, the gates held strong and firm against the strike, repelling the beast. The backlash also caused a ripple of force and power outward, surging throughout the chamber and hitting Naruto, causing him to slam so hard against the wall behind him that his body dug through. Of course, the setting being a representation in Naruto's mind, it caused the whole area to shake, as well as giving Naruto the mother of all migraines. Gah! Naruto shouted, holding his head in pain, feeling like Choji used his human boulder technique and slammed down on top of his head. Both container and beast lay where they were, thriving in pain. You humans, such selfish creatures, Kyuubi growled from his place. Naruto was silent, too busy trying to rub away the pain in his head. You think of me as nothing but a mindless, savage monster. Do not think so highly of your race, child. I never asked for my cycle of imprisonment. To be used as nothing more than a weapon time after time. A weapon by the ones you hold oh so highly. Do you foolishly believe my actions are the worst ever done? Your incompetent race has done far worse in the past. You hold me accountable for a few hundred deaths? What about the millions of lives taken by other humans? The wars started by them. The innocent lives of children, taken on an order and whim. Tell me, Naruto. Who is the bigger monster? A massive creature with claws and fangs? Or a man or woman with the power to command the slaughter of humans and animals with nothing but a single choice? To lay waste to the land in an effort to assert their power and dominance, uncaring for the health of nature under their feet? Dropping down from the wall, Naruto frowned, sitting down with his back against the hard surface, thinking over the Kyuubi's words. At the boy's silence, Kyuubi scoffed, sitting up. Shaking his body to loosen himself after that push, Kyuubi laid back down. If not for this Kami-forsaken seal, I would have been as far from any human as possible. After the centuries of pain and imprisonment your kind had placed upon me and my siblings, you humans have truly proven to be the most dangerous creatures on this planet. Perhaps it would be a mercy to allow myself to die by your foolishness. At least that way, I'd at least get some freedom from your kind. Oblivion has to be a paradise compared to this. Sorry. Having closed his eyes to sleep, Kyuubi reopened them, his ear twitching. He looked at Naruto, brow raised. What? From his position, Naruto frowned, his knees against his chest. I said I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things. Truthfully, I can't possibly imagine what you've gone through. What you faced. You're right. Humans. We aren't really the innocent ourselves. There are a lot of bad people around the world. People who hurt. Who takes. Who uses others for their own selfish needs, Datbeo. He said, frowning as he thought about Gato, Doto, Orochimaru and Kabuto. Kyuubi was silent, listening. But I know there are also a lot of good people. People who are nice. People who are kind. People who can seem like a monster, but can actually have a caring heart. He said, smiling as he thought about the third Hokage, Konohamaru and his friends, Old Man Tazuna and his family, of Zabuza and Haku, and Gaara and his siblings. Raising his head, he surprised the Kyuubi as he smiled at it. Maybe, just as there are good and bad humans, there are good bijus. Kyuubi silently stared at the blonde teen, surprised by his quick shift in attitude. How in Kami's name does he go from cursing at him one moment, to actually apologizing and even believing that bijus were not all bad the next? I know my words won't make up for everything you've been through, and for that, I'm sorry for everything humans have done to you. Even if it doesn't mean much, I am sorry. Naruto said, the honesty in his voice hitting Kyuubi's core, and while it might not fully affect the endless ocean of his anger against humanity, a part of him did feel touched. This boy, a flash of an old man in white clothing, ringed eyes looking at him, a small but fatherly smile. Silently, Kyuubi stared at Naruto, as the blonde smiled a small smile at him, not like his usual goofy wide smiles, but an honest-to-heart smile. Suddenly, a red shining light grabbed both's attention. Blinking, Naruto looked at the source of the light, and saw it was coming from his hand, which he now realized was clenched tightly. Had it been closed that entire time and he was just now realizing it? Refocusing, Naruto realized his hand was clenched around something. Something hard. Willing his hand to open, Naruto looked at his palm, staring at the object in his grasp. It was a stone. A red stone. A red glowing stone. No, not a stone. It was crystal. It was cylindrical in shape, almost the size of the necklace he got from Tsunade, if a bit bigger. It had some earth clinging to some parts of it, but the jewel under the crust was in clear view. It emitted a strange red light that illuminated the whole chamber, yet wasn't bright enough to blind him. In fact, it had an almost hypnotic effect as Naruto stared at the crystal. Whatever this strange crystal was, and wherever it came from, those questions never rang through Naruto's mind. Instead, in their place was something else, almost like a voice, calling to him. From behind his cage, Kyuubi narrowed his eyes at the strange crystal in his container's hand. He was suspicious of it. Not because it would be a threat to his jailer, and therefore him, but because of the strange energy he was feeling from it. It was not malicious. The opposite, in fact, it was good, warm, comforting. Kyuubi didn't know if he liked it. It almost felt like Senju chakra he'd normally felt from that damn necklace the brat wore around his neck, but this crystal was different. The energy it held was stronger than that of the Senju crystal. By leagues. As the strange red light bathed Kyuubi, he growled softly, feeling his body tingle. It wasn't harmful, just strange. Noticing the trance-like state Naruto was in, Kyuubi narrowed his eyes. Oi, boy. Snap out of it, he called out, though to no effect. Kit. His roar worked as Naruto blinked. Huh? Shaking his head, Naruto leaned his head away from the crystal. What is this? He wondered, looking at Kyuubi. Wondering if the fox knew anything. Kyuubi hummed, looking at the crystal. I don't know exactly. All I do know is that it came from within the earth of the cliff when it broke, falling into your grasp as you fell into the ocean. Naruto blinked at that. Really? The cliff shook as it started to break, and still on top, Naruto's eyes started to close as the last of his energy left him. That's all I have, he muttered, his consciousness leaving him. Brat, don't you dare fall asleep, brat, Kyuubi shouted, but it was no use. As the cliff began to fall apart, Naruto's body was pulled down as the floor under him broke. Unknown to anyone, from within the clutter of rock, a faint glint shined as a small crystal was set free from the earth, falling after Naruto towards the ocean waters below, miraculously reaching and landing into his open hand before the genin hit the water. Naruto. Kakashi's voice echoed from the remnants of the cliff, staring down at the raging waters in shock and horror. Unknown to either shinobi and beast, as Naruto was carried off by the underwater current, his body began to glow faintly, a red outline wrapping around his body. Kyuubi nodded. Whatever that crystal is, it emitted a strange energy that wrapped around your unconscious form like a shell, protecting you from the water long enough for your body to drift back into land through a river current. Seriously? Naruto asked, looking down at the strange crystal. Kyuubi hummed, also looking at it. Whatever that energy is, it feels similar to chakra, but different at the same time. More powerful. I'd be careful holding it like that. Naruto pursed his lip, staring at the glowing jewel. Well, it doesn't feel like it's hurting me. So it can't possibly be a bad thing, right? He asked. He got a soft, warning growl as his answer. Don't be reckless with things you know nothing about, Kit. Naruto waved him off with his other hand. Don't worry, if this thing protected me, it obviously isn't anything bad. A vein pulsed on Kyuubi's forehead. Don't say I didn't warn you, he growled, before sensing the teen's consciousness ready to awaken. "Looks like it's finally time for you to leave my sight, Brett. Do us both a favor. Try not to get yourself killed," he stated. Before Naruto could say anything, his vision faded. Lop outside the mindscape, cabin in the woods. As his consciousness returned to his body, his senses also started to reach his awareness. The first to start was his hearing, picking up the sound of chirping birds, the wind passing through close by leaves, and finally the sound of soft footsteps against the wooden floor. The second sense to awaken was smell, his nose twitching as the faint smell of cleaning supplies used, along with the smell of nature from an open window, as well as the delicious scent of something being cooked. His closed eyelids twitching, with a faint groan, Naruto slowly opens his eyes. Through his blurred vision, he finds himself looking up at a wooded ceiling. Okay, not the village hospital. He wasn't sure if he should be worried or not. It was then the memory of what had happened struck his brain, making him bite back a curse. Oh yeah, those damn Enbu jerks attacked me just as I finished beating the Teme. What the hell was that about? Who the hell is Danzo? He then recalled his battle with the lone Enbu at the cliff, followed by the whole thing breaking off and falling into the waters below. Thank Kami for good fortune, Dadbeo. I'm lucky to be alive, he thought, sighing in relief. Looking around, Naruto saw that he was in a small spare bedroom, not really having much in terms of items or furniture besides the mattress he was laying on. Frowning, he wondered where he was, how he got there, and if he was still in the land of fire. Looking out the window into the blue sky, he let out a heavy sigh. In an unknown land right after going a few days straight fighting those sound guys and nearly dying fighting Sasuke. I think I need a vacation, he groaned, feeling his body ache in agreement. Miyu-chan. Can you go check on our guest? Remember to be quiet so as to not bother him? Hi, hearing voices and approaching steps, Naruto turned his head towards the closed door. Narrowing his eyes, he took a second to think about what he should do. Should he stay asleep and see who these people were? Should he announce his awakening? His body felt too numb to sneak out. Screw it, Dadbeo. The door to the guest bedroom slowly opened with only a faint squeak before Miyubi poked her head inside. She expected to see the stranger still sleeping as he had been for the last few days. However, as her eyes connected with vibrant blues, she froze. Both occupants were silent as they stared at one another, one in shock, the other in visibly dazed confusion. Hi, Naruto greeted softly, his voice a bit hoarse from disuse. Ah. Flinching from the sudden scream from the little girl, Naruto could only stare as she all but slammed the door shut, her rapid steps sounding as she ran off. Mama. Papa. He's awake. Getting over his initial shock, Naruto shook his head, before forcing his body to slowly rise, groaning as he grasped his heavily bandaged torso with his left hand. Looking himself over, Naruto sees that he was practically fully wrapped in bandages, at least around his chest and arms, while being only in his boxer shorts. Makes sense, considering he was likely soaked from falling into that river. I'll have to remember to thank Kyuubi for patching me up. Naruto thought to himself, placing his hand on his chest, right where he recalled Sasuke piercing him through with his Chidori. He didn't know whether it was luck or something else that Sasuke's attack never truly went through his heart, only just beside it. The thought of his friend, if he could really come to call him that after that whole debacle, made him wonder if Kakashi-sensei was able to keep him out of the hands of those Enbu fakers. He then blinked, wondering how he knew that Kakashi had appeared while his clone was attempting to get away with Sasuke. It was his clone that had run into Kakashi, not him. So, how did he seem to remember that event almost clearly? However, before he could ponder on it anymore, the door opening got his attention. Turning his head, he was met with two adults with the little girl from before standing behind the woman's legs. As the family stared at Naruto with various degrees of shock at the shinobi being awake with such serious injuries, Naruto figured he should say something. He raised a hand up in greeting, and in a way that would make Kakashi proud, said, Yo, Lop, unknown location, outer space. Within the void of space, a lone planet was spinning on its axis. Not a care in eternity, until suddenly, the planet's rotation began to slow, and before long it stopped entirely. Moments later, glowing cracks began to appear on the planet's surface. It then began to lose its color, turning dull, lifeless, and gray. Just then, in mere seconds, the entire celestial body broke apart in a massive explosion, its numerous pieces frictionlessly shooting out into the void. In the planet's former place, a faint purple glow shone in the void of space. In the empty space where the once thriving planet previously stood, Lord Zedd floats effortlessly, the dark crystal glowing brightly through his chest, glowing brightly as streams of glowing light flowed from the shattered pieces, absorbing into the crystal, and therefore, into Lord Zedd. With a silent laugh, Lord Zedd thrived at the immense power of the dark crystal. Ah! And that makes 8, ha ha ha. He looks down at the crystal, but sees the brightness it had faded out quickly. Still not enough. I need to find a planet with far more energy, and many more lifeforms. The more energy absorbed, the stronger his power became. The more planets full of life he located, the more power he gained. Soon, no force in the universe would be able to stop him. Not Rita. Not those pesky rangers. No one. He began to scan the infinite blackness until he sensed something. Something in the far distance, but close enough to sense the immense life in it. With an ominous glow from his visor, Zedd summoned his scepter, before in a flash of light, he teleported away. He found his next meal, lop with the veteran rangers. In the colorful void a large gathering of people, former and retired past heroes of justice, Power Rangers, all stared at the mysterious beings called the Emissary 3, all wondering what they could do to aid this new and unknown team of rangers said to be the ones who could stop Lord Zedd in whatever he had planned. The emissaries stared silently at the gathering of rangers, gazing at all the shared expressions of determination and desire to help, before Emissary Red, currently taking the form of Mighty Morphin Red, nodded. Listen closely, Rangers. If the newly chosen Rangers are to stand any chance of putting a stop to Lord Zedd, this is what you must do. Lifting a hand up, Red snapped their fingers. Suddenly, their environment shifted, and changed. From a void of light color, their surroundings changed to dark and black as the Rangers saw that once more, they were in space. Before them, to their collective awe, was a lone planet, floating calmly. Beautiful. Alyssa, the White Wild Force Ranger, said, smiling at the gorgeous sight of a planet with life. As the Rangers took a moment to admire the planet, suddenly, large ships appeared around the planet, numbering at half a dozen, before numerous flyers shot out from the carriers by the swarm. All heading towards the planet. Oh no. No. To everyone's horror, they could only watch on as the planet was attacked, and unfortunately, that was not the end. Again and again, the Rangers watched as planet after planet was attacked by invaders and monsters. It then clicked on the first generations of Rangers just what they were seeing. Dark Spectre and Astroneema's invasion of evil across the whole universe. Years ago, the universe faced its first hour of darkness and peril as legions of evil formed a united army under the leadership of a being of darkness known as Dark Spectre. Emissary Blue said, generating a life-sized appearance of said being, making a few tenths at its massive size over them. In the crowd, Corone frowned deeply, memories of when she was the Princess of Evil, under Dark Spectre's servitude resurfacing. Seeing this, Andros placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, getting a small smile of gratitude. It was a time of great fear for the universe, for a time. Evil had won over good. The Yellow Emissary said, the events continued as planets were conquered, the resisting inhabitants trying their hardest to fight off the invaders, only to be quickly overpowered, before having no choice but to surrender under their rule. However, there were still those unwilling to give up, as the Aquitar Rangers, as well as the Blue Centurion, the Phantom Ranger, as well as Trey of Triforia as the Gold Ranger fought as hard as they could against the swarm of monsters and robot foot soldiers. Unfortunately, with the near-endless number of enemies, it was not long before the Brain Heroes were forced to their knees and captured. However, together they might have been, an alliance between evil could not forever hold, as treachery in its midst soon rose. The Rangers watched as Dark Spectre, floating in space in front of a large ship, was unexpectedly fired upon by a lone cruiser behind him. Darkonda. You traitor. They watch on as Dark Spectre swallows the ship as it flies into its mouth, before erupting in a large explosion, taking the traitor with him as both are destroyed. So that's how he died. Corone muttered, honestly having always wondered about who had managed to kill Dark Spectre. To think it was Darkonda who did it. With the death of Dark Spectre, having already been weak, his chosen champion, Astroneema was crowned Queen of Evil. Emissary Red continued, glancing unseeingly at the form of Corone to measure her reaction. He felt pity for the young woman, to be forced to carry a burden on her shoulders from her dark past. To be weighed down by so much guilt. Thankfully, she had her family and friends in the Space and Lost Galaxy Rangers to lift her spirit back up. It made him and his allies proud that the former Princess of Evil did not allow herself to be drowned in her past sins, and instead pushed herself on to protect those she loved. Truly a worthy inheritor of the grid's power. Yes. For but a moment, evil had won the war against good. However, it would not last, as a brave and wise mentor of the power was willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. Everything once more shifting, the Rangers found themselves in darkness. However, as if staring at a television or theater screen, what appeared to be the interior of a metal shop appeared before them. Inside the setting, they could see a large cylindrical tube filled with unknown blue liquid, with what looked like a giant head inside it, and a red ranger standing before the tube. Andros, listen to me. The forces of evil have managed to conquer nearly the whole universe. In order to stop them, you must shatter my energy tube. What? No, I can't. Only the good energy contained within my tube could destroy the forces of evil. But Zordon, what will happen to you? I will be gone, but my spirit will always live in all that is good. As Andros in the scene struggled to do what he was told, yet was unwilling to take Zordon's life, they then witnessed as he was attacked, first by his evil sister, then by the black-green polygonal-like being, Ecliptor. After managing to push back Ecliptor, the Red Space Ranger turned to Zordon one final time. Andros, listen to me. It is your duty as a Power Ranger to save the universe. Now is the time. Hesitating for a moment, Andros then did as he was told, and struck Zordon's tube, shattering it, and from it a blinding light shot out. The light hit Ecliptor, before it turned to stone, then dust. And that was not all. The scene expanding out, the Rangers watched in awe as the wave of energy spread out throughout the whole universe, spreading across space and planet, and whatever dark being the wave passed through, were turned to dust, with a few dark being miraculously surviving being disintegrated, and were instead fixed of any deformity, and had whatever darkness they held removed, bringing them to the side of good. Zordon, wise wizard and warrior of Elter, made the ultimate sacrifice, giving his own life to heal the universe from evil at the time. Unfortunately, while his energy wave may have spread through the whole universe, its task of eliminating all evil was not as easy to fully accomplish. For there were still those of evil hearts who managed to resist or evade the wave. Just as ripples in water, the further the wave spread, the weaker its power became. Emissary Yellow said, explaining the obvious questions for those who have clearly still faced evil forces following the Evil Alliance's invasion before they could ask them, getting nods of understanding. Andros frowned, revisiting and seeing the events of the Evil Alliance's invasion's climax where he had no choice but to kill Zordon, his friend. Corone and Zane held Andros' shoulders while Ashley wrapped her arms around his waist, hugging him from behind, his team providing him as much comfort as they could. Meanwhile, the mighty Morphin and Zeo Rangers all held sad smiles at their mentor's sacrifice, swearing to never forget him, and to always ensure that his gift of a brighter day never went to waste. Rita had a lone tear slide down her face as she mentally sent a final farewell to her old rival and foe. Zordon may have given his life, but he did so knowing that his gift and legacy would forever live on. You, Rangers, while your powers may have had different origins, it was truly only through Zordon's first bestowment of the grid's power to the mighty Morphin that truly allowed for the lineage of Rangers to start and begin on Earth. For without the mighty Morphin, there would have been no Power Rangers, the Blue Emissary said, with the Rangers all slowly nodding in agreement. Whether they lived across the Earth or grew up in modern times, they have all learned of the first generation of Rangers in some way or another, and honestly, it was through those stories that they have become inspired to take up and honor the mantle of Power Rangers. Even Jaden and Lauren knew that their family line, a line that has lived for 300 years, originating in feudal-era Japan, only gained their connection to the Morphin grid through symbol power sometime in the early 1600s, and only gained their Ranger powers and suits sometime in their grandfather's generation. Still, while growing up, through their training to fight the Nylok and preparing to face Master Xandred, they had heard the tales of the various Rangers through time. Hearing the stories of heroes battling against deadly evil, added to inspire them to get stronger. And that legacy continues today, as it will towards the future. As evil will always aspire to rise and rule, Rangers will rise to face them. Now, at this moment, the universe needs Rangers to take a stand against Lord Zedd. As we have stated, the Morphin Grid has chosen individuals of another, far-off world, to take up the mantle of Power Rangers. We have witnessed the chosen. They are young, inexperienced and unknowing of the Ranger lineage. Divided, though, their loyalty and lands may be, they will need to come together to face the approaching threat to their world, and the universe. It is why they will require guidance. Teachers and mentors to show them the lessons they'll need to learn. They will need your guidance, Rangers. Your experience, and your power. Emissary Red stated. Tommy stepped up. What can we do to help these Rangers? I mean, a lot of us can't morph anymore. The Red Emissary shook his head. The power you have all once possessed as Rangers did not come through your morphers. The morphers merely aided you in channeling the grid. The power has always laid within each of you, lingering dormant in your spirits until it was required. Even now, with your morphers destroyed and your connection to the grid seemingly lost, the power has never left you. The other emissaries nodded in agreement. The power has always been with you. The Morphin Grid has always been with you. Now, it calls on your aid once more. The blue emissary stated. The yellow emissary stepped up. The grid asks you, all of you, to grant your blessings to pass your power to the newest generation of Rangers. To pass the power to the future. Stepping forwards, the red emissary lifted his arm up. Appearing out of nothingness, a large crystal appeared over his hand, glowing in a rainbow of colors. You have all served the grid, your planet, the whole universe, an unforgettable service, and your actions in time as Rangers will forever be known through history. While you may no longer be Rangers, the power to protect, to do what you can for the safety of your world, to watch over and guide the innocent and future generations will always be with you. Suddenly, to all the Rangers' surprise, a glow began to emit from their chests, over their hearts, along with their morphers, all glowing their respective colors. Tommy blinked, stunned as his collection of morphers and coins, gems floated in front of him, each shining their color. Unnoticed by all but the emissaries and Rita, the crystal over Emissary Red's hand, as if feeling the energy within the gathered morphers, began to glow brighter. Staring at the dragon coin, Tommy remembered the struggles he faced. The time he served under Rita as the Green Ranger and fought the ones who would become his dearest friends. Of his time as the White Ranger, Zeo Ranger, Turbo Ranger, and Dino Ranger. His life. It was so deeply connected to being a Power Ranger, the thought of being free from it, to be truly free. He couldn't describe it. Tommy loved being a Power Ranger. He always would. However, now with the whole universe in danger, his family being in danger, Tommy knew, as a Ranger, what the right call was. Smiling at his morphers, Tommy nodded. I release the power. The morphers began to glow brighter, so bright, it was blinding. Unseen, the glowing shard began to hover through the air, moving slowly and unnoticed as it headed to Tommy's location, its glow increasing. Once it got mere inches away, the glowing morphers, items met its charge, moving towards it, drawn by the crystal's presence. All the while, Tommy watched on, spotting the crystal, growing curious as to what was about to happen. The second the items came into contact with the crystal, a blinding light erupted, forcing all the Rangers, especially those nearby, to look away or shielded their eyes from the light. All by Tommy. Encouraged by his curiosity, Tommy fought through the urge to close his eyes or look away, keeping his sight on the spectacle, never looking away as he witnessed his morphers, coins, and gems begin to merge with the crystal, becoming a part of it, becoming a glowing orb of light. Then, before his burning eyes, Tommy witnessed as the orb split into separate, smaller copies. Those orbs then began to shift in shapes, twisting and morphing. Holding strong against the light, Tommy kept his eyes open, watching as before long, things began to emerge from the lights. Soon, the lights began to dim, growing weaker and weaker until it was possible to see again. Blinking the dots away, rubbing his eyes in slight discomfort, Tommy opened them back up, and looked at the space in front of him. Gone were his morphers. His coins, his crystals and gems, in their place. Was him, was all of him. There, floating in front of Tommy, were his old Ranger forms. Green, white, red, black, small, tiny figures of his old Ranger forms floated in front of Tommy. They looked, almost like toys. The red emissary nodded, and so, the power is passed on. Lop above unknown planet. Unknown moon with a flash of light, armored feet land silently on the surface of a large moon as Lord Zedd stands and looks at the massive blue planet floating before him. What a repulsive-looking planet. So full of life. How sickening, though, there is something strange about it. It looks like Earth, but different. Zedd thought to himself, looking at the landmasses sitting throughout the planet's surface. HMPH. This warrants an in-depth investigation. With that decision, Zedd blinks out of sight once more. Moments later, in a forested area, Zedd appeared. Looking at his surroundings, Zedd let out a low growl. So much green. How disgusting. I had almost forgotten how much I hate the sight and smell of nature. He thinks to himself, desiring nothing more than to obliterate the forestry around him. To reduce everything to ash, if nothing more than for his amusement. However, before he could make good on his thoughts, suddenly, the sound of shouting reached his ears, catching the evil lord's attention. Turning to where the sounds were coming from, Zedd hummed, feeling curious. Keeping to the shadows, Zedd heads to the sound's location, soon coming upon an entertaining sight, as he sees a group of human-looking beings, dressed in dirty and torn clothing while carrying weapons, ranging from swords to clubs, overpowering another, older human. The sight of more humans on even a far-off planet truly sickened him. Humans really were cockroaches, still, he'd appreciate the entertainment. He. Nothing more amusing than to see the scum of humanity reveal its true form in villainy. This also provides a grand opportunity for the knowledge I need. The evil lord thought to himself, taking a moment to watch the show. Interestingly enough, from what he was picking up, it would appear that the humans on this planet spoke in a different language compared to the humans on Earth. This could prove useful, after all, can't take over a planet that won't be able to understand him. Would be less fun that way. Meanwhile, with said show, one of the men stood over the trembling old man on the ground, holding him firmly down with his foot pressed against the man's back, holding a bag in his hand. This is all the Rio you've got? The bandit sneered angrily, glaring down at the trembling man under him. With a scoff, the bandit threw the bag to the ground next to the man's head. What the hell kind of merchant are you? He demanded, pressing his foot down harder on the poor merchant, who recoiled in fear and pain. I don't travel that far. It's hard to do, at my age. And it's better to travel light in any CC case. The man stuttered out. He honestly didn't have much with him, only really having a mule for travel and some crates of fruit and vegetables along with an old, worn wagon. He yelps when one of the other men kicks one of the wheels off his cart, causing it and its contents to tumble over right beside the dead corpse of the killed mule. No. Please. Stop. He begged. However, the bandits just laughed in amusement at his pleading. Hey, then I guess there's really no need to keep you alive, now is there? As much as he could, the merchant looked over his shoulder to see a bearded man with a large stature, shirtless with numerous scars all over his chest and arms, with his brown hair shaved on the sides with a tall mohawk, strutting over to him, a curved blade slung over his shoulder. As the bandit holding him down moved away, the larger man, possibly the group's leader, loomed over him like a bear. With a wide toothy grin, showing his yellow dirty teeth, the bandit leader raises his blade up high into the air over the merchant. Quaking in absolute terror, the merchant tried in vain to form some sort of defense as he raised his arms, much to the bandits' amusement as they chuckled. The bandits watched with sick glee as they watched their leader about to take the unfortunate fool's pitiful life, watching as the blade came down as the merchant yelled in panic. Their laughter stopped, however, after a moment's pass, and there was no sound of steel cutting through flesh, and the merchant was still shivering, although the confusion was starting to settle in. As the merchant opened his clenched eyes, everyone looked toward the surprisingly frozen form of the bearded bandit, but it looked like he was struggling against something. It wasn't long before everyone took notice of a new presence with them, as they saw claws snaking their way over the bearded man's scalp before what could only be described as the demonic image of a fleshy man-like thing wearing a visored metallic mask sank into their awareness. Frozen, stunned in place, both bandit and merchant alike could only watch on, staring at this strange, grotesque being gripping the bandit leader's head. As amusing as this has been, I require information, human. Don't worry, you won't feel a thing, Zedd said, much to the bandits' confusion as they were not able to understand him. Right before his hand began to glow dark purple and the bearded man began to scream in pain, mostly because you'll be dead once I'm finished. All other individuals could only watch on in horror as the large bandit screamed in pain, struggling to break free from the mysterious man's hold, but being unable to. The rest of the bandits, unfortunately, were too stunned and confused to try and help their leader. Meanwhile, the merchant was wondering if, in some cosmic joke, he was actually saved, not by a heavenly angel, but by some demon from the infernal abyss. Unbeknownst to them all, their presence was entirely ignored for the moment by the Dark Lord, as he was too busy sorting through the newly gained information, memories and thoughts being transferred from the bandit in his grasp into his brain. And what he learned piqued Lord Zedd's interest. Bandits, missing ninja, shinobi, jutsu, chakra, elemental nations. These terms and what little other information the bandit held filled Zedd's mind, fueling his increasing curiosity. He began to think that he's hit the, if he's remembering the Earth term correctly, jackpot. A whole planet filled with human-like beings with this strange chakra, not to mention endless conflict. It was like an all-you-can-eat buffet. In the meantime, the screaming man continued to yell in pain until his voice broke. The purple glow around Zedd's hands suddenly beginning to course and spread through the man's body, veins becoming visible and glowing an ominous purple as they appeared all over his body. Then, to the watching audience's horror, the man began to dry up, as if his blood was being sucked out of him, his large muscles deflating and shrinking, bones becoming visible. Before long, what was a large man was now what could only be a mummified corpse in Zedd's grip, before it then began to disintegrate, becoming nothing but dust, much to the horror of the onlookers. What the fuck? What the hell is that thing? Who cares? Let's get out of here. What about the boss? Screw him. He's already dead. The remaining bandits ran off in terror, leaving behind the lone merchant, who could only quiver at the horrific murder that had happened before his very eyes. The pain-filled screams of the bandit leader echoed through his mind, staring wide-eyed at the skinless being above him, his life flashing before his eyes. Meanwhile, Lord Zedd shook his hand, shaking off any lingering dust stuck to it, clenching his fist as he simply stood there, processing all the information he just obtained. His gaze then turned towards the terrified merchant before he began kneeling down towards him, slowly, much to the merchant's horror as its glowing violet lens shone against his face. So then, Zedd began, crouching down so that his masked face hovered inches from the merchant, who blinked in surprise, now able to understand this strange and horrific man clearly. I wonder what kind of knowledge you possess. Why don't we both find out? A loud horrified scream echoed from the empty forest, going unheard by anyone. Lop with Naruto silent and still, Naruto sat on a wooden chair as the lady of the house, who introduced herself as Amaki, was carefully unwrapping the bandages around him to check his injury. He tried to tell her that it was not needed, as he healed quickly, but she wouldn't have it, stating that even if he was a shinobi, telling him that they saw his headband when he asked how she knew he was one. It was no excuse to be reckless and uncaring about his health. And so, with a pout, Naruto could do nothing but sit there and let the woman do her work, sending a soft glare at the giggling little girl for being amused by his plight. Naruto busied himself with looking around. Apparently, he was currently somewhere near the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Fall, miles northwest of Konoha, much to his chagrin. It'll take him days, if not weeks, to get back to the village. So, you say you were fighting your teammate? Looking to the side, where the man stood leaning against the wall, staring at him with a thoughtful, but also cautious expression. Not that Naruto could really blame him. He was a stranger they apparently found half dead in a stream, in their house. Anyone would be wary. Honestly, Naruto just wanted to get back to the village and get some answers. Not to mention checking on his friends and learning of the status of Sasuke. Shaking off his thoughts, he focused on the present, nodding to the man. Yeah, a light slap on the shoulder and a warning glare from Amaki, who nudged her head towards Miyubi, had him chuckle sheepishly. Muttering a low, "Gomen," Naruto corrected him. The idiot was trying to sneak out of the village and turn traitor to go towards a real wicked man in order to get stronger. My friends and I were sent after him to drag his butt back, though, it was easier said than done. Dabbao. This bad man had some of his minions guarding Sasuke, and my friends and I were forced to separate one by one to take on these freaks. It wasn't long before I caught up to Sasuke, but the moron had to be stubborn, so we fought. It was tough at first, but I managed to kick his butt in the end, Naruto said, a prideful, if a bit smug, smirk on his face. Listening to the tale, Miyubi was starry-eyed in awe. Wow, you must be really strong. Pride, ego, swelling. Naruto puffed out his chest as he smirked widely. That's right, you're looking at the future Hokage of Konoha. Amaki looked at the teen with a raised, amused brow as she finished removing the last of the bandages. Hokage? My, that's quite the big goal, she commented, before looking him over for any injuries. To her shock, she found none. Absolutely no injuries on his arms that she could see. Blinking, she looked him all over, stunned that he was actually clean of any wounds, recalling the state his clothes were in, yet his body had no evidence of damage. Did Shinobi actually heal so quickly? Was it a normal thing? Seeing her expression, one shared by Kenshi, Naruto smirked. I told ya I healed fast, Dadbeo. Growl, at the sudden sound, the family all jumped, startled. Quickly grabbing and pulling Miyubi towards her, Amaki looked around nervously with Kenshi, looking for the source of the sound. Seeing nothing, the three turned towards Naruto, seeing him rubbing the back of his head, a sheepish smile on his slightly red face. Hee, sorry. Guess those fights really build up hunger, Dadbeo. Blinking, the adults looked at one another while their daughters giggled in amusement. Rubbing the back of his head, Kenshi sighed. Well, I suppose it's only courtesy to feed the guest. Smiling widely, Naruto bowed his hip in gratitude. Thanks for the hospitality, Kenshi-san. As the three left the room, Amaki to go and fetch Naruto some clothes to were given his former ones were badly damaged, Kenshi to finish up some woodwork we was doing, while Miyubi went outside to play until dinner was ready. Naruto sat on the bed, gazing out the window at the sky, in thought. It'll take a while, but once he is fed, he'll have to prepare himself for a long trip home. However, besides his current situation, one other thing plagued his mind. Looking down, Naruto stared at his clenched right fist, slowly opening it to reveal the dimly glowing red crystal on his palm. Staring at it, Naruto frowned. What are you, Dadbeo? He wondered. Chapter 5. Crossing the line Lop Elemental Nations, Unknown Mountain. A few miles away from where he drained those unfortunate humans, Lord Zedd stood on top of a flat top of a tall mountain, gazing out at the wide forest, in thought. With his arms crossed, Lord Zedd hummed slowly, going through the delicious information he gathered. Well, that little info gathering was certainly enlightening. To think that I'd find a world full of such hatred and bloodlust so soon after my resurrection. To be inhabited by such savage and war-hungry humans. Truly, it's my lucky day, he. However, Lord Zedd began to pace back and forth. I need to know more about these ninjas. I highly doubt they're anything like the ones those rangers used to turn into. And this chakra intrigues me. While small, I was able to sense an unknown energy from those fools. Was that chakra? It felt strange, like life force, but not like any I felt before. And these elemental nations, stopping his pacing, Lord Zedd groaned, getting annoyed. I need more answers. He stops when a thought comes to him, rubbing his chin as he hummed. This will require a more hands-on approach. And the best method for that is a scouting party. He smirked under his mask, knowing the perfect scouts. Summoning his staff, Zedd tapped the end onto the surface with a silent sound. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the space above in front of him, facing the ground. From the portal, several objects fell through, landing softly on the surface, before the portal vanished. Sitting on the ground before him were a half-dozen or so black eggs, the shell organic in appearance. Raising his staff high over him, the Z-tip began to glow brightly, sparks surrounding it. Thunderbolts shoot outward and crash onto the eggs, striking them with dark energy, before a silent explosion erupted, covering the area around him with moondust. As the dust began to disperse, several shadowy figures could be seen in the dust. Soon they began to reveal themselves as the figures burst forth from out of the dust. To the common eye, they were monstrous or mutant in appearance, tall bird-like humanoid creatures with black feathers, sharp-clawed hands and feet, raven-like heads with sharp-looking beaks, and mad abyss black full eyes, not to mention they all wore purple armor over their feathered bodies. Were a citizen of the nations to see them, they would firmly believe them to be Tengus, humanoid bird creatures of legend. The Tenga warriors cawed loudly, flapping their arms with wild abandon. Excited to be born and free to do whatever they wanted, mostly to cause havoc. Clang the bird monsters froze, moving their collective gaze at their summoner. Cease your squawking and kneel before me. Immediately recognizing a dangerous being higher on the food chain than them, the semi-mindless avian beasts quickly lowered their heads before Zedd. Good. Now then, my Tengu warriors. The Dark Lord turned his back to his minions to gaze at the land before him, his visor glowing ominously. This planet before us is the bedrock upon which many unsuspecting and foolish humans reside, ignorant of their future lord's presence. It's time to change that. This shall be where my conquest begins. The first planet to truly fall under my reign. The first of many to come. I will rule this planet, ruling its people as they lay under my feet. I will drain the very life and energy of this planet down to the core, absorbing all it has until there is nothing left, and this time, there will be no pesky rangers to get in my way. No Rita or incompetent minions. No dark specter to command me. The entire universe will be mine to control and rule. All shall soon fear the return of Lord Zedd. From his chest, the dark crystal began to glow its ominous purple light, the dark energy coursing through Zedd's form, making the Tengu warriors flinch and back away fearfully. His dark purple visor reflecting the land, Zedd shot his arm outward. Go, capture any human you see and bring them to me. I will not only gather more knowledge but also begin to spread a new wave of fear. With scared squawks, the Tenga warriors quickly flapped their arms, taking to the air and flying out into the land, seeking any civilization to attack for their master. Soon, the elemental nations, the whole shinobi world, will come to learn of Lord Zedd. Lop cabin in the woods inside the family of three's home, the sound of platters and chewing could be heard. In the dining room, the family looked on with wide eyes as they could only stare stupefied as they watched their new guest go through his food like a man who hadn't had any food in years. Plate after plate stacked up in front of him as the blonde shinobi they found and dragged out from the river tore through his food like some wild man. Speaking of Naruto, with his regular clothes completely damaged, at least the jacket and pants, he was currently wearing his black shirt over his fishnet, and a pair of dark green baggy pants belonging to the man. While a bit big and had to roll up on the ends, it would at least serve as temporary attire. The husband and wife glanced at one another, unsure if they should stop the young man in fear of him choking on his food, though honestly afraid of making him angry and having him attack them. You don't interrupt a wild wolf when it's feeding. In contrast, Miyubi looked at the savage event with young awe. The shinobi before her just kept getting more and more cooler. Luckily for the family, due to the small number of ingredients they currently had, Naruto could only eat 5 plates before he was forced to stop. Thankfully, he felt full enough to be satisfied. Still, the first thing he would do when he got back to Konoha was go to Ichiraku's. Tsunade will understand his reasons. Woo! That was so good. Thank you so much, Amaki-san. He thanks the woman, smiling widely as he rubbed his stomach, feeling his energy returning from the food and rest. He should have enough strength to make it back to the village in a day or so if he pushed it. You just woke up after surviving death, brat. Don't push it. A growling voice suddenly rang through his head, making Naruto blink. He didn't think Kyuubi would suddenly be talking to him. Don't get any ideas. I'm just making sure you don't do anything stupid that'll get you killed. I've already dodged death more than once because we were an idiot. I will no longer allow it. Hearing the sheer anger in Kyuubi's voice, Naruto's sweat dropped, willing to admit the fox had a point. He could count the times he nearly died on both his hands. Either Lady Luck or Kami loved him too much to really kick the bucket so young, or he was on the Shinigami's shit list. Ignorant of Naruto's thoughts, the mother smiled kindly at the blonde, even when a bead of sweat rolled down the back of her neck. Do shinobi normally eat so much? I'm glad you've enjoyed it, Naruto-san. Naruto waved his hand. No honorifics, please. I can't really stand them. Just call me Naruto. Lifting his arms up above him, Naruto let out a breath when a crack was heard. Smiling widely, he stood up to take the plates he ate to the sink, before proceeding to wash them. Amaki saw this and tried to stop him. Naruto, don't bother yourself with those. I'll wash them. She couldn't have their guest do the dishes. However, Naruto dismissed her words. Nah, don't worry about it. It's the least I can do for finding me and patching me up, not to mention giving me the pants and feeding me that great food. They already did so much for a complete stranger. Cleaning up after himself was the least he could do. Looking unsure, Amaki was about to try again but stopped. Something told her Naruto was the stubborn type. As were most guys. The fact he was a teen enforced that statement. Meanwhile, finishing up his own plate, Kenshi looked at the teen, wanting to ask a question he had in mind. Naruto, if you don't mind me asking, looking over his shoulder at the bearded man, Naruto blinked, before shrugging. Depends really, Datbeo. Datbeo. Amaki thought, holding in a giggle at the verbal tick the young shinobi apparently had. How cute. Nodding, Kenshi presented his question. Just how exactly did you end up in that river? Did you have an accident on a mission? He asked curiously, grunting when his wife elbowed him on the side, a warning look on her face, thinking her husband was being insensitive or something. Pausing his washing for a moment, Naruto looked down at his reflection on the plate, frowning. Not because he had a problem answering the question, but because he didn't know how to answer given his own questions about what happened. When Naruto didn't say anything, Kenshi flinched, thinking he did ask something sensitive. He was about to apologize when the blonde finally spoke. I don't really know what to say. It's not really hard to answer or anything, it's just, I'm having some trouble understanding the stuff that led up to it, Datbeo. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to, Kenshi said, trying to discard his question, but Naruto shook his head, finishing up washing the dishes before turning off the water. Grabbing the placed towelette on the counter, Naruto dried his hands as he turned to face the curious family. No, it's no trouble really. You have questions, and honestly, so do I, Datbeo. It all happened pretty quick, but after I finished beating Sasuke, the teammates I told you about, I was low on energy and tired. Jumping through trees for hours and fighting a strong guy who can use his bones as weapons can do that. He either ignored or didn't notice the shocked and disgusted expressions on the parents' faces, crossing his arms as he thought about the event. Still, as tired as I was, I still had a mission to finish and drag Sasuke back to the village. I was just about to do so, when all of a sudden, a team of shinobi, wearing masks like the Anbu of my village, appeared around me. It wasn't the first time I've run into Anbu, hey, you could say we have history. He paused, chuckling as he recalled the few times an Anbu or two had to capture him after one of his bigger pranks and the Chunin and a few Jonin couldn't. Usually it would be a dog or cat mask wearing Anbu. Shaking off the memories, he continued on. Anyway, at first, when I saw them, I thought that they had been sent by the Hokage of my village as backup. A little late, I thought. However, it looked like I was wrong, when instead of escorting me back to the village, the jerks tried to capture me. They were saying some weird stuff, about how they were to capture me to bring me to some guy named Danzo or something, to be made into their weapon. Yeah. I wasn't about to let that happen. Uzumaki Naruto is a lot of things, but he's no one's weapon. Unfortunately, while I was able to dodge their grab attempts, I wasn't really ready to be fighting any more battles. Especially not while carrying an unconscious Sasuke on my back. Thankfully, if there's one thing I'm really good at, it's sneaking my way away from pursuers. Even better when I can make a whole bunch of clones. He said, smirking. Kami, he loved Kage Bunshin. However, his frown returned, remembering what happened next. I managed to surprise and knock away a couple of the fake Anbus and get Sasuke away to safety with one of my clones while I led the fakers away. I wasn't really thinking about where I'd go at that moment, just that Sasuke was out of the way. Last thing I needed was that jerk falling into someone else's hands after stopping him. Anyway, I led what might have been the leader, I don't know, but to my oh-so-fabulous luck, we ended up on a cliff over some water, and had no other way to go, and the leader was right behind me. So, with no way out, I decided to stand and fight. I knew my teacher was on his way and just needed to stall for as long as I could. In my opinion, I held up quite good, all things considered. Managed to sneak in a good hit with my strongest attack. Unfortunately, two things went wrong. 1. I used up the last of my energy and fell unconscious. 2. The cliff right under me began to break apart. As you can guess, I fell into the water below. Next thing I know, I'm waking up with you guys. He finished his tale, inhaling after recalling the events that happened. Yup. Just another grand tale in the life of Uzumaki Naruto, the next Hokage, folk. As Shikamaru would say, troublesome. The parents stared at Naruto, eyes wide and in disbelief, trying to comprehend everything that this young man apparently had gone through. In contrast to her parents' trouble in coming to terms with what they just heard, Miyubi was all awestruck by the tale. She had been completely grasping every word, and it made the bedtime stories her parents would tell her pale in comparison. This ninja's life sounded so amazing and full of action and adventure. She was so jealous. Blinking, Amaki's shoulders shook as she tried to come to terms with the sheer impossible life this young man seemed to have and yet able to act like it was all normal. And Naruto-san, if you don't mind me asking. Gulp. How old are you? She asked, dreading the question. Blinking, Naruto closed his eyes, expression crunching as he tried to do the calculations in his head. I'm 15 right now. I'll be 16 in, I think 5 months, give or take. 7 months. Kyuubi stated, growling. He would forever remember the date of his temporary release and impromptu resealing. Always counting the months and days to keep his anger strong. Thud. Blinking, Naruto stared at the unconscious woman who face planted on the table. An eyebrow raised, Naruto looked at Kenshi, who looked ready to do the same. What? Was it something he said? Lop Konoha. What the fuck do you mean you don't know where the brat is? Everyone, from within the Hokage Tower and the area around it, all jumped as a loud booming voice ranged out, the force behind it being powerful enough to make the ground shake. Blinking, everyone looked at each other, wondering what that was about. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat calmly as she faced the enraged Jiraiya, her desk in complete pieces after the Toad Sannin slammed his hands on top of it. Surprisingly enough, Tsunade was completely calm as Jiraiya got in her face. Have every shinobi and Anbu go out and look for him, Tsunade. Of course, she was only calm, because she was feeling the exact same feelings as her teammate, and right now, it wouldn't do for the both of them to be hyped up. Not now. Calm down, Jiraiya. Calm down. How the fuck can you just tell me to calm down when Naruto could be dead for all we know? He shouted at her, half a second away from jumping out of the window and summoning Gamabunta to go out and look for his missing godson. Damn it. I should have been here. Tsunade should have called me before sending Naruto out of the village without a Jonin or Kakashi present. What if the Akatsuki find and capture him? If they haven't already. Narrowing her eyes at him, Tsunade pulsed a spike of killer intent, managing to get his attention and preventing him from doing anything reckless. I said. Calm down. She stressed, not being in the mood for games or recklessness. Thankfully, Jiraiya saw that, and taking a deep breath, managed to reel in his frantic emotion. Exhaling, he straightened himself, looking at Tsunade. All right. I'm calm, though barely, for good reason. Tsunade, we have to find Naruto, he stressed. Agreeing, Tsunade. Trust me, I'd love nothing more than to have that knucklehead back here. Unfortunately, that's to Danzo, that could be the worst thing. Narrowing his eyes, Jiraiya recalled what she told him about Danzo's latest scheme. I'm still having trouble accepting that the Warhawk managed to convince the daimyo into allowing Danzo to train Naruto. The daimyo might be a bit lazy and easygoing, but he's no fool. He should have knowledge on Danzo's root methods and effects. That happening to a Jinchuriki is like having a toddler drawing seals. Nodding, Tsunade turned her chair to face the window, staring out at the village. Exactly. Something fishy is going on here. We know Danzo enough to know that he either has something on the daimyo, or did something to him. Which is why I want you to figure out what. Hearing this surprised Jiraiya. What about Naruto? Shouldn't I go look for him? Frowning, Tsunade hated herself for the following words. Right now, being out of the village is more good for Naruto than to be in it and in Danzo's grasp. What about the Akatsuki? Feeling anger rise, Tsunade shot up to her feet, spinning around to face him, angry tears gathering in her eyes. Damn it, Jiraiya. Right now we could be in a civil war with not only Danzo, but the daimyo as well. I damn know that Naruto is on the Akatsuki's radar, but I'm doing my best to figure out a plan. With the daimyo backing Danzo up, one wrong move and I could be stripped out of my cage title, and at worst, it could be given to Danzo. I want Naruto safe just as much as you, but we can't be going about things recklessly. Right now, we've got Danzo and the Daimyo, the Akatsuki, and maybe even Orochimaru, because Kami knows that Snake is no doubt not happy right now that Naruto managed to stop Sasuke from going to him. Damn it, right now Naruto is cornered on all three sides, and will need our help to keep him safe. The two glared at each other, a mental and spiritual battle occurring between them for a few minutes, until finally, with a regretful sigh, Jiraiya nodded, conceding. Frowning, Tsunade sighed. Listen, we can only hope that any Konoha shinobi that goes out of the village, even more Naruto's friends, if they happen to locate Naruto, they'll keep him safe. I'm working with the clan heads to figure out a plan of action on what to do. Once we figure something out, I'll inform Naruto's friends. However, it's important that this information does not reach Danzo's ears, she stated, knowing that this had all but become a war against Danzo. At least within Konoha. They will have to move carefully, especially with that bastard having eyes and ears everywhere. I'll try to get those Sand siblings still in the village to pass the message to Suna's council, and hopefully they'll help us find and keep Naruto safe. Maybe provide a temporary safe place in Suna until this whole thing is fixed. Crossing his arms, Jiraiya sighed. I don't like this, Haim. Feels like we're really going into a civil war, not just in Konoha, but the whole land of fire against the fire daimyo should the worst happen. Sharing his fears, Tsunade turned back to the village view, and Naruto's right in the middle of it. Lop outside cabin. Do you have to leave already? Scratching the back of his head, feeling embarrassed, Naruto stared down at the pouting young girl as he stood in front of the family of three outside their cabin. With his sandals on, pouches fastened and secure, and headband wrapped tightly around his forehead, along with a backpack with some old clothes of Kenshi, given just in case, and a packed lunch Amaki made for him, not to mention his folded precious orange jacket. Hopefully he could get it fixed. Naruto was ready to begin his travel back to Konoha. He chuckled apologetically at the young girl. Yeah, sorry Miyubi-chan, but everyone is probably worried about me and wondering where I am. So, it's best I get back home as quickly as I can. He told the pouting child, whose pout only seemed to get deeper, puffing her cheeks for extra effect. Sweat dropping, Naruto looked at the parents for help. Chuckling in amusement, Amaki stepped forward, placing her hands on her daughter's shoulders and gently pulled her back, smiling down at her. Now Miyu-chan. Naruto's a big, strong ninja. He's very busy. We shouldn't keep him from his duties more than he already is. She gently told her daughter, who only huffed, looking down sadly. Smiling softly, feeling like he was standing before Konohamaru and his friends after having to decline their demand to play, Naruto knelt down to Miyubi's level. Hey, he said gently, getting the girl's attention. Smiling widely at her, Naruto held his hand out, fingers clenched except for the pinky. Tell you what, Miyu-chan. Next time I come around here, I'll stop by and we can play. Staring into his eyes, Miyubi's pout began to lessen a bit. Promise? She asked timidly. With a sharp nod, Naruto grinned widely. Of course. When Uzumaki Naruto makes a promise, he always keeps it. It's a promise of a lifetime, Datbeo. Finally losing her pout, Miyubi smiled widely, wrapping her small pinky around his larger one. As the two smiled widely at each other, the parents watched on with fond smiles. While their meeting had been unexpected and sudden, the family would forever remember it. With Naruto standing back up, he looked at the adults, once more giving his thanks for all they have done for him. As they gave their farewells, Kenshi pointed to the west. Now remember, Konoha is several miles to the west of here. It would normally take a traveler several weeks to get there on foot, but for a strong shinobi like you, I don't think it'll take that long, he said, chuckling, with Naruto sharing one. If you need to, there's a town a mile or two along the way you can stop at for supplies, he said, making the blonde nod. Thanked Kami Ero Sennin taught him how to do a storage seal to keep Gama-chan always on him. Waving the family farewell, Naruto began to run down the path pointed to him. Hopefully, it'll be smooth sailing getting to Konoha, he thought to himself as he ran. Unfortunately for Naruto, he just had to tempt Murphy's universal law. What can go wrong, will go wrong. Moments later, having been running at near top speed with his refreshed stamina and energy, Naruto could see evidence of an incoming village. Feeling his stomach suddenly growl, he cupped it. He knew Amaki's cooking, delicious as it was, wouldn't have kept him filled. Debating on whether or not to stop and buy something to eat, he suddenly stopped, staring with blinking eyes as towers of black smoke could be seen rising from the village. What the hell? Ears twitching, Naruto could swear he could hear the sound of screaming, and it was coming from the village. Realizing that the village was under attack, he was about to head towards it to try and save it, when something caught his eye, making him blink, dumbfounded. From the village, something was seen floating out of it into the sky above. At first, he thought it was a bird, but it was too big to be a bird. What the hell? He muttered, before shaking his head, forcing his attention back on the village. Narrowing his eyes, steeling himself, Naruto began to run toward the village, readying himself to face the possible attackers. The moment he stepped into the village, Naruto blinked, once more stunned for a second as he took note of the situation. All around, buildings and houses were on fire. People were screaming and running around wildly. Lastly, were the attackers. Now, Naruto had been expecting two options of invaders. 1. Bandits, or 2. Missing ninjas. What he was not expecting were bird people. Honestly, Takami bird people. Covered in dark black feathers, their faces blackened and beaks for mouths, wings for arms and hands, taloned feet, and lastly, standing on two legs dressed in shinobi-like light armor. Naruto, honestly, had no words. Whatever these things were, they were chasing after the people of the village, young and old, man and woman, adult and child. Any and all residents caught in their wings or talons. The birdmen would then fly into the skies, carrying their captives away. No. Focus. He scolded himself. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto raised his hands, forming his signature hand sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. With several loud puffs of smoke, drawing the attention of the birdmen, Naruto summoned a dozen clones at his side. Let's get them, he ordered. Hi, boss. Like rockets, Naruto and his clones shot at the stunned birdmen, slamming into them with hard punches, knocking them back and freeing the captured people. Ordering a few of his clones to keep the freed civilians safe and to take them elsewhere, Naruto and his remaining clones turned back to the monstrous birds, who snapped out of their daze, cawing angrily at the blondes. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto took out a kunai, spinning it on the ring before gripping the handle, his clones copying his action. I don't know what the hell you things are, but you are not taking anyone else, not on my watch. The birdmen, cawing in response, then began to fly at the shinobis. Meeting their charge, Naruto and his clones ran at the birdmen, colliding against them, engaging in combat with these strange creatures. With his kunai blade, Naruto attempted to end the fight quickly as he stabbed at it. However, it seemed that in contrast to their appearance, these things were not complete bird brains, as the birdman he was facing managed to dodge most of his swipes and stabs, Naruto only managing a few lucky hits, and even then, it seemed that these things were pretty durable, forcing Naruto to put in some more strength behind his strikes. Ducking under a wing swipe, Naruto spun his kunai into a reverse hold, slashing upward at the wing, cutting across the wing's forearm, making the birdman caw in pain. Not missing the chance given, Naruto pulled himself back up straight, getting into its guard, throwing a left hook to the side of its head, making it stagger backwards, dazed. Seeing his chance, Naruto shot forward, kunai poised to stab it through the chest. Unfortunately, at the last second, the birdman leapt upward into the air, dodging the stab. Staggering himself for a second, Naruto raised his gaze upward, seeing that while he did draw some blood, he didn't fully damage its wing. Glaring at the birdman, cawing as if laughing, Naruto narrowing his eyes. Knees bending, Naruto then launched himself into the air after it, the birdman cawing in shock, not expecting for the human to be able to jump so high. Take this, bird brain, Naruto shouted. With a quick sign, Naruto summoned up a clone beside him. Holding his hand out, the clone aided Naruto in conjuring up a Rasengan. Reaching the birdman monster in second, too stunned to react, the beast was not prepared as Naruto slammed the sphere into its chest. With a loud bird scream, its armored vest doing absolutely nothing against the attack, the bird's chest warped and twisted, before with a blast, it shot farther into the air, spinning like a top for a moment before arching back down to the ground, lifeless. Landing soundlessly back down, Naruto quickly looked around. He was glad to note that his clones managed to take care of the rest of these creatures, though a few managed to escape. Narrowing his eyes, wondering what the deal with those things was, And if they were perhaps creatures of Orochimaru, Naruto shook it off. Right now, he had to put the flames out before the whole village was burned down. As he got to it, he hoped that the captured people were safe, wondering where they were taken. Lop with Lord Zedd. Unknown location in a dark cave. Lord Zedd sat on a large rock sticking out of the ground, grunting in annoyance at the uncomfortable feeling. If I am to conquer and rule this pathetic world, I shall require a fortress, he thought to himself as he waited for the Tenga warriors to return with his victims. Humming, he contemplated summoning his old castle to this planet and ruling from there, or finding one in this planet, if it had any, and taking over it. Oh well, he'll figure it out later. Please, stop this. The voice of Fred Neilrod rang from within his head, making Zedd growl in annoyance. Silence, you fool. Get it through your dumb human mind. I am back, now and forever. And nothing will stop me this time. Rita will. Her and the Rangers. Fred shot back, making Zedd's visor burn red with anger, standing up from his temporary throne. The Rangers will fall by my might, should they appear on this planet. As for Rita, she will soon come to remember why she served me, under my foot like the sniveling worm she has always been. Don't you dare speak about my wife like that. Zedd chuckled evilly. And what, pray tell, will you do about it? I can feel your life force being drained by the dark crystal ever so slowly, but surely. Soon, you will be gone for good, and I will never have to deal with your annoyance any longer. Just then, the sound of flapping wings could be heard. Lifting his gaze up to the sky, Zedd chuckled darkly when he saw some of his Tenga warriors returning, struggling captives in their grasps. Excellent. Watch, Freddy, as the first steps of my new reign are to begin. What do you plan to do? Fred asked, nervous. In response, Lord Zedd chuckled wickedly as the Tenga dropped down before him, the humans being carelessly thrown to the hard groan. What going on? Where are we? Who is that? One of the men there exclaimed, staring at Zedd in shock and horror at his grotesque appearance. Demon. Ghoul. Okami. No, silence. Lord Zedd shouted, having grown tired of their groveling. Holding his staff up, he brought it down with a mighty slam, cracking the mountain surface under them, shaking the whole thing, much to the civilians' rising fear, realizing that they were before a being that was not to be messed with. Gazing at the shivering, scared humans before him, Lord Zedd chuckled ominously, his visor purple. Now then, congratulations are to be given, humans, he said, confusing the people as they glanced at one another, wondering what was happening. Lord Zedd continued, chuckling in a low tone. You shall be the first subjects of my newfound power. Subjects, to sacrifice. He then pushed his staff into the air, the Z, starting to glow in ominous violet light, while dark clouds began to gather above. I call upon the realm of the dead. Hear my command and obey. Rise. Rise and serve your master. Through the lives I offer, step through the gates of hell, and kneel before me. Rise. Zedd chanted, ordered as lightning and thunder erupted from the dark clouds. Suddenly, a large lightning bolt shot down and struck Zedd's staff on the emblem. However, instead of coursing through the metal staff, the lightning just gathered on the tip, coursing around it, before turning purple. Suddenly, the bolt then shot at the civilians, hitting them all, making them scream and cry as pain unlike they have ever felt before erupted from their core. The screaming held up for several minutes, before suddenly, a large blast of energy and explosive force erupted from under them, a tower of dark violet energy concealing them. Calmly, Lord Zedd stared at the tower, patiently waiting to see if his experiment was a success, and to see who will be the first minion to serve him. Soon, the tower of light vanished, revealing the summoned being before him. Under his mask, Zedd smirked, while within his mind, the imprisoned Fred whimpered, worried for the chance the universe had against Zedd's new power. Rita, please. Help me, Rita, Lop with the Rangers. Rita, eyes widening, Rita gasped silently. It was but for a second, but she heard it. Her dear husband's voice. Freddy, she muttered worriedly, raising her hand to her heart. There was not much time. With the Rangers, Tommy was staring at the miniature figures depicting his past Ranger incarnations, floating before him. What are these? He asked the emissary 3. Those are Ranger keys. Think of them as representations of your Ranger powers, similar to your morphers, in another shape and form, Red explained. Grabbing the mighty Morphin Green Ranger key, Tommy inspected it, looking it over. Turning it over, he raised a brow at the key behind the figure. But a key? Yellow chuckled lightly, nodding. It's fitting the new Ranger's gimmick and theme. Trust us. We did not decide on its form, the grid did. Blue hummed, nodding. The grid works in mysterious ways, he said, almost jokingly. Billy then got everyone's attention, coughing. Excuse me, he called, getting the emissary to turn to him. Yes, I'm curious about the crystal you have summoned. I've noticed that it seemed to have a reaction to our morphers, and had been a major part of Tommy's morphers and powers turning into these Ranger keys. Blue grunted, nodding approvingly. A strong mind as always. It was truly a shame your Ranger career had ended so soon, Mr. Cranston, he said, with his fellow emissaries nodding in agreement. Billy had so much promise as both a Ranger and a genius. You are indeed correct. The crystal you have seen was a major factor in the Ranger key's creation. For it aided in absorbing, converting, and reshaping Tommy's Ranger powers. For that crystal holds a strong connection and bond to the Morphin grid. A Zordonite crystal. Zordonite? Kimberly asked. Red nodded. Yes, named after Zordon himself, for the crystal held the very energy of Zordon's energy within it. He said, shocking everyone, especially those who knew Zordon. Allow us to explain. You see, when Zordon unleashed his cleansing energy wave across the universe, he spread out his very being. His essence. This energy wave, however, was powerful, as you have seen when it cleansed former villains of their darkness like Rita and Zedd. However, unknown to the universe, in the far reaches of space, this energy wave came into contact with asteroids, being absorbed into the rock, hardening and forming crystals. Not unlike how asteroids and rock have absorbed the grid's energy to create or used to create the power coins, Zeo crystals, and Dino gems. Crystallized Morphin grid energy. Zordon himself, being trapped between dimensions, has become a conduit of the Morphin grid. When he unleashed his life form, that energy, linked to the Morphin grid, has followed a similar process, crystallization within asteroids. In honor of Zordon, we've entitled this crystal after him. For through the use of these crystals, Zordon's aid shall once more bring salvation to the universe. More phenomenal, Billy exclaimed, amazed, his mind putting the pieces together. So that is why you require us to relinquish our Ranger powers. To pass it onto the crystals to create Ranger keys for the new Rangers. Again, Red nodded. Yes. However, creating the Ranger keys is not an easy task. The concentration and will require to ensure there are no casualties, as well as that the Morphin energy is contained and stabilized throughout the construction is taxing. However, we had difficulty keeping the process stable. To do so with the rest of your powers, we will require aid. And that is why I am here. Suddenly hearing a spontaneous, hyper, and somewhat comedic voice, instantly recognizable to some, the Rangers blinked as they looked to the side, where a figure in a blue, gold-trimmed boxy-like armor with a gold stylized, and in the middle of their chest suddenly appeared in a flash of light. Greetings, Rangers. It is I, Ninjor, the great ninja of justice and warrior of light. The stranger announced, loud and proud, arms held up in the air as if awaiting some kind of applause. For a moment, everything was quiet, silent as a grave as everyone stared at Ninjor, the Rangers who knew Ninjor personally shaking their head amusingly at the ninja master's antics, while those who didn't could only stare dumbfoundedly, wondering what this new arrival was. Ninjor, noticing that no one was reacting, meaning showering him with applause, lowered his arms. Tough crowd. The masked man muttered, coughing into his fist. He did, however, notice the team heading towards him, perking up. Ah, if it isn't my old friends, it is so good to see you all again. It truly has been so long, he stated, seeing his old students, for short of a time as it was. Tommy smiled at him. It's great to see you too, Ninjor. How have you been? The ninja shrugged. Truthfully, with no great evil to face on my planet, things have unfortunately grown quite dull. I have managed to explore the stars in my free time, but sadly, those times were only temporary. Ah, the price of being the guardian and keeper of such powerful and dangerous treasures of justice, I suppose. Say, perhaps you could be willing to aid your old teacher in his troubles, and watch the Temple of Power for a short time? He asked, almost begging, for a substitute for his guardian duties. He even clasped his hands in front of him, his dark visor staring at the old rangers, who couldn't help but chuckle at the ninja master. "Sorry Ninjor, but I think we're all pretty busy at the moment," Tommy said, shutting down Ninjor's kind offer, much to the being's displeasure as his shoulders sagged. "Oh, drat. Sigh, oh well, I cannot blame you. With your duties as rangers no longer holding back your freedom, you are more than worthy of the lives you have all built after all you have done for not just your planet, but the entire universe. It makes this old ninja proud of all that you have accomplished," Ninjor stated, pride clear in his voice as he looked at the rangers, making them smile. Ninjor then looked at all the other gathered rangers. "And not just you, but also all of these other brave warriors. Truly, good and justice are infinite, as whenever those with hearts of darkness and villainy rise, be it today or tomorrow, there will always be those with the courage and will of heroes, of Power Rangers, to oppose them," he said, nodding. Raising his hand, he clenched it hard, a fire blazing in his visor. "And whenever any of you require my aid, I, Ninjor, will appear to vanquish evil wherever it stands. And that time is now." Red spoke, drawing back everyone's attention. Ninjor nodded. "Yes, Lord Red," he said, bowing in respect at the emissaries. He looked at the rangers. "I was explained the urgency of the situation, and we do not have much time. With Lord Zedd's return, the universe needs the Power Rangers now, more than ever. To aid these newest incarnations of power in their future battle against evil, they will require your strength, Rangers. They will require Ranger keys. With your powers combined with theirs, Lord Zedd will surely be defeated." Jason, however, frowned as a thought came to him. "Can we trust them?" he asked, getting everyone's attention on him. "I don't want to be rude or anything. But you are asking us, all of us, to give up the remaining power we have as Rangers to a bunch of people we don't even know. Not only that, but what about the Earth? This is not just Earth's Rangers here. There are also those from space. If we give up all of our power, there won't be any more Rangers to defend the planet. It'll be completely defenseless," he exclaimed, making all the Rangers go wide-eyed, having not thought of that. The emissary three looked at one another, silently communicating with each other. After a moment, they looked back at Jason. "Young Jason, your worries are indeed well-founded," Blue said, nodding. "However, be calm. While the powers of Rangers of old may no longer reside on your planet, it is far from powerless and vulnerable. We have watched, not just you Rangers, but your whole planet for a long time. Humanity is a truly surprising species, young but full of wonder," Yellow said. "While it is indeed true that your planet has faced countless threats time and again, we have watched, observed, and witnessed times where your race has shined brighter than the sun above you. We have bared witnesses, when in your darkest moments, you humans have risen from the ashes of destruction, standing up before great evil." The space once again shifting, the Rangers watched, as moments played before them where humanity bravely stood strong against being capable of annihilating them. Against Astronema. Against Optimus the Master. In times of great darkness, humanity has been able to grab hold of one another and stand together. Yellow nodded. "The power your planet holds comes not from you, Rangers. It comes from your race's unity and will. Believe in yourselves, in your planet, and no matter what evil may come, the power within you will shine." Ninjor nodded, fully agreeing. "The Morphin Grid is not simply a force wielded by Rangers, my friends. It is life. A force that lives within all life in the universe. It connects us, binds us. It is in the grass, the trees, the birds. It is in every man, woman, and child. And when it is needed the most, the grid shall choose those in your race to be the new generation of Power Rangers." Red nodded, knowing full well that that new team of Rangers have recently been chosen by the grid. Time will only tell if this new team will be ready for future threats. Thinking on what he heard, Jason stood silent for a moment, still having some doubts. Sensing this, Red spoke up, his form shifting into the red mighty Morphin Ranger. "Have faith in your new successors, Jason Lee Scott. Do not believe them to be unworthy before you truly judge them for yourself," he said, making Jason look at him, staring at his old Ranger form. "The power you pass is still connected to you. That connection will never truly be severed. The power within the Ranger keys will hold more than just your Ranger energies. Within the keys, there also lies a piece of your essence within them. A piece of your spirit. Just as you think right now, so too will that essence. Allow them, yourself, to judge the new rangers fairly and just. Decide for yourself whether they are worthy of the power. Thinking about it, Jason nodded. If these ranger keys truly will have a piece of him in them, then he will truly judge these new rangers. Hopefully, for the sake of the universe, his judgment won't be misplaced. Looking around, seeing that all of the rangers had reached an agreement, Ninjor nodded. Excellent. Now, as stated, in order to make the ranger keys, we will require not only your morphers, but also in seeking and mining Zordonite. Once we have gathered enough, I will be able to transfer the remnants of ranger energy from your morphers into the Zordonite fragments and make the keys. Thankfully, I have experience in manipulating the morphin grid, just as I'd created the power coins, so it will be fairly easy to keep the process stable. Nodding, Blue turned to the Space and Galaxy Rangers. Calling out to them, Blue explained what he needed. While we have a general idea of where to locate the ore, the exact location is unknown. For that, we will require both of your teams to aid in locating and mining it. Glancing at one another, Andros and Leo nodded. You can count on us. Leo, the Red Galaxy Ranger, stated. Rita looked at the emissaries, frowning. Pardon me, but how long would it take to make these ranger keys? Looking at her, Yellow shook their head. We are unsure. To locate, mine, and craft the keys, it will take time. But you were able to make Tommy's key in mere moments. She couldn't help but argue. With such an unknown amount of time it would take to make the keys. Lord Zedd could be conquering or destroying numerous planets by the second. Sensing Rita's troubles, Yellow nodded. We understand your concern with Lord Zedd. However, while it might not have looked like it, it took an immense amount of concentration to keep Tommy's Ranger key conversion stable from all three of us. And that was with just 4 keys. To make all of these Rangers. Hearing this, Ninjor sighed deeply. This will be tiring. Catching on, Rita frowned. She knew of Ninjor's might and prowess in crafting legendary mystical artifacts, the power coins being one example, but to make so many in just a short time. Thinking about what she could do to aid in making the process go smoother, an idea then came to her. I can help with the conversion with my magic, she said, getting their attention. She also knew of someone who could help. We can also get the aid of a great crafter I happen to know. Knowing of who she was talking about, Yellow nodded in agreement. It would make the making of the Ranger keys go much faster. A solid idea. Red nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. Rita and Ninjor will go with the Space and Galaxy Rangers to find the Zordonite. Meanwhile, I can sense that the time draws near for the first of the new Rangers to rise. They will no doubt be confused and troubled by the power. We will require someone to travel to their planet and aid them, as well as, if able, teach them how to wield the power they now possess. I'll do it. Jaden spoke, stepping forth. Wait, Jaden. Are you sure? Mia asked her old leader, worried. The Samurai Ranger leader nodded. If this new team of Rangers needs a teacher, I'll do what I can to help them. We'll help too. Shane stated, stepping forth with Tori and Dustin, the Ninja Storm teachers ready to lend their experience to the new generation. Antonio stepped to Jaden's side, wrapping an arm around his best friend's shoulder. Well, if you're going, so am I, he stated, smirking. Count me in, too, Kevin said, nodding, and me, Mia said. With an excited, but determined smile, Emily nodded. So am I, she said, inwardly excited about going to an alien planet. Mike sighed, stepping up. Guess we're all going, he said, trying to not show his nervousness and excitement. Going to an alien planet. He did not expect that being how his day went. Looking at his team, his friends, Jaden smiled, nodding in thanks. However, I'm afraid that we can only take one of you. Red said, making the volunteers look at him, surprised and confused. I sense Lord Zedd's presence on the new Ranger's planet. The sudden appearance of a large gathering of Ranger energy or presence could cause him to immediately depart, escaping our detection. If we are to ensure his defeat, we cannot afford to act recklessly. It will not be long before Lord Zedd senses the rise of this new Ranger. He will no doubt be motivated to eliminate them before they can become a threat to him. As unfortunate as it is. Tori frowned at the being. You're using this new Ranger as bait? She exclaimed, making the other Rangers look disapproving at Red. Faced against their stares, Red held strong. It's an unfortunate, but necessary action. While we emissaries are not allowed to act within the mortal realm, we can only entrust the champions of the grid to defeat Lord Zedd. We have seen the potential these rangers possess. We are confident that they will see to Zedd's defeat. That is why we place our trust in one of you to ensure these new rangers are gathered and taught. To be a mentor, if necessary, to them, along with Rita. Don't forget about me, Ninjor said, volunteering in teaching the new rangers. Jaden frowned. So, only one ranger was able to go. Guess it can't be helped. Seeing that he might go alone if he was picked, he opened his mouth. I'll go. His eyes widened at the familiar voice. Jaden turned his head, staring at his older sister as Lauren stepped up, a determined expression on her face. Lauren? Turning to her younger brother, Lauren smiled at him. Ranger or not, the Earth will need a Shiba to help keep it safe. You have more experience at that than me. The least I can do is provide my aid in training these rangers. It's the least I can do for not helping much against Master Xandred. But what about the Shiba clan? Jaden asked her. Lifting a hand up, Lauren placed it on Jaden's cheek lovingly as she smiled at him. They'll still have a Shiba head watching over it while I'm gone, she said, making Jaden frown, unsure. Red stared at Lauren, who met his masked visage without a blink, eyes strong and firm. Are you certain? I cannot say how long it will be before you are able to return home. It may very well be years. Not faltering, Lauren stood strong. That may be a possibility, but I'm willing to do whatever it takes to keep my home and the people I love safe. The two avatars of Red Rangers stared each other down, neither backing down. After a minute, Red eventually nodded. Very well. Once you return home, pack whatever you deem necessary for your mission. It may very well be lifelong, he stated, warning her. Even then, a slight dip of gaze. Lauren quickly looked back at his face, nodding, accepting it. As long as her little brother will be safe from Lord Zedd, Lauren will accept the chance of it being years before she sees him again. Not like she hasn't already experienced that before. At least this time, they had been able to make up for it. Yellow looked at the female Shiba head. Once you have gathered your things and given your farewells, call upon me. We will need to debrief you of your destination, as well as some packages to deliver to the new rangers, they said, with Lauren nodding. Blue looked at the space rangers. The same goes for you all. Ready yourselves for space travel. I shall appear before you with Ninjor and Rita to aid your journey. The space and galaxy teams nodded in understanding. Red looked at all the rangers, giving his final words to them. Even if evil has risen once more, stronger than it was before, do not lose hope, rangers. While they are young, they are not weak. Trust in your successors. Trust in your ranger keys. Trust in the Morphin grid. Trust in the power, and it will guide them. Nodding within a strong expression, Jason thrust his fist into the air. Rangers together, he shouted, before all the other rangers also thrust their arms up high. Rangers forever. Lop back with Naruto after he and his clones managed to put out the flames before the village burned down. Naruto was going around the rescued civilians, making sure they were all right. We cannot thank you enough for rescuing us, young man, an older man said gratefully as he shook Naruto's hand. Currently, the blonde was with the gathered people, hiding in the woods a few miles away from the village, hiding out in case those raven things came back. Naruto smiled at the man, nodding. It's no problem, I'm just glad you're all safe. Although, he trailed, frowning as he thought about those who got taken. Realizing his thoughts, the man shared his frown, his heart going to those taken, and their families. Looking back at the man, Naruto tried to see if he could get some answers. What were those things? He asked. However, the man shook his head, looking just as confused as him. I'm afraid none of us know, my boy. They have simply just appeared out of nowhere and suddenly attacked. I can only ponder the possibility of them being Tengus, outrageous as the idea is. Tengus? Naruto muttered, also sharing the man's disbelief that the humanoid raven demons of folk stories might actually be real. Then again, he's seen stranger things in the last few years. Not to mention containing an actual chakra demon inside of him. So is the possibility of Tengus being real actually that hard to believe? He shook his head, deciding to ponder on mythological stuff later. Either way, it might not be safe to be out in the open right now. Who knows if there are any more of those things, Dadbao? He said, with the man nodding in agreement. Are there any other villages around here? He asked, wondering if there was some place the people could go to lay low. If given the chance that those things won't just appear and attack that village as well. The man shook his head. I'm afraid the only other village nearby is a small settlement by the river a bit off from here. The only other large village in the land is Takigakure, but with supplies not destroyed in the attack, and the village being as hidden as it is, not to mention its location unknown. I doubt we would make it far. Hearing the familiar name, Naruto immediately thought about the friend he made when his team had a mission there, Shibuki. He cupped his chin, thinking on what he should do. I could go to Taki, and see if Shibuki could take in these people, except I forgot the way to get into the hidden village. He thought, sweat dropping. It's not his fault he forgot. For one, he and his team had to be blindfolded to even enter or exit that place. The only way in is to be escorted, but to do that, he'd have to have a letter sent to whoever's in charge. Meaning he'd have to go all the way to Konoha to have a request made to Tsunade, and then come all the way back to take these guys to Taki, then go all the way back to Konoha when done. Why couldn't he catch a break? Datbeo, those demons have returned. Eyes widening at the sudden announcement, Naruto quickly turned to the woman who made the call, seeing her pointing towards an opening in the treetops. Turning his head to the opening, sure enough, Naruto could see the flying raven humanoids flying through the air. Narrowing his eyes in a glare, Naruto turned to the panicking and scared civilians. Don't panic, quick, hide, I'll stop them. Luckily, the people did as told without trouble, maneuvering themselves under cover behind trees or under bushes. As for Naruto, he summoned up a few dozen clones, having some of them hide themselves and protect the townspeople, while he and the other clones handled the Tengus. Taking out a kunai, he and his clones headed under the opening, leaping up into the branches to await the beasts to take them by surprise when they landed. Only, instead of dropping into the forest like he thought, Naruto watched on confused as the Tengus instead flew over the burnt town and forest completely. Where the hell are they going? He muttered to himself. Climbing higher up the trees to top level, Naruto peeked his head out, staring at the group as they flew off into the distance. He raised a brow, wondering why they were heading that way. As far as he knew, there was nothing over there. Just a river path and a cab. Eyes widening, Naruto cursed before dispelling the clones with him, quickly leaping through the trees after the Tengus. The family that saved him might be in trouble. Lop. Riverside sitting on the picnic blanket as her family once more returned to the riverside, Miyubi sighed softly as she idly watched her father stand in the water of the ankle-high river, fishing rod in hand to try and catch fish, her mother beside him with a net bucket in hand to hold the fish. While normally, the little girl would be all excited about catching fish, currently she couldn't find the strength to summon up that excitement. Instead, she just sat on the blanket, a half-eaten sandwich in hand, staring at the passing river. The same river, she and her parents found a certain shinobi. With Amaki and Kenshi, the two adults glanced behind them at their daughter, having noticed their little girl's mood lately, having occurred ever since the young shinobi the housed for a short while left. They had the feeling that Miyubi missed him, for obvious reasons. Living in a lone cabin in the middle of the forest, there were no other families around them, meaning no children Miyubi's age to play with. And while Naruto had only really stayed with them for less than a day, an hour and a half at most, the energy the young blonde-haired shinobi presented had been about to energize their daughter. In their normal, calm, and admittedly dull life, his appearance had been the first big change in their mundane daily routine. A first real friend their daughter had the chance to have, older as he might be, only for him to quickly leave before that could happen. As such, it was understandable why Miyubi would feel sad. Maybe I can plan a trip to the nearby village. There are children her age there, if I recall. She could make friends there, he thought, nodding at the plan. Shelving that thought for now, Kenshi focused on catching the fish for dinner. Before long, the family of three gathered around a set fire, their captured fish staked on little pikes and held close to the fire to cook. Once ready, they dug in. Looking at his daughter as she silently ate her fish, Kenshi cleared his throat, getting the female's attention. It's nearly the time for the season to change, you know. Flowers are starting to bloom, he said, making Amaki nod in agreement. Would be good to pick some, as well as some fruits to take to the village offside. Sell them for a ryo or two. Swallowing a piece of fish, Amaki nodded. That sounds like a good idea, Ken-kun, she said, before looking at her daughter, smiling at her. What do you say, Miyu-chan? Want to help me pick fresh fruit? Humming quietly, Miyubi gave a subtle nod. Keika-chan, she muttered, staring at the burning fire, frowning as the orange and yellow color reminded her of Naruto. Seeing their daughter still depressed, Kenshi continued speaking. It'll be quite the work to deliver things to the village, more than one man could handle by himself. Want to come with me, Miyubi? He asked. Again, all he got was a slow nod, making the father sigh. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to live in such a secluded area. As the family ate their fish, they were unaware as on the ever-shifting reflection of the river's water, dark dots moved in the sky. With their picnic finished, the family gathered up their things and leftover fish to bring home. As her parents stumped out the hot ashes of the fire pit, Miyubi stood at the edge of the riverbed, squatting on her knees to stare at the river, gazing at the passing fish, as well as her reflection in the water as it stared back at her with a sad, lonely frown. Hey, he said gently, getting the girl's attention. Smiling widely at her, Naruto held his hand out, fingers clenched except for the pinky. Tell you what, Miyu-chan. Next time I come around here, I'll stop by and we can play. Staring into his eyes, Miyubi's pout began to lessen a bit. Promise? She asked timidly. With a sharp nod, Naruto grinned widely. Of course. When Uzumaki Naruto makes a promise, he always keeps it. It's a promise of a lifetime, Datbeo. Her frown deepening, Miyubi hugged her knees. I wish a lifetime was now, she thought wantingly. As she stared at her reflection, Miyubi blinked when suddenly, a large, dark figure walked up behind her reflection. Slowly, Miyubi looked behind her. Stumping out the last of the embers, Kenshi stretched his back with a grunt. Thankfully, they packed light so there will not be any weight to carry back to the cabin. And with the fish they caught, he could sell them to the village market for a ryo. I should also see about cutting up some lumber to sell as well. Ah! Unexpectedly, the sudden scream of their daughter struck the parents' ears. Spinning around, the adults froze at the sight of Miyubi in the hold of some creature. Its dark, feathered body and bird-like face made them think they were before a Tengu of legend. However, they tossed away those thoughts, instead focusing on rescuing their daughter. Miyubi! Amaki shouted in fright. Gritting his teeth at his little girl being in danger, Kenshi gripped his hands in tight fists. Cursing himself for not bringing his axe, however, weapon or no weapon, he wasn't about to let this beast harm his daughter. Unhand her, he roared, charging at the bird creature, clenched fists ready to throw a hard punch to the thing's beak. However, just as he got but a foot away from the thing, something heavy slammed down on top of him, crushing the man down to the rocky ground with a pained grunt. Opening his eyes after closing them from the unexpected action, Kenshi glanced over his shoulder to look above him, his eyes widening when he saw that another Tengu-like creature stood on his back, black eyes peering down at him. Its beak barely open as a sound that might be a laugh was heard. Ah! Just then, the sound of another scream made Kenshi's blood freeze, realizing that it was his wife. Let me go! Ka-san! Miyubi cried out tearfully as she watched her mother be grabbed by another bird thing. Amaki! Kenshi shouted, struggling to throw the Tengu off of him to save his wife and daughter. However, try as he might, the creature held him down, a large talon gripping his head before slamming his head against the gravel. Ka! 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 With one eye closed against the gravel, Kenshi could only stare through his only open one, wide in growing fear and helplessness as more of these bird things dropped down from the sky to surround them. As they drew in close, Kenshi prayed for someone, anyone, to save his family. With tearful eyes, Miyubi whimpered as the scary bird people got closer. Naruto, she muttered, thinking about the shinobi stranger they met and ate dinner together with. Help us. With Naruto stopping at a branch, Naruto grunted as he looked all around the sky. Damn it! Where did those bird things go? He demanded, having lost sight of them. Those Tengu things were surprisingly fast to outrun a shinobi at high speed. Their flying at high altitudes certainly didn't help. Cursing at being unable to spot any sign of them, Naruto quickly summoned some clones before ordering them to scatter and look for the Tengus demons. Alone as his clones vanished to do their task, Naruto took a second to breathe and think. Question after question lingered in his mind. What were those bird people things? Were they actually Tengus? Where did they come from? Why did they attack that village? Why did they take those people? Crossing his arms, Naruto narrowed his eyes. One thing was for certain. Those things can fly. That'll make things tricky in fighting them. While sure, he could have his clones just throw him into the air after them, what if he missed? Won only so much of an advantage against airborne enemies, this being his first experience with one, let alone a group of them. However, right now he was in a serious situation, so he had no choice but to calm his nerves. Contrary to many beliefs amongst his peers, for all of his knuckleheadedness, Naruto wasn't dumb. Especially when innocent lives were at stake. This was one of those times when Naruto couldn't afford to run at things without a plan. He had to figure out where the captives were. He couldn't afford to let anything happen to them. Not on his watch. The question was, what could he do? He wasn't the planning type. That was Sasuke, Kakashi and Sakura. He was the spamming clones and slamming Rasengans kind of guy. Gritting his teeth, Naruto glared at the ground, wishing that he had his team and friends with him to back him up. Or at least someone who could come up with the plans instead of him. But no, he was alone on this. He gritted his teeth, his tense situation feeling even heavier. Far from his village, from any sort of backup, from a team to aid him while low on ammunition and supplied, forced to face some unknown creatures he's never seen before who could fly, of all things. No, he mentally shouted at himself, shaking his head aggressively. He couldn't be thinking like that, all hopeless and all. As long as he could draw breath, there was always hope, right? Right now, people were in danger, and like it or not, he was all they had. So get your shit together, Uzumaki. You are going to find those flying bastards and you are going to kick their feathered asses and save the captured civilians. Uzumaki Naruto is no quitter, and never will be. He firmly decided, nodding to himself, fire burning in his eyes. He was going to rescue those people, and that was a promise. Blinking, Naruto snapped out of his self-encouragement. Looking down, Naruto stared, stupefied, as a sudden glow began to emanate from within his pocket. Blinking once, twice, thrice, Naruto dug his hand into said pocket, grabbing the possible source of the light, and took it out. Opening his fist, Naruto raised a brow as he stared at the red crystal he had almost forgotten about. Well, now it had his attention, as the gem was giving off a strange glow of red light. Not as blinding as it had been when he held it in his mindscape, but enough that it was impossible not to notice. Okay, what now? He muttered, confused at whatever the crystal was doing. Let me go. He snapped out of his thoughts by a sudden cry, faint and low that to the normal civilian, would go unheard. Thankfully, Naruto has been trained to be sensitive to small sounds, his ears twitching. Following the sound to the source, Naruto turned his head towards the sky. For a moment, he couldn't see anything, but squinting his eyes, using a trick Kakashi taught him by channeling chakra to his eyes to enhance his sight, his view zoomed in closer. Sure enough, it seemed that the Tengus he had been looking for had returned, flying through the skies in the opposite way this time. And in their hold were more captured people, 3 by the looks of it. He narrowed his eyes more. Wait a second, staring at one in particular, his sight drew in closer like a lens of a telescope. His eyes widened when he managed to identify the people being carried. It's the family who helped him. The parents looked to be unconscious, carried in the claws of the Tengus like sandbags. But Miyubi, the only one conscious, was struggling against the birdman carrying his hold, her small hands pushing against its head. Let go. Let go. Let go. Damn it. Naruto cursed, clenching his hands hard, anger coursing through his veins. He could not allow for the family who saved him and nursed him back to health be taken to wherever the Tengus were going, fearing whatever fate awaited them. Not on my watch. Crossing his fingers, Naruto surged his chakra. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. In a puff of smoke, he summoned a clone beside him on the branch. Both crouching down, the 2 blondes channeled chakra to the soles of their feet. Readying themselves with a countdown from 3, at the same time, the 2 shot into the air in mighty leaps, the branch and top half of the 3 breaking off from the force of their rocket launch. Soaring through the air at high speed, Naruto squinted his eyes at the Tengus, aiming towards them. Now. Nodding, the clone reached over and grabbed the original's arm, pulling itself a bit forward. With a tight grip, the clone pulled its creator with its might, throwing him further into the sky as hard as it could before dispelling. With the added boost, Naruto shot faster than before at the incoming Tengus. "Hey, bird brains." The shout got the Tengus and Miyubi's attention, turning to the high-speed incoming shinobi. As the Tenga warriors squawked in shock, the little girl smiled widely. "Naruto ni. Let them go," Naruto shouted, once more crossing his fingers to make 2 additional clones. As they got within reach of the Tengus, they all pulled their fists back. Hia. With the force of a cannon, the 3 blondes punched the 3 Tengus holding the family in the face, their heads spinning all the way around, the sound of cracks and snapping echoing through the sky like whiplash as 3 necks were broken and snapped. Now, 2 things happened besides the 3 Tengus being killed. 1. Naruto and his clones happened to overshoot their flight path, and while the contact against the Tengus slowed them down a bit, it was not enough as they soared over the birdmen. 2. The new deceased Tenga warriors slacked their hold on the family members, and therefore dropped them, sending them dropping down to the far-off ground below. "Ah!" Miyubi screamed in growing levels of fright as she and her parents fell, wide eyes staring up at the equally wide-eyed and cursing Naruto. Shit. Shit. Thinking quickly, Naruto and his clones flipped themselves upside down to face the ground head first. Grabbing the birdmen's corpses, Naruto and his clones repeated the same maneuver that sent him into the air in the first place, using the corpses as platforms to launch themselves after the family with chakra-powered launches. With his arms at his side, spine and legs straight as plank wood, Naruto cut through the air a second time, shooting after the forms of Miyubi and her parents. Down below, the teary Miyubi was having her first panic attack as the air tunneled around her. To make things worse, she was facing the sky, so was unable to see how far or close the ground was. Teardrops flew through the air as they escaped her eyes. The young girl could only stare at the unconscious forms of her parents, wondering if this would be the last time she ever saw them again. Ka-san, Tu-san. Miyubi. Blinking at the familiar voice, Miyubi looked back up at the sky. Hope and happiness blossomed in her heart as the form of 3 Narutos appeared in her sight. Slowly, a large smile began to spread across her face. "Na Naruto ni. I'm coming." Naruto shouted against the rushing wind, trying to get closer. Come on. Just a bit more. I have to make it closer and closer." He drew nearer. Feet by feet. Inch by inch. "Come on," he mentally shouted, praying to Kami, to the heavens, to anything that would listen that he made it in time. "Naruto ni," Miyubi muttered, slowly moving her hand towards Naruto, fingers spread for a reach. Gritting his teeth, Naruto fought against the wind to reach his own arm towards her. His clones also reached out to the forms of Kenshi and Amaki. Miyubi. Flying through the air, the teen and child reached out towards the other, slowly getting closer and closer to the other as the ground was fast approaching. "Just a bit more," Naruto shouted angrily. Chakra shot out from his pores, especially his feet, trying to get some boost to get him closer to Miyubi. Gritting his teeth, Naruto shook his head, not willing to quit no matter what. "Come on." Unknown to Naruto, still clenched in his other fist, the red crystal continued to glow, only suddenly that glow intensified, peeking through the cracks in his fist. Growing brighter and brighter by the second. As Naruto gave his shout to the heavens, like a dam held back by paper, a wave of red energy shot out from the crystal, wrapping around Naruto's form, covering him entirely, and even passing to his clones in the same manner. The energy wrapped around the 3 like cloaks, almost in a similar manner to when he uses the Kyuubi's chakra, as the 3 were ablaze in red energy. A red light illuminating the sky like a flare. In the seal, Kyuubi growled in a low tone as the chamber was colored in a reddish light. Its fur standing up as a strange sensation covered him, much to his displeasure at the feeling. Trying to ignore it, Kyuubi closed his eyes to sleep, hoping his idiotic vessel didn't get them killed while it slept. Naruto did not even notice what was happening. His sight and mind tunneled only at the thought of saving Miyubi and her parents. "Come on. Come on. Come on," he mentally shouted, arms still out to Miyubi as the ground drew closer. Suddenly, the energy around him, and his clones, erupted outward, spreading out in range and diameter before wrapping all around him in a shield. The glow hiding him entirely from view as the free-falling blondes became large spheres of red energy. Just then, like pebbles fired from a slingshot, the spheres shot at incredible speed toward the family just as the ground got within dangerous range. In the blink of an eye, The sphere reached the adults and child, passing through them, encasing them, before shooting across the air towards the forest at a diagonal angle, crashing through the trees and hitting the ground with sounding blasts. With a temporary tower of dust and leaves, as trees shook from the impact, everything soon began to settle. Down at the epicenter of the meteor-like crashes, a screen of dust covered the area for a moment, before soon, figures could be seen through it. The dust cleared, the figures could be seen, kneeling on the ground, all carrying a person in their arms or shoulders, their saviors holding their heads down. Miyubi, temporarily knocked unconscious for a moment, soon began to regain her senses, her eyes twitching under her lids, before she slowly began to open them. Blinking, her vision blurry for a second, it soon began to clear and she could see that no longer was she falling towards the earth from high in the air, but was instead back under the trees, in the arms of her savior, someone she immediately recognized. Naru, ni, she muttered, dazed. However, as her dizzy spell began to vanish, she blinked at the spectacle before her. Knee pressed against the dirt, Naruto held the young girl with shaking arms, adrenaline rushing through his veins, breathing heavily as his heart pumped a mile a second. Chest puffing as his pupils shook within wide eyes. Too pumped, he didn't even notice as red lightning coursed through his body, sparking through his hair, as his red eyes stared at the eyes of the girl in his arms. Only one thought rang through his head. I did it, I saved them, I saved them. So in his hype, Naruto didn't see that the crystal in his grasp was gone. Leaning Kenshi and Amaki against the base of a tree, Naruto narrowed his eyes in silent rage. His current anger at the Tengu demons growing by a large leap at them trying to also kidnap Miyubi and her parents. He clenched his hand into a quaking fist, teeth grinding. Those bastards, he mentally growled, raising his head towards he believed the surviving Tengus were floating in the air. Whether they dropped down to try and recapture their victim or decided to fly away, Naruto would find them and end them. Ni-chan. Hearing the familiar young voice, Naruto frowned, slowly turning his head to look at the crying Miyubi, who was trying to wipe away her endless flow of tears to no avail. His frown deepened as Naruto could not imagine how scared the little girl had to be, not after what she just went through. Silently, he rose to his feet before approaching her. Without a word, he knelt down to her level, wrapping his arms around her, and pulled her into a tight embrace, which the girl quickly returned, wrapping her small arms around him, pressing her tear-soaked face against his shoulder as she began to cry. Naruto, not really having much experience with comforting someone when they were crying, just tried to do what he had seen others do. One hand slowly rubbed up and down her back while the other also slowly rubbed the back of her head, all while he gently whispered comforting things to her. SSSSHHH, and, it's okay, everything's gonna be alright. Naruto mimicked how the third Hokage had comforted him when he cried as a kid many years ago. For a few minutes, Naruto held the girl, allowing her to cry as much as she needed to into his shirt without complaint. As she cried, Naruto mentally came up with a plan of action. Kick the ass of those bird bastards for scaring Miyubi and trying to hurt her parents. Make one of said birds tell him where he could find whoever was in charge. Find said leader and kick their ass for this whole crapfest. Once that was taken care of, he could focus on heading back to Konoha and reporting what happened to Tsunade Bachin. If these things were part of Orochimaru's band of circus freaks, then that makes it even more important that he reported it. Sadly, the moment of comfort was interrupted as the sound of flapping wings reached Naruto's ears. Narrowing his eyes in a hard glare as the sound drew closer, Naruto slowly pulled Miyubi out of his embrace, making the 8-year-old blink in confusion. With a serious but light expression to not scare her, Naruto began to give a quick course of action. Miyu-chan, listen to me. Those birdmen are coming back towards us. He said, making the young girl flinch, a frightful expression quickly appearing on her face. He quickly calmed her down. Don't worry. I won't let them hurt or take you or your parents, Dadbeo, he said with a firm nod. He stood to his feet. With a quick hand sign, he brought up 3 clones. These guys will take you and your parents to a nearby group of people that were also attacked by those birds. They'll watch over you guys with the clones as guards. But, Ni-chan, what about you? Miyubi asked, worried for her new ninja friend. Naruto gave the girl a wide smile, raising his hand to give a thumbs up. Don't worry about me. I'll beat these birds and make them pay for taking you. However, Miyubi was still hesitant. But, his smile softening, Naruto patted her on the head gently. Hey. Remember who you're talking to. I'm the future Hokage of my village, Dadbeo. No way I'm gonna lose to some birds. He stated firmly and confidently. Smiling at the girl, he gave her head one more pat before turning around as his clones picked up Miyubi and her parents. I promise, this won't take long. I'll teach these things a lesson they won't ever forget, and I'll see you again, Miyu-chan. Carried in the clone's arms, Miyubi stared at Naruto, frowning. You promise? Without turning to look at her, Naruto raised his arm straight out to the side, thumb raising to give a thumbs up. A promise of a lifetime, Dadbeo. Before Miyubi could say anything else, the clones carried the family away, leaving the still smirking Naruto alone in the clearing. Once the family was far enough, however, his smile dropped along with his arm. With his eyes narrowed and lips in a thin line. Naruto waited. Thankfully, he didn't have to wait long, before 5 Tengus dropped from the treetops, landing around him on all sides, surrounding him. With soft caws, the Tengu eyed the lone genin, measuring his worth. While the Tenga warriors, lacked brains, they made up for it with skilled instincts. And currently, said instincts told them that this human was dangerous. The grass field was covered in a tense silence for a while, both sides eyeing the other, their muscles tensed and ready, awaiting some unseen signal. Narrowed dark blue eyes glared around him as Naruto looked at the Tengus around him. The Tengus shuffled their feet slightly, clawed talons flexing. Dark tongues snaked out from their beaks to flicker across them. The tree branches around them ruffled as a light breeze passed through them. While light, the breeze was strong enough to force a single leaf to pop out of its branch, floating down to the ground where Naruto and the Tengus were. Floating harmlessly down, it dropped down in front of Naruto. The leaf floated towards the ground, before softly landing on the grass. In a single second, feet left the ground in a blur. Lop Earth. Shiba Clan Compound, Panorama City. With silent footsteps, Lauren was moving around her given room, grabbing anything she felt was necessary for her trip. Clothes, scrolls, ink containers, etc. Only the most crucial items. Packing her things into a suitcase on her bed, Lauren paused, then looked around the room. Honestly, there hadn't really been that much stuff there in terms of decorations to begin with. Aside from her bed, cabinets, all she really had in terms of items were some trinkets from her travels, and photo frames hanging on the walls, mostly of her and her brother and his team of rangers. Lauren was not your average woman, or even a normal girl growing up. Really, the only time in her life she ever really had a normal childhood had been when she was 5 or so and she was playing with Jaden. Back when her life had been happy and free. Of course, all that changed when the news of Master Xandred and the Nilox's impending return reached the ears of the Shiba clan. After that, her life completely changed. Not only had that year been the last time she ever saw her parents again, but it was also the last time she would see her little brother again for a long time, as she, now being the new head of the Shiba clan, had been forced to focus on nothing but training as well as learning and mastering the sealing symbol to defeat Xandred once and for all. Decades spent training, all wasted on the first chance. Lauren thought, frowning. Even after all the years after the final battle, Lauren couldn't help but feel a bit of self-scorn for the events that had transpired. For nearly all her life, Lauren had sacrificed many things to master the sealing symbol and train her body, mind, and soul into eliminating Master Xandred at the first chance she got. To finally put an end to the nightmare that had plagued her since childhood and finally be reunited with Jaden so the two could be a family again. Only for the first chance to fail. All her training had failed. It had been a moment of great shame for her. She honestly felt like she failed her father, like she failed her ancestors. Like she failed the world. She was the 18th head of the Shiba clan. A prodigy, her trainers had called her. But she failed. As such, she had done what she felt was right, and passed on the title to someone more deserving to lead the Shiba clan and the Samurai Rangers, her little brother. That's why I need to do this, Lauren thought, narrowing her eyes in confidence. Apparently, a much larger threat has come. Possibly more dangerous than even Master Xandred. It was not through arrogance that Lauren felt she must aid a new team of rangers against this Lord Zedd. Not arrogance, but amendment. She had failed in her position as Shiba head. Failed in her solemn duty. Now, she will make up for her mistake. She will face this evil not as a Shiba, but as a Power Ranger. Looking down at her morpher on the bed, she grabbed it. Staring at it, she clenched it. Father. Ancestors. Please watch over me. I promise I will make you proud. Are you sure you want to do this? Turning around, Lauren smiled at Jaden as the man stood at the doorstep. I have to, little brother. I failed to live up to the honor of a ranger when I first got here. I need to redeem myself. You already have, Lauren. Your Shiba fire disc helped us take down Master Zandrid once and for all. Jaden told her. However, Lauren shook her head. No, Jaden. It wasn't me who took down Zandrid. It was you and your team who did. I may have been trained to be a ranger, but I was no leader. It was obvious when I first came here. This was your team, not mine. I couldn't have possibly just replaced you. I wasn't worthy of leading such a great team. Honestly, I don't know if I ever will be. My aid against Zandrid was minimal. I need to make up for it. Maybe this is my chance? To help train these new rangers. Lauren shrugged. It's a start, right? Maybe with them, I'll actually learn what it means to be part of a team, leader or not. Still, Jaden frowned sadly. We don't even know when, or even if, you'll be back. I feel like we just reunited, and you're already leaving. Frowning as well, Lauren approached her brother, embracing him, which he quickly reciprocated. This isn't goodbye, little brother. Only, see you soon, Lauren muttered. For a minute, the siblings hugged each other silently, taking comfort at the other's presence and warmth, memories of their time together and children, their reunion, and time together after the final battle played in their heads. I'll miss you, sis. Jaden muttered. Lauren smirked softly, rubbing the back of her brother's head. I'll always miss you, little brother. Parting away, the two smiled at the other. Jaden then reached into his pocket, taking something out. Here. I want you to have these, he said, holding the items out to her. Lauren blinked, staring at several power discs in Jaden's hold, the types surprising her. The bull disc? Shark disc? The black box? Jaden nodded. This isn't like going to the other side of the world. You'll be traveling to another planet. I want to make sure you'll be prepared for anything. Looking at him, Lauren frowned. Are you sure? She asked, wanting to make sure. Jaden just nodded. Hesitating for a second, Lauren then took the items. Holding them tightly, Lauren stared at her brother. I'll be back, Jaden. Stronger, and a better ranger. I'll make you proud of me. Jaden smiled at his older sister. Always was. Elemental nations, forest around ruined village. Jumping back, Naruto dodged a downward claw swipe from one of the Tengus, retaliating by throwing a handful of fast-spinning shurikens at it. While it managed to dodge most of them by leaping into the air, two luckily managed to cut into its leg. Quickly counting the number of shurikens he had left, Naruto pushed off the ground towards the airborne humanoid bird while it was distracted by the pain. Pulling his arm back, he delivered a fast, hard punch across its face, twisting it to the side. Both landing back to the ground, Naruto landing graciously while the Tengu simply crashed down. The genin then turned his focus to the side, as two more Tengus flew towards him, sharp beaks glinting in the light, aiming to peck through him. Holding his ground until the last second as they got in range, Naruto quickly jumped over them. In two puffs of smoke, three Narutos hovered above the two crows, the Naruto in the middle holding his hands out to the blondes on the side as said Narutos made quick work to form a Rasengan on each hand. Without wasting a breath saying anything, Naruto, original, slammed both Rasengans down on the Tengu's backs, slamming them down hard into the ground, breaking it into small craters. As a small idle thought made a memo to give his newly made in the moment Rasengan variation technique a name later, Naruto swiftly turned around with his clones to face the other remaining enemies. Unfortunately, he was a second too late to react in time as one of the Tengus appeared in front of him in a blink. With a sharp, pained gasp, Naruto's head was turned to the side from a sudden wing-type strike to the cheek, sending him flying back while one of his clones was killed by a beak to the chest. The surviving clone was the only one fortunate to jump back in time. Unfortunately for it, like sharks to blood, three Tengus were immediately upon it from all sides. The wide-eyed clone soon suffered a quick death. With Naruto, the young shinobi gave his head a quick shake to clear the daze away, before glaring at the cawing creatures. You bastards might have surprised me there, but now's my turn, he stared, crossing his fingers. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. In a screen cover of pale smoke, 10 Narutos surrounded the now stunned, nervous Tengus. With matching glares, the Narutos punched their hands, mad grins scaring the Tenga warriors to their core. Time for a beatdown. Naruto style. Miyubi's family and village survivors. A good distance away following their escape, the small family had been carried by the summoned copies of Naruto to where the previously saved civilians of the attack town had last been seen. During the run, Miyubi's parents had finally woken up, obviously startled by the previous events they had been involved in and now their current placement, leading to a quick greeting by the clones and an explanation to calm them down. Now, the clones sought to complete their given orders and get the family to safety. Reaching the outskirts of the ruined village, the clones slowed down, looking around the silent woods. The tense group was quiet, their guard up, fearing any more of those Tengu creatures suddenly popping out and attacking them. Meanwhile, the Narutos tried to extend their sense of focus out to feel for any presence around them. While Naruto was by no means a sensor, he had been taught a neat trick by Jiraiya during the search for Tsunade in feeling out hidden presences. While it was really a skill more experienced shinobi gained through years of combat and survival, Naruto was taught a pseudo-sensory trick by sending out a light pulse of his chakra around him, spreading it outward to his surroundings and having it bounce off any objects, and should it make contact with another chakra source, its location bounces back to him, alerting him of it. In all honesty, this echolocation was more or less a Chunin-level chakra control exercise, as the user had to practice the measure and amount of chakra they send out being small enough to not alert their own presence to the enemy. Unfortunately, for someone with a large reserve like Naruto, his pulse was pretty much akin to setting off a paper bomb in front of him, revealing his location to any and all nearby shinobi, but more on that later. Closing his eyes to focus on any near presence, the Narutos scrunched their noses in concentration, hoping to pick up on anything. A few seconds after the pulse, their expressions soon softened, smiling when they felt some pings. Gently lowering the family to the ground, the clones then began to guide them, moving towards the locations. A moment later, the group maneuvered through bushes into a small opening in the forest, where they found the civilians. The sound of rustling had at first startled and frightened the people, fearing the demons returning, only to sigh in relief at spotting the familiar shinobi who saved them. Spotting the new arrivals with the blondes, they began to approach the small group. The first to reach them was a familiar man. "You have returned," he said, greeting them. One of the Narutos, taking on the position of temporary leader, nodded. "Yeah. Sorry for startling you, but I had to bring these 3 to safety while the boss handled those Tengu." The man raised a brow. "Boss?" he asked, confused. "We're just clones of the original. He had been chasing those Tengus when he found them kidnapping this family, who had saved my life a while ago. He taught them how much of a mistake that was, and made us get these guys away while he took those birds on." Naruto, clone number 1, explained. Nodding in understanding, the man turned to the family, giving them a comforting smile. "I see. We truly understand how much of a frightening experience being attacked by those demons can be. Please, find rest here for the moment." Kenshi, who held his wife and daughter close in comfort, nodded in thanks, much appreciated. Just then, a woman approached them, looking at the Narutos. "Is it safe? Are the demons gone?" she asked, hopeful. A similar expression rested on the other civilians' faces. The clones looked at each other, wondering what to say. Honestly, they didn't know. Who really knew how many Tengus there really were? They couldn't lie to the people, but also they couldn't just let them live in fear. These things, they honestly never faced anything like them before. Bandits? Sure. Missing Nin? Pretty normal as of late. Demons? Not counting Biju, and unless they were minions of Orochimaru, never. Naruto C1 frowned, thinking on what to say. Just then, he felt something wrap around his hand. Looking down, he saw Miyubi standing beside him, holding his hand, while staring at the gathered people, a cute, serious expression on her face. "Naruto Nisan will beat those mean birds. Just you wait," she states loudly, making everyone blink in surprise. Yet, against numerous staring, the young girl held strong, her expression firm. Slowly, the Narutos smiled down at her, nodding. Turning back to the gathering people, Naruto C1 nodded. That's right, don't y'all worry, everyone, we promise to stop these damn things and keep you all safe. We'll beat down any bird or enemy that tries to hurt you, Dadbeo. He said strongly, his fellow clones nodding in agreement. The crowd stared at the blondes, feeling awed by his word, hope swelling in their hearts. Suddenly, the ground shook as a mighty explosion erupted in the forest. The sudden action made the civilians all flinch, fearing another attack, while the Narutos all looked in the direction of the explosion, realizing it was perhaps where their creator was at, and simultaneously wondered if whatever he was doing, he might be going a bit overboard. Just then, the sound of crunching leaves and twigs behind them was heard, making the clones tense. Spinning around, they faced the new presence. What they saw made their eyes widen. Moments earlier, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A large fog of smoke covered the area for a moment, temporarily blinding the remaining Tenga warriors as they halted their combat clash with the numerous copies of the blonde human. Cawing and screeching at the distracting smoke, the Tengas waved their feathered arms to try and clear the smoke away. Once it soon dispersed, squawks of surprise echoed out as new and fresh duplicates of Naruto charged at the minions of Lord Zedd, replacing the lost clone numbers. Ka! With a squawk, a Tenga warrior soared through the air from a hard sandal to its face, before slamming into the bark of a tree, sliding down. Around the clearing, smoke and feathers filled the air as Naruto's and Tenga's clashed. Left and right, Naruto's either dispersed into smoke when stuck with a timed replacement, only for two more blondes to appear behind or over the enemy and hit back at the Birdman before it could react with a surprise punch, kick, kunai slash or Rasengan. Many Tengas attempted to gain an advantage by flying into the air, but they were quickly knocked back down as Naruto's either leapt after them with jumps or were tossed up by an aiding clone, or even using the surrounding trees as platforms. While the Tenga warriors may have an aerial advantage with the ability of flight, Naruto had speed and quick unpredictable thinking on his side. With the original, Naruto had surprised a Tengu he was fighting, dodging and bobbing from its wing and talons strikes before using the replacement technique to switch with a log, an actual one that had just so happened to be on the ground behind the Tengu to switch places, before jumping onto its back, wrapping his legs tightly around its back. Throwing his body backward, he pulled the Tengu down to the ground back first. As it struggled to escape his hold, Naruto did not waste a second, raising his free hands up into the air before proceeding to rain down a barrage of hard punches and blows to its head and face, channeling a slight amount of chakra into his fists to enhance the strength and impact to the hits. For a full minute straight, Naruto continuously punched the strange bird monster again and again in an attempt to knock it unconscious and finish this lingering conflict. The captive Tenga warrior struggled to escape from the hold the Genin's legs had it in. However, for a human, and a young one at that, this one was surprisingly strong, his legs gripping around its chest, arms, and neck firmly. Not to mention that the blows to its cranium felt like large rocks were being slammed on top of it. For a single minute, this small cycle of hit and struggle went on, before long it ceased as the Tenga went slack and limp, unable to withstand the constant punches as it finally fell unconscious. Seeing his enemy finally knocked out, Naruto seized his punches, slowly and carefully unwrapping his legs after making entirely sure this wasn't a trick. Getting up, Naruto looked around the field, seeing the still remaining feathered enemies still standing. Meanwhile, his army of clones were being cut down quickly as the demons, still managing to stay standing, were proving to be tougher than their weaker companions. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto thought of a way to put an end to this taking longer than needed battle. Just then, he got an idea. And as a smile began to widely stretch across his face, it was truly quite the wicked idea. In the seal, Kyuubi chuckled darkly in approval. As the more tougher Tenga warriors were finishing off the last of the strange humans, one of them stopped, and for whatever reason, shivered. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Once more, the field was again covered in smoke, causing the remaining Tengas to stop. However, not allowing themselves to be fooled again, they began to flap their wings, taking to the air to avoid blind attacks. Or, at least that was their intention, were it for shadows in the smoke to suddenly leap onto their backs, arms wrapping around their sides and gripping together on the front, locking the Tengas' wings to the sides, and preventing them from flapping their wings. Held down to the ground, the Tengas struggled to escape their binds as the smoke around them cleared. Uncaring for that, The birds continued to try and break free, when suddenly, a strange noise drew their attention. Halting their squirming, the Tengus curiously followed the sound to the source, raising their heads upward. Only for their eyes to widen to the limit, a dark pit forming in their chests. Above them, covering the sky, a massive field of Narutos hovered in the air. Yet the numbers were not the source of their dread. Fueled with determination to put an end to the battle, each and every Naruto called upon the energy within them, summoning it through their very veins onto their hands, not holding back anything, calling upon as much as they could. With their enemies held and rooted in place, the Narutos charged up a Rasengan each. However, they did not stop there, as they continued to pour more and more chakra into the spheres, the amounts increasing the very size of the attacks as they grew larger and larger. Pushing to whatever limit they felt necessary. Before long, each of the hundreds of Narutos each held a Rasengan 3 times larger than normal above their heads. With hard eyes glaring down at the birdmen, pupils slit from the unknowing call of Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto shouted down, his voice echoing through the harsh winds generated from the many swirling spheres. This ends now. The Tenga warriors, unfortunate loyal creatures whose very being was only to serve their master and their goals, met a fate of sheer agony that felt to have lasted decades, before meeting a merciful end in seconds. Are you ready? Once again in the endless voice she had previously found herself in along with every past ranger, Lauren stood before the 3 mysterious beings of the Morphin Grid. On her back, was her backpack filled with any and all necessities she would require for her journey ahead. With a strong expression, a deep inhale and exhale, she nodded. I'm ready. Emissary Red looked at the female Samurai Red Ranger, whether through irony or some other hidden meaning for the occasion, taking on her very ranger form. As they spoke, a strange mix of male and familiar female voices, her voice, sounded from them. You are brave to volunteer yourself for this duty. It will not be an easy one. The fate of the universe depends on you managing to locate and gather the new rangers together. They will be inexperienced in the power bestowed upon them. They will require guidance. In time, many teachers will appear before them, teaching them the skills they will require. You must be the one to start them on their path. Do you accept your mission? Lauren nodded. I accept. Blue stepped forward. The planet you will find yourself on will seem familiar, but also strange, sometimes horrific, to you. You will face many dangers. You must prepare yourself, but do not fear what you do not yet understand. Remember these words, for their meaning will become clear in time. See what is unseen. Understand the misunderstood. Open your heart and mind, and see beneath the underneath. Raising a brow at the strange saying, Lauren either way nodded. While she didn't quite understand it fully, she believes she got the gist of it. I will remember. This time, Yellow stepped up. This team you will meet will be different from any ranger you have met before. Their planet is young, not like your own. Their advancement as a species is different compared to yours, yet similar in some ways, as you will find out soon. Their planet's new and first-time team of Power Rangers do not yet possess the tools necessary for their upcoming mission against evil. As such, we have taken the liberty of arranging for some gifts to aid them. Before Lauren could question the emissary, a flash of light appeared, temporarily blinding her. Shielding her eyes, Lauren grunted. As she rubbed her lids to try and clear away the dots, she heard a new voice. Hey, hope I'm not too late. Her vision cleared. Lauren blinked a few times, lowering her arm to see the new arrival. Before her was someone that looked like a new ranger appeared. Wearing a bulky armored suit, colored silver and blue with a gold belt and sharp visored helmet, the new ranger stood beside the emissary 3, a large case in their hand. Turning to the new ranger, Emissary Red nodded. Right on time, in fact, Omega. Did you bring what we asked for? The newly named Omega nodded to the being, stomping his foot to the ground, raising his free arm horizontally across his chest in some kind of possible salute. Maybe. Sir, yes sir, I've brought it just as requested. Straight from the future, courtesy of SPD, he stated, holding the case up. Nodding, Red turned to Lauren. Excellent. Lauren, be sure to present the items Omega Ranger has brought to the new Rangers. They will aid them greatly in their trials, he said. Omega Ranger stepped towards Lauren, presenting the case to her. Taking it, she looked at it, then at the emissaries, nodding. I will see to it that they get this. The 3 nodded. Then you are ready. We wish you good fortune in your journey. Lauren Shiba. Find the new Rangers. May the Morphin Grid guide you. And may the grid, and the power, protect you. Lauren gave one final nod as the yellow emissary stepped up towards her. With an energy hand being placed on her shoulder, she vanished in a flash of light along with yellow. Soon, blue also vanished on their own mission, leaving Red and Omega Ranger. Standing in silence for a moment, Red then turned to the future Rangers. What is the status of your assignment, Sam? Turning to the being, Omega shook his head. Unfortunately, I have yet to locate the disturbance you have sensed. Anytime I attempt to follow the trail of paradox through time and space, the source continues to quickly vanish once more. Red hummed in thought. This is disturbing news. Whatever this paradox is, it continues to remain hidden from our senses. The grid is unable to identify it. For its presence to also occur at the same moment of Lord Zedd's revival troubles me. Omega straightened. I will continue to search for it, he told his master, unwilling to fail him. Red nodded to the ranger. Proceed then, Sam, he said, allowing the Time Guardian to vanish to continue his mission. Left alone in the voice, the red emissary gathered his thoughts, troubled by the events occurring, and wondering what possible connection they held. He debated on seeking their counsel, before discarding the thought, he dare not trouble them. He will see to it that this hidden threat was handled. Standing in the middle of a ruined and broken field, the very ground uprooted and ruptured by his latest stunt, Naruto panted, trying to catch his breath. The consequences of his large Rasengan barrage, trademark pending, were clearly showing as his arms, hanging limp, shook from throbbing pain, yet the feeling was numb. Whether or not that was a good thing or a bad one, he rather not think about it. Looking around, observing the sheer destruction he had caused the once quaint forest area, Naruto winced. He really went overboard. At least it took care of these Tengus, he thought, feeling some relief from that. Letting out a deep sigh, he raised his head up to the sky. Staring at the drifting clouds, he allowed a moment of relaxation to pass through his body. Standing there for a full minute as he waited for some feeling to return to his arms, Naruto frowned, feeling his reserve depleted a good amount. Not entirely, but enough that he doubted he'd be attempting another Rasengan barrage anytime soon. Troublesome, Dadbao. At least the enemy has been handled. Now to return to the others. Wiggling his fingers with a wince as throbbing pain surged from the movements, Naruto staggered and turned to, hopefully, the direction his clones took the family. I better, eyes widening, Naruto froze. Unblinking, unmoving, Naruto stood at the ruined clearing. His breath held, caught in his throat. His mouth was agape. His blood froze in his veins. Naruto could do nothing. Nothing, but mentally gaze at the vision of screaming civilians. Witness the sight of the scared and crying Miyubi. Seeing through his clone's eyes as they battled the sudden intruder that had appeared where the survivors rested, only for 2 out of his 3 clones to be quickly dispersed. Seeing that the people he swore to protect were in danger, Naruto cursed loudly, forcibly calling upon whatever little amount of chakra he had as he shot in the direction of the formerly safe hideout. The village around her roared with crackling flames and breaking wood as she ran as fast as her legs could carry her. Her young heart banged against her chest like a drum as fearful tears streamed down her cheeks. All around her, flames blazed. Buildings covered in scalding fire as the heat tickled her skin. As she ran, her eyes rolled all over the place, seeking out with hope beyond hope for the forms of either her parents, or Naruto Nichin. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, Miyubi could not see any glimpse of them. Instead, all she saw were the few other civilians running around frantically, seeking somewhere safe to hide. For good reason, a shadow suddenly passed over Miyubi, causing her to quickly stop in her sprint, staggering a bit across the ground. Eyes wide and fearful, she looked around for somewhere to hide. Seeing a building beside her, miraculously yet to be burned in flames with broken windows and a torn-down entrance, the child quickly ran inside, ducking behind the wall. She knelt down on the ground, her knees against her chest, covering her head with her arms as she shivered. Ka-san. Tu-san. Where are you? Miyubi said to herself. She sniffled and shook. Just then, the sound of frantic footsteps reached her ears, making her tense. Scared, she covered her mouth to hold back a gasp. Being as still and silent as she could only listen as the sound neared her. Soon, she could hear the sound of heavy panting as the person passed just through her spot. However, to her growing fear, moments later, the sound of cawing and flapping wings was heard, falling down from above on top of the unfortunate victim. No, no. Stop. Stay away, someone. Please help. Hell. Rip, with wide eyes, tears gathering, Miyubi shook. Her young mind could only imagine what horrors were occurring just a few feet behind her. Unfortunately, it wasn't the only one, as from her position, she could faintly hear other similar screams coming from around the burning village. Covering her ears, she tried to block out the sounds of screaming and cawing. Her mind flashes back to where she was being carried off by the birdmen. The fear and horror she felt returns tenfold. The sound of crunching gravel was heard over the crackling flames as the Tenga warrior paced around a bit, looking for any other humans. The steps drew closer as Miyubi clenched her eyes tightly, hoping that the creature would not find her. Slowly opening her eyes just a smidge, Miyubi almost instinctively screamed as the shadow of the Tenga was seen from the entranceway. Luckily, she managed to hold herself, staying absolutely still, watching the shadow with wide eyes. After a moment or two, the Tenga decided there was nothing else of value, and with a flap of its wings, took to the air to look elsewhere. Left alone, Miyubi began to cry, choking sobs escaping her covered lips. Kasen. Tucson, Nissan. Where are you? Thud. Suddenly, the sound of landing on the building's roof made Miyubi freeze. Eyes rolling upward, she shivered as footsteps sounded from above. Fearing the monsters searching the building she was in, the girl knew she needed to either hide or run. Taking a quick look around the corner of the doorframe, Miyubi wondered about making a run out to the street to get away. However, young as she wasn't without intelligence and guessed that being too out in the open would be really risky. Looking around the interior room, she frowned, looking for another way out, hopefully without the creatures finding out. Thankfully, she found one as she saw a door at the back of the room. Hoping for it to be a back door out, she slowly got up, careful not to make any noise. Biting her lip softly in nervousness, Miyubi began to take slow steps towards the back door, pausing every moment she thought she heard something, freezing in place, before continuing on once the coast was clear. Gripping the edge of her shirt, she bravely inched closer little by little. Tap, 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 with each soft step she took, Miyubi's poor heart would beat harder and harder against her ear. With the sounds they made, she feared it would attract those bird things to her. Her shoulders shook, fear practically overwhelming her that at any moment, the Tengus would suddenly burst through the walls upon her. By some miracle, with only a few minutes' time, Miyubi finally made it to the back door. With tears streaming down her face, the panting girl raised her shaking hand towards the handle. Her small hands gripping the knob, she slowly turned it, pausing for a second to make sure no noise sounded. She then began to open the door, eager to escape, and hopefully look for her parents. The door opened, screech. Asterisk eyes stretched to their limit as the Tengu popped through the opening, screeching at her face. Ah! In another part of the burning village, Kenshi and Amaki peeked out from an alleyway, looking around the ruined street for any sign of the bird creatures. While it seemingly seemed clear and safe, or as safe as a village on fire could be, with the creatures being able to fly, things were anything but safe. We have to find Miyubi, Amaki stated, greatly worried for the safety of her daughter, having gotten separated as they, along with all the other refugees, had been forced to evacuate the location Naruto's clones took them to when those monsters suddenly appeared. At the time, in a moment of desperation, in order to run and hide from the creatures, the survivors of the Tengus' first kidnapping had taken to run toward the previously attacked village, being the only available option they had. Unfortunately, that decision may have been for the worse when the flying demons had swooped down from above, with the following attacks causing the already ruined village to erupt into flames as men, women, and children were forced to run around like prey in a maze. And in the panic, the parents were unfortunately separated from their daughter, losing sight of her in the chaos. Turning his wife's way, Kenshi grabbed her hand, holding it tightly as he looked her in the eyes. "Don't worry, Ama-chan. We'll find her. I promise," he swore, albeit in a forcibly hushed tone. Staring at her husband, the woman smiled faintly, nodding. Ka. Tensing at the sound of the bird demons approaching their location, the two quickly pushed themselves against the alleyway's walls to hide. Looking above, they watched with held breaths as several Tengus soared over them. It's clear. Quickly, let's move, Kenshi states as he and Amaki cross the open walkway to the next alley. Cutting through the alley into another street, the two paused, pulling back as a running civilian passed by them, watching in morbid horror as, like piranhas to meat, Tengus fell upon him, attacking the poor soul with ferocity and savagery, before taking the near-dead person away to Kami knows where. Why is all of this happening? Amaki muttered, cupping her mouth in horror at their situation, her shoulders shaking. Turning to her, Kenshi pulled her into a tight embrace, rubbing her back to try and comfort her. I don't know, Kami, I don't know. Even in a shinobi-reigned world, it felt like the world was falling into chaos around them. Just then, with barely any audible sound, yet it may as well have been an explosive tag going off, a small, barley the size of a pebble, dropped down to the ground beside them. From above, freezing, their blood turning to ice as their hearts halted, the couple, reluctantly and ever so slowly, looked up. Right there, on the roof of the very building they were hiding behind, 4 Tengus were perched on the edges, leering down at them. Kami, Screech. With Naruto reaching the location he had sent his clones with the family, a panting Naruto looked around the place, gritting his teeth as he looked upon the broken and cut trees and burnt grass. Kuso. Looking around for any sign of the civilians he was supposed to protect, Naruto cursed his slowness when he didn't see anyone. Where are they? Just then, Naruto spotted the dark smoke in the distance not that far off. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto took the moment to speak in Kyuubi. Fox. I need a recharge, he demanded, making the beast within him growl. And why should I give you anything, boy? Kyuubi demanded, making Naruto grit his teeth. Damn it, Fox. I don't have time to argue, just do it. Kyuubi growled at the disrespect, before scoffing. Feeling the rush of slight power within him as he felt his low chakra reserves fill back up, Naruto wasted no time as he shot to the treetops, heading in the smoke's direction. Within moments, Naruto arrived at the source of the smoke, which turned out to be the village where the Tengus first attacked. The irony was a cruel joke. With hard eyes, he stared at the hot flames, watching as buildings collapsed and wood turned black. Crossing his fingers, Naruto summoned some clones. Without even giving an order, the squad shot into the village, separating to look for survivors to rescue, or locate any Tengus to eliminate. With the buildings on their very last legs, he was unable to traverse through the rooftops, so Naruto ran through the burning streets, keeping his senses sharp for anyone. Where is everyone? He muttered. Just then, something caught his eye. Raising his gaze, Naruto glared as he spotted a Tengu in the distance, a struggling person in their talons. The sight made him growl, his eyes flashing red with the surging anger and annoyance he was feeling. No more, he roared, shooting off in its direction. It was time to end this, Miyubi whimpered, pressing herself deeper into her mother's arms. Whatever happiness she felt at being reunited with her parents fell prey to the fear she had. The family of 3, along with other taken civilians, had been forcibly gathered together at what could be the very center of the burned village. Surprisingly spacious, the captives were held in the middle of the ring of flames. Like some sacrificial lambs, around them, the Tengus surrounded the scared prisoners, whimpering and flinching as the bird creatures screeched and cawed at them. Unable to do anything in fear of being punished or torn to shreds, they could do nothing but sit in place and wait for whatever comes next. Ka-san, I'm scared. With tears in her eyes, Amaki held her daughter tightly, hoping that whatever happened, Miyubi did not suffer. Holding his family in her arms, Kenshi glared at the foul creatures, wishing he could make them pay. Just then, the sound of footsteps reached everyone's ears. Driven by curiosity, all the captives raised their gaze in the direction of the noise, only to freeze when they saw the arrival. It was another monster. The very same one that had first appeared at the safe place and attacked their clone protectors. Like the Tengu creatures, the monstrous being had a humanoid shape to it, standing on 2 legs and possessing 2 long arms. However, its monstrous appearance showed that it was not to be thought otherwise, let alone as friendly. Clothed in some kind of golden suit of armor, the creature held a fearsome appearance. A dark blue, bestial face akin to that of a snarling jungle cat. Eyes glowing bright crimson. A pair of strong-looking wings on its back. Finally, what made the people shiver in fear was the blade that the beastman held. as long as an arm, with the sharp blade glinting in the light of the flames, looking like it could tear through them easily. As the beast-man approached them, it gave a dark, wicked chuckle that made them shiver fearfully. Excellent. A good group of sacrifices for my master. Be honored, humans. You will aid in the rise to power of my master, the emperor of this pathetic universe, it said, laughing maniacally. It then turned toward a Tengu. Is that all of them? He demanded, getting a squawk in response. You better be certain. Lord Zedd wants as many humans as possible to empower him. You damn morons better make sure you've searched every inch of this rotten town. As the presumed leader ordered the bird demons, Miyubi shook in her parents' hold, clenching her eyes tightly, hoping someone would save them. Someone like Naruto-Nisan, help us. Hey! At the sudden shout, the golden monster froze before turning around, its red eyes gazing upon the form of Naruto as the genin dropped near them, glaring at the creatures with hate. Opening her eyes, Miyubi looked towards the blonde, a large smile growing on her face happily. Naruto-Nisan. The sight of the genin made the civilians begin to feel hopeful at being rescued, murmuring amongst themselves. Growling in annoyance at the interruption, the golden monster took a few hard steps forward. And who are? The beast-man began, but was interrupted by the frantic squawking of the Tengu nearest to it. Huh? The Tengu continued its cawing, pointing its taloned finger at Naruto. Is this some kind of joke? You're telling me that this, the armored monsterman points directly at the blonde shinobi, puny runt wiped out the entire first flock? Naruto glared at the monster, his hands clenching. So this was the Tengu's big boss. He was the one responsible for all the kidnapping and attacks? I'll make it pay? Growling deeply in anger, the monster then stopped as it turned to face Naruto, chuckling. Well, I must admit, human. You are quite impressive. The creature stated, the corners of its beastly maw curving into a dark smirk as Naruto glared at it. For a feeble creature, you've managed to hold your own against the Tengu warriors quite well. He seemingly praised. You're certainly more tenacious and resilient than the other human species we've encountered. Naruto narrowed his eyes as the Tengus, or as this creature apparently called them, Tengu warriors, gathered around them, circling the blonde. He maneuvered his head, looking at them all. That being said, the beast-man's deep red eyes turned from Naruto towards the whimpering group of captive humans, before turning back to the genin. It, unfortunately, doesn't change the fact that you're still just that. Some pathetic human, and like all of your kind, there is only one suitable role for you, dead. Kill him. At the order, the Tengus shot at the blonde, claws glinting, ready to tear him apart. I don't think so, Naruto shouted, bringing his fingers into a cross. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. In a large puff of smoke, several Narutos shot into the air, colliding with the Tengus mid-air, countering them. Some clones managed to deliver fast punches, while others were sadly dispersed. Either way, both sides soon found solid ground and began a fast fight. All the while, the golden monster watched on, having been momentarily surprised by the shocking display of power, but soon regained its senses and watched on, humming. This being his umpteenth time fighting these birdbrains, Naruto knew exactly how hard to hit to knock them down. Meaning, really, really hard. The fight, honestly, did not last more than 30 seconds at best. Left satisfied at both the quick work, as well as his no doubt growing strength, Naruto, backed by 3 clones, glared at the silent golden beast, punching his hand. Your turn, you big monkey thing. Scoffing, the golden monkey chuckled. Humans, arrogant but humorous. Very well. If the Tengu warriors seem to bore you, it held up its sword, aiming the tip at Naruto. Prepare yourself for a true challenge. Holding up his last kunai, Naruto readied himself. Bring it, Datbeo. At once, both the beast and Naruto's charged at each other, ready to achieve victory, as well as decide the fate of the captive humans.